we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah.
ओ तैने राकेश भाई क्या शुरुआत की है स्ट्रीम की। थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टोटे। थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड। WWG से कोई गिफ्टेड मिला है राकेश भाई के छिपा दे दो। कैसे हो चैट है दलोस ना मान रहे राकेश भाई ना मान रहे। जॉर्ज क्या सीन है कौन जीतेगा। क्या लगता है चैट गोट मारेगा आसपास या तो रातों के बंक्स में। एक्सक्यूज मी।
Now that I'm in Champions, it means everything to me.
क्यूटी बोलते
I remember the first time I have the chance to play in CHAMPS. Last chance qualifier 2022. I lost 3-1. I felt devastated. I cried so much. Now 2025, I succeeded. It was like a dream for me, you know. And I think I cried again on stage. My mind is like, finally, I did it.
I look at myself
आज रात को
5
वाला
years
होगा क्या
ago,
नहीं रे बाबा।
first starting Valorant,
आत्मा जाएगी
not
मेरी।
knowing what I was
Already
getting
3 घंटा
myself
वालों करके आया
into.
हूँ।
And here I am 5 years later. 2 international trophies, a champions that I'm hungry for, I'm passionate for, and I know that we can do great things.
When
W
we played
बोलते
against Fnatic
हैं
in Toronto, it was really miserable.
Caught on the cross though, Alpha. Oh, right out of the sky.
We come unprepared. It's our
भाई
first time.
ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है बोस्टर की आवाज से कि ये लास्ट टूर्नामेंट होने वाला है और वो रिटायर होने वाला है इसके बाद। हाँ फील आ रहा है यार। आई होप कि एटलीस्ट 1-2 साल और खेले वो।
Since I was young,
Love
I've
you,
been
Divans,
a
bye.
very competitive person,
मत कर लाला ना।
and I don't really like losing. Whenever I do take a setback, I feel
When are you going to
very
Paris? पहले
discontented.
जाने दो रे।
It drives me and pushes me to become a better version of myself.
Esse amor pelo jogo, como é algo competitivo, ele me dá uma vontade de querer estar sempre sendo melhor, estar sempre melhorando, porque se eu estiver melhorando, eu vou conseguir ganhar. E ganhar é uma coisa que eu gosto muito. Eu faço isso pelo meu país, pelo meu time, pela minha família, pela minha esposa.
Although
Boosters नहीं तो Fnatic नहीं, हाँ ना?
placements in the Americas League was not very
Already एक
outstanding.
10 gold जा
MIBR
चुका है
still
यार।
has a lot of potential.
Eu já joguei contra times chineses antes e todas as partidas que eu joguei contra eles foi bem interessante pelo fato deles ser um estilo de jogo muito diferente.
क्या
We
लगता
are a
है
team that is
मारेगा
probably
क्या
the
आसपास?
youngest team in Champions.
भाई बिली स्ट्रांग
I
है
think a lot of our players look up to Aspas as an idol. in the
चाइना
past as
नंबर
well.
1 पे बैठा है
I think that
मतलब
having the
बिली स्ट्रांग
opportunity
है।
to play against a player of a high caliber
Heavy will
is
be.
honestly a good experience for us, and I hope we can take him down.
O mundo chama de talento, eu chamo de destino. Tô bem animado pra jogar contra vocês, vai ser uma
Kisko
partida
Zamar?
muito divertida.
स्मेल आ रहा है कि बिली जीतेगा। पता नहीं एक लग रहा है अंदर से। बाद में जाऊंगा रे वैन। दोगला आसपास फैन, अंधा फैन नहीं हो भाई। जो अच्छा खेलेगा उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
It's VCTCN's #1 seed versus a team that very nearly did not
भाई जी
even
जीता देगा।
make it
मेरे को लग रहा है बे,
to
मेरे को लग रहा है बे।
Only one player on stage
मेरे
has
को
won
लग रहा है।
champs before, of course. it is Aspas, but as you guys were saying, it doesn't seem as scary as it was previous years. And looking at the map, well, we sung about how Abyss could be great for
Haven
MIBR,
में पता चलेगा
and
क्या
we
scene है.
get a chance to play it today.
I mean, this is devious from BLG. Picking Haven off the back, the map I think that puts MIBR's
toughest map to play, yeah?
in the most awkward position. It does mean we might see Aspas on that Yoru if they go with the ISO setup here.
10 लोग पड़े
But
उधर.
I also wonder why the back of my mind
10 लोग
have
पड़े
they
जिनके पास
pivoted
आइले,
off
किसका
that
चाहिए?
look to something else.
Bin it.
Corrode was the clue on this map for them.
Bin it.
Prediction BLG 2-1.
Maybe they will and they'll just roll swap and Aspas will play ISO. Artsin playing Yoru. We haven't seen MIBR on Haven since week 1. It was against Crew.
Corrode क्यों hate
That
this
was
map?
during
बाप
their
मैच
slump.
दे.
That feels like eons ago. I'm fully expecting a
And
change.
remember what I said coming into this. MIBR have to unlock either Abyss or Corrode to have a
MIBR
competitive
जीता है
map
chance
pool.
तो क्या
They're
story
going
रहेगी
over this
ना?
map. The last time we saw
Impossible.
this from them was against
Impossible.
Corrode in week
And that was
1.
also week 1. Matter of fact, that is the only map that MIBR won.
क्योंकि यहाँ पे ना
during
एक
their
आसपास
slump.
है,
Only
PRX
one
में
map
5 है.
was Corrode against Crew,
And
which they
they-
haven't played since week 1. It's
Yeah, and they
crazy.
didn't pick it then either. It wasn't
Hello,
like they
Demand.
wanted to play it. They haven't picked it, and they picked it coming into this. But
Rest
this is
किया
what
तू?
you
कहाँ
guys
से
wanted to
rest?
see, right? Maybe some changes, maybe some good prep. Maybe they don't have to rely on some of the
Rest क्या
old stuff.
होती
They
है
certainly
भाई?
had a lot of time to prep. Bilibili have played Haven quite a bit, but it's been such a strong map for them. The last 2 outings, they beat DRG, they beat EDG. Both of those maps, YZ drops 23 playing Neon. They've been very consistent, very strong on that map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map pool,
मेरी
based on the
chat पढ़ो,
numbers we
पढ़
have,
लिया.
I'm feeling pretty good about BLG's chances here. And a question in the back of my head is this. Have MIBR decided to trend away from the double duelist, put Artsin maybe in a more impactful position?
मेरा इस
Really
मैच के लिए
use, maps like Corrode, for example, but
खुदा
even
Binks
Haven,
कितना screen
they're
time
gonna
डरता है
need good
क्या?
info. I don't know if just
Hands
playing
on है?
aggressively with that double duelist look is going
माफ
to be
करो.
the direction you want to take against a team as dangerous as BLG. A player like YZ who wants that. He wants to see defenders push for info, push off the sides, and give him a challenge. Come out of hiding and throw down with him.
कैमरा क्वालिटी
Honestly, I
हटाओ.
think it could work if they just roll swap. It makes no sense to me why they had Aspas not
आदमी
playing
चले
ISO
जाएगा
from the
नहीं रे
beginning.
बाबा.
But
Oh,
this
they binned it. They binned it.
Wow, I mean,
Prediction
this is
2-1 BLG.
the absolute trend in Americas.
Yeah, but
Everyone is
I
playing this
don't
Neon
like
double
this.
duel.
Neon
Okay,
meta
I'm
be.
such a hater of
they're
the
not
fact.
Gen G.
Yes, because you don't have Munchkin, you don't have Foxy, you don't have Texture, but you do have.
You do have Aspas.
You do.
Good
but,
texture
but it's
replacement.
गिल गया
also something
चाचा
that has
साइफर
a
है चैट
stupid
भाई
amount of
बिलीबिली
take.
का एक्चुअल में बहुत ही गोट
100%. Verno's locking in the Sova.
Lineup
That
है.
is definitely on paper his
Breathe
best
Neon,
agent,
always
and I
bop.
really want to see him bounce back
Breathe
individually
Sova,
from where he
always
was
bop.
at in that second stage of Americas. That was a low point for him. We know how talented of a rookie he is. If he's hitting, if Aspas is hitting, and if
Challenge का क्या
Cortezia
हो गया ना,
is bringing
5
that
मिनट.
fiery energy that hyped the team up when they were bouncing back, that can be the recipe for them having a very strong showing on Haven. But even with all that, it's just such a strong map for BLG. So dangerous.
बहुत
I
कुछ है
wanna
भाई
see
आसपास
them
के शोल्डर
actually
में
do some of the
चैट.
things that Gen G do that makes it so successful, right? They're so good at going on B. They have such a good plan around the Viper ult
They're
as
getting
well.
bumped
And if you're
nerf हो गया ना.
Bilibili, you should at least anticipate that because again, so much tape on other teams playing this comp.
Again, I want to watch MIBR stretch Bilibili's resources on defense as thin as possible with that lurk wall over towards the A side of the map. I want to see, what Artsin as maybe like the solo loose end can achieve on this kind of map. He's been in so many roles on this team. First tried out as a
$1000
duelist,
मिलेगी
then we
नहीं,
saw him on
$1000 भेजा
Cypher.
उसने.
Now more the controller style. He is a true flex for this team. And,
हजार में नहीं,
mid-round calling
technically
from him
300
that's been pretty impactful in this sort of increase in performance for
300 normal
MIBR is
उसमें
going to
किया
be
है
leaned on
उसने.
heavily.
Well, just in case you were missing the two people that's been on the desk with me all the week, don't worry, they're casting today, so please show some love to
स्ट्रीम पे मत बताना प्लीज. राकेश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 3000 मेरी जान के टोटे. नहीं बताऊंगा मैं स्ट्रीम पे. W राकेश भाई W 3000 जी पे दिया है. मैं स्ट्रीम पे नहीं बताऊंगा. पागल हो क्या?
Stage 2 has been anything but. Yeah, Stage 2 a disaster for the team that was 3rd place in kickoff.
कोई
in
ऐसा
Americas,
support
3rd
करे
place
और
back in
मैं
Stage
बताऊंगा
1.
ऐसा थोड़ी
But
होता है.
after, going winless in Toronto, they now come in with a
W,
big
thank you
chip
for the
on their
3000
shoulders. Something to
and
think the
10
last
gifted very
time
Jan
they
today.
played Haven was Crew in week 1. The time they played it before that was Gen G in Toronto. They went 13-1. It has to be different, and the time MIBR have spent since Stage 2 needs to come up big for them to perform against China's #1.
The irony of them playing this comp too. MIBR will start on the attack, try to set the pace. Try to impose their own plan upon BLG, but so far, anything but. Hard team falls.
Yeah, that first spam going very nicely initially, but you also have to look at A lobby too, where Knight has already started to creep up into that space. BLG now 3 players in Garage ready to fight back into MIBR.
Neff with YZ by his side. First contact, a cage spotted. Ponytails, two kills found.
God.
But MIBR punches.
Bye, Nasib, bye. Kya counter kiya bhai?
Settle into a 2v2.
But you still got to worry about K-Knight on that flank. Has now taken the timing to creep on forward. Verno isolated on the B side. I mean, it's a mess on the map right now. All 4 players isolated between these 2 teams.
And the decision-making on this is huge for MIBR. If they do decide to commit A, this feels a lot better. They were so exposed if they ended B with Cortezia so weak.
Bhai, nikal diya mere hisab se MIBR ne.
Many more rounds for MIBR in the last few months. And now, in a critical pistol, he's brought his teammate with him into the A site. He's dodged out from that flank of K-Knights. And now a potential to plant this up for heaven for Kateja to play in that position too.
K-Knight has to be careful here. He is set apart from his teammate. Deciding to step into this by himself. How far does he go? Verno spotted. And the dart used, again, independent of his teammate. Choosing not to wait. Still snaps on a Cortezia. Yes, remember, 33 HP, leaving Verno in a 1v2. K-Knight weak. Time dwindling the shock just a bit off the mark as Verno repositions, looks to take the fight into Levius's lap and does. A 1v1! And Verno delivers for MIBR, the Red Bull clutch.
A 4K already to kick it off for Verno. And I think if you were looking at some bright moments from that disappointment in Toronto, would have been Verno. Consistently topping out the scoreboard in here after that re-clear from BLG goes so beautifully for them. He's the one picking up 2 kills when his teammate falls and puts him into the wall. Stepping up big time.
Verno mara, tum baito.
MIBR able to strike the first chord of success, but there's still plenty left to be played. You take a look at the purchase for BLG. They do have the Bucky in the hands of Rashia, but that's all it'll be so far.
Mast mara Verno.
Early space taken by Osbos into long. We'll push K-Knight away from here. And the one thing that MIBR would have seen that last round is these walk-ups. BLG, a team that never sit back on the defensive side. You'll see YZ and K-Knight in particular always stepping forward. In this round, we already saw that little bit of a B step. But now they've guessed wrong as the stack heads towards C.
They'll find a vacant site. They'll get the spike down. Assuming all goes well, carry a couple weapons into the next. But as we've talked about it, BLG, a force to be
Cortezia or Artisan ladenge.
The question is now, how much do they invest? Do they decide to just die to the spike, or are they playing for exits?
The magic number is 3 kills for BLG. You do that, you've taken out at least 1 gun from MIBR who've gone for that FPX buy. Right now, just running into Cortezia, who Ghost in hand won't be giving anything over to the other side, but he's been dealt with.
Artisan ko ladna sirf.
Stun invested.
And it is just that exit look for BLG. I think MIBR doing well to group up here, exit back out towards spawn. When you start considering things like ultimates as well, BLG know that because Verno picked up 4 kills in that pistol round, he's online to a very quick Hunter's Fury, so that also is informing a lot of the decision-making around just executing 4 players to this fight.
Sure. And so they fall, MIBR gets onto their second, they carry the 3 rifles that were brought into this round. And they're able to approach this bonus from a pretty powerful position, all things considered.
I don't think this is going to be a bonus. Osbos buys a gun for Artisan on the other side, so they're going to have 4 rifles and the Guardian. That'll set them up so nicely. This, a chance to completely break BLG's economy.
Bhai jumping karega, slide karega mere ko dikhne ka.
You see some of the pings on the minimap already lighting up the left side of B.
Aspas ka highest
spam line could hurt MIBR.
Safe passage found across. And now all eyes set forward. With Aspas, the tip of the spear. Champions kill leader. Still not on the board.
And he pulls out all that utility front B as well. The paranoia now pulls Rusha into garage where the fault line comes down. He can't quite connect the shot.
Just off. So an exchange of utility results in no lethality.
So my highs turn over towards the A side of the map where now all of a sudden you've got the
fast be. वो लोग का rotations नहीं है chat.
Artsin stepping into the long space. BLG 2 in sewers.
And remember, Neff used his stun for the garage hit, so that will not be in play.
By read Pro Max.
But they're rotating
read
over
Pro Max.
BLG has already
लेकिन वो लोग ए फेक करके अभी भी सीधा है.
It's a very good read, and this drone only sees the Viper. That's critical, but BLG still hold their ground. Some noise made from Artsin running away from A long, but BLG know that's fake.
Quietly creeping forward, playing on such a dangerous line. The swing out from Aspas falls at the hands of YZ, but Artsin counters.
लगा इसका.
2 kills found.
एक और
Spike
करने
is in
वाला.
such an awkward spot.
The
Artsin has to get out.
He's trying to run back. Cortez just broke a tripwire in garage. He stole his round, but at the same time, Levius is back out in mid. And now this mad dash out of Artsin trying to dodge away from the fault line, dodge away from a Cypher net. Now here's his approach. It's going to be death from him.
13 seconds left. Surely it secures the round unless Cortez can frag through it all. 3 targets to find. Not a ton of time to do it. BLG.
यार एक और गन गिरता तो गुड डैमेज होता था.
Could have been a disaster for BLG. MIBR buying up into that round.
आसपास को शॉट लगाने पे.
Some good utility in mid-round calling to stack over towards the A site. That's now 3 rounds in a row. MIBR have shifted back towards A once the clock has started winding away. K-Knight and YZ holding their ground here, doing nicely with it.
One enemy remaining.
That tripwire, almost the bane of
इतना एक्टिव होके भी मेंबरशिप नहीं मिला. रैंडम है वो.
The turret, yeah.
And so into the next we go. Good purchase on both sides, an early stun, and a dump utility towards A main.
Yeah, BLG know that versus these Viper comps, you need to bully them
तो
out
लोग
of
ले ही
the
नहीं
main
सकते.
space early on
तो
in halves.
confirm है.
Otherwise, it just
Bridge
allows
के अंदर
lurkers to
aiming
take
तो
that
ले ही
space so
नहीं सकते.
freely. So you expect to see the fault line the next couple of rounds. You expect to see players posted up in front of it. That does leave their C side very vulnerable.
Really just a cam and a trip, a cage as well.
That's a full retake setup for BLG, and it's not like they have ultimates to get back into the side either. They just trust in their utility, in their marksmanship to get back in.
Neff, no stun.
लगता है रीड आएगा क्या सिखा लिया.
Couple of rounds now, BLG have had 3 players stuck on B. Look for exactly this, but this time Cortez shows up massively.
K-Knight was there to respond in
Sound
kind.
आया ए जाने को बोलेंगे अभी.
And things quietly settle into a 4v4. They're going to rotate back into all of the space that BLG took away, eh?
This is wild. I mean, we're less than 40 seconds left onto the clock. MIBR have players
solo
C, have players
fights
Garage, have player A. It's lurks on lurks, and now with Artsin falling, they have to go C.
They will have 3 there. K-Knight somewhat on an island. I mean, Levius is within striking distance, but the smoke goes down. Aspas strikes.
Read Aspas.
Now the dash through. The site should be secured.
क्या risky kill रही है?
Now we'll see what they do in the post plant.
Russia still has the paranoia. Still a stun for YZ to play off as well. Aspas' position will be critical here if he can dodge away from that key utility because he's playing so close to that smoke back towards C-Link.
They're not playing long. They're hunkering down into the site. The first paranoia out from Shenum. Traded now.
Blind.
Both flashes used. Aspas waiting on the other side of smoke. The dash is just too much. Reposition stays alive. Looks to take the fight the second time around. Inferno saves the day. A 1v1 now. Levy is weak, but Aspas worse. 3 HP. A stiff freeze will knock him over. And Levy is delivered.
5-1 now for the Sentinel.
कैसे
Levy has started off the pistol round with a nice kill. Has continued that in the last couple of rounds. Has been so solid, playing into that C retake, but when he gets back out onto the site, shows up in a big way. And this is starting to be a little bit indicative of how these teams want to play. You know, BLG grouping up often to fight around the breach and the neon. MIBR going to look to spread out across the map.
2-2.
Plays much slower rounds.
Chat 2 rounds जीत गया ना, BLG जीत गया. वो लोग का attack just better है.
BLG is planning in these rifle rounds.
वो लोग का heavy attack वाला comp है, heavy.
It's forced MIBR here off of the back of that last one into this light buy with a Guardian, a Vandal, and a Stinger.
8-4 या 9-3 वाला half करना पड़ेगा MIBR को, वरना लग
stepping
गए.
into this tournament for what feels like the first time in his career as an underdog, really.
Yeah.
And currently, what, 1-3? Quiet start.
Quiet start for him. People will be used to also seeing his Jet on the international stage. He's been playing a whole lot more than Neon in Americas this year, incorporating that into the pool. But this MIBR team was always a team that was underdogs. You know, 11th place, back-to-back stages in 2024. With the signing of Aspas, these incredibly talented rookies at the start of the year, and Cortezia and Shenum propelled MIBR to the best finish they had ever had in 3rd place.
क्या जुगल पे
Has
मारा
not
भी आसपास
translated to
ने.
global success.
No, painfully lackluster performance in Toronto.
कुछ नहीं कर सकते ना अभी.
But now the opportunity
Smoke,
to right
blind, recon stun सब आएगा.
attention towards A.
Yeah, decent
Yellow
start
recon,
to this eco round.
yellow
That paranoia is
stun, yellow
nice.
blind.
They've invested the Hunter's Fury.
So all TV
Beautiful
लग
popped
गए
on the other
बैक. So
side.
all TV लग गए.
And Wisey
Oh
has
my
Wisey
god,
too.
Verno.
Now they're going to swing out into
Oh
him.
my
And he immediately
god.
falls.
That's just a masterclass ultimate there out of Verno. 2 kills with the Hunter's Fury, comboing off of Shenum's Paranoia.
है.
BLG have no idea what just hit them.
Execute है.
Sure, we'll take a look at it one more time. Verno has been stellar in this opening map. 7-2 so far.
There's that Paranoia and the stun.
The
See,
blue
Rush
bay.
has no idea really where to go. Just teleport straight into the Hunter's Fury. It's a perfect
बेचारा
lead out of
TP
Verno.
मारा.
And even the
तो भी
teleport
breach
up into
पे.
heaven too.
Breach मर गया फुकट.
Great start for MIBR on BLG's map pick. And again, we're going to see
बंदा बहुत सारे अच्छे
duelist
duelist and free and code free agent है market
Last
में.
round, MIBR realized that
के लिए
it
signing
was
नहीं
light
होगी क्या?
A-hold. A
Question
lot of
mark.
times you're going to see
फिर
K9
उन
playing
लोग कोई
on an
और
island
चले
over towards
जाएंगे.
the A side, and it's those
अभी
rounds in
हम लोग को
particular.
APAC
I think
Predator का
MIBR can try
tournament
to
भी खेलना
punish
होगा.
this right side of the map a little bit more. Different story here in round 6
कैसे
is
sign करें?
it's back to a little bit of a B
हमारे
trap
पास
here on the
membership
eco
भी
for
नहीं है
BLG.
यार. Points का थोड़ा scene
Could
है.
be a problem.
Especially when there's a fault line
आज
right
अगर
behind you as
1000
well.
members होंगे
And a
ना,
Paranoia.
मैं बात करूँगा
And
आसपास.
YZ Sheriff, BLG have the tools. But this patience from MIBR is nice. You know, they've seen this B hold a couple of times and they've teased that space a bit, called back towards Garage a number
आप कैसे ulti मारोगे?
Levius is getting
मैं
curious.
रेज़ो के सुवाजी से ulti
Not
मारता
going to
हूँ,
get an
just
early
say.
line, all rotating towards C. And remember, BLG have
एक और
taken this
Real
defensive
Pro Max.
approach in previous rounds where they just play entirely off the site. And the last time we saw
भाई,
this, it was a
cooking
retake
हो रही है
attempt
बे BLG के
that
साथ.
ended in
भाई लग
us
गए.
falling at the end of
जीत गया.
Levius.
It was an
मैं
even
भी
number,
जीत
but
गया.
now Hunter's Fury to
एक second
follow.
रुको.
Shenum's dead.
कैसा
And
लगा
that's a
जो?
spike. Artsy might fall, just barely dodging it. But now a second attempt.
चलेगा, guns नहीं है.
And they're digging their heels in. The spike goes down.
Guns नहीं है, guns नहीं है, guns नहीं है.
How do BLG approach this? Remember, they have a Bucky and a Stinger and then a couple of Sheriffs, and there it is,
W.
Shorty from Artsy. Defusing the retake attempt before it really got out of the blocks. Still a decent
W.
spot for Rashida here,
W.
but they turn onto him. Very nicely handled from MIBR.
Yeah, the difference in this post plan for MIBR, on top of the fact they just had the better guns,
सर
it's that
हमें
forward
इंडिया
position
का
that
नंबर
Artsin is
1
able
और
to
बोल
find
के
that
बोलते
first
हैं
kill,
no money.
sort of stunts that
नहीं
retake
सकता
coming in. A couple of times now,
अरे
BLG
no
have gone
money
heavy
है.
out from C lane.
I mean,
If those
money
C lane
है,
players
लेकिन
don't
free
really get to
money
go
नहीं है
anywhere,
ना,
then your
giveaway करने
solo
के लिए.
garage guy has nothing really he can do.
Right, it's just kind of stuck for sure.
Doesn't even matter that they have that first kill coming out from the Hunter's Fury. I still have no idea how Artsin dodged away from that final shot. I thought for sure he was a goner.
And again, the value that he provided after staying alive and getting the kill onto YZ as he's trying to dash.
बंद भाई PRX को बैट कर दो, lag bench.
Perfect.
Nice! Let's go!
I'll tell you what though, that level of energy has been something that was sorely lacking from MIBR back in stage 2. It was like watching a funeral procession, how quiet was it sometimes, but already I think you can feel them getting a little bit of that hype. Getting some early rounds on the board for sure is going to be
Neon को मैं
something
shot
that'll
मारा.
shake off a lot of the dust. Remember this
ये लोग
team
Neon के
did
साथ में खेल भी
not
कैसे रहे,
have
मेरे
the
को वो
opportunity
देखने
to
का.
attend playoffs in Americas. They came over here to Europe
एकदम
early on,
लंडूरा
they started
agent है
boot
वो.
camping, getting that experience and adjusting to the climate over here, and so far it's looking solid.
I mean, yeah, just a complete
Language
shell
Anand.
of the team that we saw early on, the team that we saw, you know,
RRQ
really
Fnatic
at
का
the beginning of the year.
prediction.
And something, at least, I mean, it's
Language
just 6
निकेल.
rounds, but something seems to be working for them. I think you're absolutely right.
RRQ जीतेगा तो मजा आएगा बे, सारे Pacific top पे हाँ.
Verno is fragging. Again, 7-2 so far. It's been a great start.
It's all green, but now is where
अगर
the
ये लोग
class
fast
can
again
start
लग
to
गए.
show in.
Sure,
BLG's
sure.
number 1 seed.
ए नहीं ले सकते,
They adjust.
simple.
Adjustment is going to be fighting frantically over the A side of the map.
Reheat A ले सकते हैं.
Oh, I love
लेकिन
this.
A नहीं ले
The
सकते.
deep smoke into spawn. Shadow cancels it out, and Artsy
कितना
gets that
easily
Rashida.
in लिया.
And at the same time, a speed up from Osboss on the front B. Nobody's home, either here or onto the C site. MIBR just running it over.
Yeah, misdirection all over the map.
But look at this, K-Knight stepped forward out of lobby. Again, he goes for these walks all the time, and Artsen's holding for him.
But he's weak. K-Knight, a bullet between his eyes.
क्या read था पे लेकिन ना Knight का भाई MIBR सच्ची एजिल कर रहा है
once again find themselves in an advantage. YZ as an op.
What are membership perks? बताओ perks की है कि 150 minus 30% मिलता है मेरे को.
One way onto the spike is an annoyance BLG have to deal with. They know the site is going to be clear, but still utility left away on that spike.
Here Shannon does not have another smoke, so as that dissipates, there is no other one-way situation, but the timing seems to be perfect. There's no way in for them to pull this thing off.
Not with the operator in YZ's hands.
ये लोग को बिना YZ के एम लेना पड़ेगा और YZ को किधर और कुछ करना पड़ेगा.
It seems like coming out of the timeout, right? BLG have this idea to fight so heavily for the A
MIBR
space.
कुछ ज़्यादा
It
ही
seemed like with how quickly MIBR reacted to instantly punish onto B and hold against the lurks. You can't be dying to the spike there.
No, that's tragic.
But it seemed like MIBR had that contingency plan in the back of their mind, set up during the timeout. If there's this heavy fight array lobby, accelerate quick into B, go there for the first time this game, and also keep holding for the flank.
I wondered, how much of that was a response to the aggression, and how much of that was just a call out of their playbook on the other side of the timeout. The TP of Spawn looked instant, and Levius was so focused on what was happening in Spawn that he really was not in a position to play B. He was kind of left out of everything from the very get-go. So either way, well handled, well responded. BLG, excuse me, on this lighter buy.
Yeah, BLG fake a little bit of that fight towards A lobby, but like you saw the last round, Levius is left alone. Oftentimes, this time it's on the A side of the map. That is a consistent pattern for BLG. His side of the map will be a little bit more cautious, so he's brought YZ over into him. This is where we'll see how MIBR deal with this. I think some audio of a drone going out of the garage has been able to be heard by these players.
You should run.
And now the
long go, guys, long go.
They just kind of wait this one out.
Yeah, that's one way to win an anti-eco.
Yeah.
Still YZ playing Heaven, and now he's smoked off, no chance.
Plant.
He will get back into the line pretty quickly, but yeah, you're right. That Omen smoke will provide problems.
3 members heading onto the flank now.
And now they're putting a lot
okay, Verno
into this. Looking to secure it. Verno gets 2, make that 3.
1 HP. He takes them all.
Are you telling me इसका एक और ult आ रहा है?
The round is done. There's no way in. YZ has to save the op.
Yep, it's another save. Levius will go into his death intentionally this time. Just a tough situation to be on. And BLG, I think now's the time where they need to make some adjustments. So often, both here and domestically. And MIBR come into this, well, you know, it is going to be BLG's map pick. MIBR know that the preferred maps of BLG are keeping in mind. They've done plenty of homework on this. They'll know exactly what's up, and now they don't even have to worry about that.
Flank इतना जल्दी मार रहा है वो लेकिन 3 मारने के बाद सीधा.
Kid's a monster. And this is what it felt like when MIBR picked him up back in stage 1. Remember, they weren't playing with this kid in kickoff.
Right.
Verno was wearing a different jersey with NRG. And it seemed like that signing from MIBR just made everything click.
11-2.
All of a sudden, they're winning everything again, a top 3 finish. While individually, he looked decent enough.
Okay, now ये round जीत गया GG सीधा.
This is kind of the promise we had with Verno in the offseason.
Aspas has an outlaw, Martino's a marshal. Or an outlaw, excuse me.
A little bit wild, but honestly, when I was watching BLG play, I think that on the attack side, an attack op really works against them. If you hold extremities, you hold that contain against the walk-up of, well, what is YZ doing right now? K-Knight's also gone for that. You'll see BLG walk down C long. You'll see them walk out of garage. Those scope guns can be so good at shutting down BLG's playstyle.
And 4 of them are on light armor. You see the outlaw was put down in exchange for a rifle. That was close. He's setting off of that, clearing the trip, but A is
for prediction.
YZ steps on behind that drone, and this is what makes BLG tick. YZ takes more duels than anyone else in China. It's a search and destroy mission so often for him. BLG's rounds just play themselves.
The kill leader from his respective region for that reason. That trip still hasn't been cleared. Now finally cleared. The TP, the dash through, the wall goes up, the spike goes down. MIBR come to life. Aspas waiting on the other side of the smoke, beckoning, demanding a challenge that does not come.
Gets the dink though. onto K-Knight, and still in the post plant, a Hunter's Fury for Verno. Nano's now being thrown down.
Cortezia, a big fight here, has to be able to pull this off. If Flavius can relieve some of this pressure, it's a problem. No, MIBR stand tall. 3v3 now. Rolling Thunder invested in exchange for the Hunter's Fury from a distance.
दूसरे नल्ट मारेगा तो गोली कौन मारेगा? अच्छा अपना अरे बाप रे.
And another round for MIBR.
Just insane there, getting up in front of the Hunter's Fury.
That
in front of the Rolling Thunder too. I want you to watch in this.
बोला था ना बे कितना easy है बे MIBR के लिए. क्या prediction था भाई crazy.
With the operator, but then Shenum
basically जितना tough है.
That's in front of the Rolling Thunder.
मुझे आसपास है बे. मार रहा वरना है. लेकिन आसपास मारेगा तो क्या ही होएगा सोचो.
To the round for MIBR and BLG's second time out of the half.
Yeah, because imagine if let's say everyone else dies on site, Verno's still playing pretty far off. He's been using the Hunter Fury. He can't quickly get into spamming smoke. You're doing this, that, or the other for the defuse. The play's gone.
Oh yeah, you have to have teammates still alive. Verno can't win that round on his own.
AC चाहिए बा.
But again, that seemed like MIBR have a very clear plan. If BLG are fighting forward in A lobby, and I don't mean just hanging out in that deep line or letting you operate the bottom series. I mean they're up in lobby threatening your flank. As soon as that happens, what has MIBR done every round? It is a quick acceleration into the B site. They know that site has been weak, and they have punished it consistently. They've been getting into these post plants where they have good utility, even though they're not playing any players on site. BLG can't get out there. It's not a matter of time and they don't have time to defuse. No, MIBR are just slaughtering.
I was talking to Fraud prior to the series starting, asking him how he felt about the pick bans and how it kind of went down, and he had a smirk on his face and said, we got both matches won and they picked our first choice. And I was hesitant to believe it, to be honest, and forgive me for being a doubter, but given history, I don't know, but yeah, he was right.
And it just makes sense, right? MIBR have the extra time to prep.
Total कितना है?
And they're debuting a new comp. MIBR with the double smokes. Now another fight into long, but this one even between the two squads.
And Odin rattles off right off the bat. No damage found, but a couple kills straight. YZ for Shenum, I take that any day of the week.
We'll see what Levius can do in the corner here. Stinger in hand, not tagged up.
He's been here a couple of times.
What is going on?
Body block, Neff falls. But traded back again, the Stingers proving to be a problem.
They made a good adjustment out of the timeout. Very quick to respond and start threatening on this B site and into Garage. So you can see that scattered MIBR a bit. Their spike is still outside Garage. It's time to maybe regroup, play together. This was a bit of a half buy from BLG.
They're ahead of it again. BLG are already rotating into A before MIBR arrive.
And they have the information too, know exactly where these final two players are. A gun for K-Knight.
Oh shit.
Just over 40 seconds left in the round. You do have time to play this out. You're not forced to commit A. Oh, pop, wall through. Last pass left to fight. Will find his one. K-Knight down 3 on the round.
30 seconds
for the duelist, and one more waiting on the other side. Dashes back, throws it in reverse, and gets another for MIBR.
Just dancing on him. Ospas had
nice. Dekho be. Dekho be.
But it doesn't matter. The Stinger cannot hold up against Ospas with the neon ult.
That kill from YZ at a distance is insane.
It's wild, but
दुआ को मार रहा था टेक्निकली, लेकिन है ये बाप था, ये सबसे बाप था.
This is now where
और फिर ये वाला
see the learnings taken for BLG in the timeout. They need rounds. They can't, you know, limp out of this half with 2 rounds. You gotta have something more than that.
For the first time in what feels like forever, MIBR set their eyes on C. Right off the rip too. Rishia, the paranoia is going to be really good. It's going to buy a lot of time. Rotation's coming through. The ult has been popped. Levius is first of all. Rishia dancing around looking for another target. Cannot find it. But Knight from a distance does. K-Knight still so healthy.
And this lurk from Artson. No utility to hold him down. He's a little bit too late. BLG are into the site.
Aspas takes a step back. And again, it's a slaughter. BLG cannot find their way in. And again, that was off the opening of K-Knight.
And it looked to me like Artson was
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, एक रीजन का #4 #1 को कैसे मार पा रहा है?
Behind him as initiators. They're chucking out utility. They're stuck back.
क्योंकि ये लोग के के साथ लग रहे हैं.
Has a free couple of kills.
दूसरी बार हो रहा है ये चीज.
You can see that dart ping. helped out so massively. And it's a drone, and it's Neff turning around to deal with him. And MIBR just running the map.
Yeah, we've sung his praises a couple
Legend
times.
flank badge.
Setting up the kills. Oh, it's going to be a Clash B, isn't it? Swinging into 3, and all 3 found. It's a slaughter.
Balance Legend.
It's a disaster for BLG.
Osmos isn't done yet.
Pushing the pace, looking for another, will find it.
This tournament doesn't make any sense, Doug. Think of the number 4 seeds upsetting number 1s.
Hey, Simstep mat kara to.
Went down to Heretics.
Simstep mat kar.
And it's MIBR leading the first half. 10-2.
A flawless round to close it out as well for MIBR.
This team didn't make playoffs in Americas. And they're already lighting up the...
Just saying, I think MIBR भी किसी और के वजह से qualify होके यहाँ पे आया है. Just saying, हाँ.
Just in
Just saying.
A slaughter of a first half. BLG on their back foot. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back.
TH. Just saying. Line was roll by. हाँ? क्या हो गया? बुकी मारना. काय को? चल. क्या? बुकी मारने के लिए पहली बार बुलाया. दो और एक आते. चार 3,000 लोग देख रहे हो. लाइक करो. Because by very funny you are lord. God friend बोलते हैं. Hashtag one deserving team PRX God of the Gotel. PRX is different. अगर ऐसे होगा तो ये 2-0 है ये. क्योंकि if I'm not wrong ये बेंची का मैप पिक है.
When you've got a team of such high expectations like BLG, you look at a star to bring them back into this. And my eyes go towards YZ here. Christian.
Yeah, YZ was just completely shut down in that first half. Largely in part to Verno.
Yeah.
You can see down here with the Coinbase Econ report, this guy was
out of syllabus
torching BLG. And I think that
out of
MIBR's game
syllabus
plan really supported this shutting down.
As a single duelist meta,
so often will step
Tova itna mara hai na jo.
MIBR were holding for him every single time. Now on the attack side of things, I need to see that YZ that was promised if BLG are going to bounce back.
And BLG will require it. Take a look at how they want to approach this attack side, and they're just so far back. You have to play perfectly, really. I mean, if you want to get a shot just to get back into this thing.
Yeah. Absolutely insane how things started off. The flawless rounds, I heard 3 of them.
Bhai, hello. Bhai, मेरे को बुरा लगा उसका POV देख के.
BLG gonna start things off, geared up towards the seaside, which is light right now. Just a nano swarm. Hold things down, and the poison cloud, of course, from Arctic.
Right. I do think a lot of our attention will be, we mentioned YZ, and for good reason, but Neff in particular does such a good job of setting him up and unlocking him. So it's as much on his shoulders as it is on YZ's, in my opinion.
It's going to come down to breaking MIBR's hold over towards the A site.
और नेट से
Boss on this forward line, not
छोड़ दिया वो लोग ने सी.
Into lobby. Just going to take a shot and fall away here.
Cautious here. Shut him is close by, has a paranoia. But they're going to go long. Not even really giving that angle.
Giving God as well as opponent God का aura देखो भाई, माफ करो यार.
I mean, he's calling his team back into him.
मैंने select किया है ना MIBR को.
Rotations to hit a lot faster, but now that the turret's cleared, there are still 2 players here.
And Artson ratting it out in his cloud.
Cortezia feeling a lot of the pressure. Artine, his cloud goes down. He gets one. Make that two. The frenzy tries to find a third. Tucking behind the box, but Cortezia delivers. Now the paranoia out. BLG trying to will their way into a pistol, and they cannot. 11 for MIBR.
क्या पेट किया किलजॉय ने
themselves out of the round.
वाइपर के लिए क्या पेट किया भाई.
Trap setup. They had started in those positions at the very beginning. Artine and Cortezia.
भाई crazy है भाई. भाई वो लोग डबल करा से जिससे वो लोग मालूम पड़ा सी होने वाला दोनों सी में.
Was so nice.
क्या crazy था.
From killing everyone, the magazine size on his frenzy.
30 seconds. One enemy remaining.
This is now 9 rounds in a row for MIBR.
भाई गलत था भाई.
BLG have to force up into it. Yeah, not even with the generosity of a spike plant.
Leeladhar, bye. Thank you for the membership, मेरी जान के बेटे.
From Aspas here, good enough. Take out Russia.
Darts have been exchanged.
विकेट भाई क्या आपने आज ब्रेकफास्ट में भूख खाई थी?
Yeah, no space on the map for BLG makes it really hard. They're going to cautiously maybe test back into mid. But in their eyes, MIBR could be anywhere.
MIBR के लिए तो स्क्रीन पे.
I mean, you take a look across the minimap. Utility C, garage, the wall B and A.
BLG might have done the right thing, though, by making that noise B, by not showing anyone A long. They've now pulled the rotate away from Verno, so only 2 players to hold them right now.
कैसे क्या हेवन से कूदा?
Yeah, but Shenam's holding it on the other side. I mean, maybe with different weapons, you got a shot at this. Artine feeling some of the pressure, takes a step back.
Oh, hey, यार, ये दोनों मरते थे, दोनों मरते थे बे.
So good, they're succeeding.
30 seconds.
They've got the fight, they just don't have numbers, and they really don't have the guns.
Chip damage well onto K-Knight. Look at Russia. He needs to keep going forward. He needs to find something for his team.
दो शॉटगन भी है, ब्लाइंड भी है.
Entrenched in the smoke. Waiting for the challenge. And as it goes down, the kill goes up. Cortezia finds a K-Knight. Dropping Verno down from heaven. Into 1v2, swings it, delivers a dink. Still more damage to be dealt with. Cortezia avoids disaster as MIBR get the round.
That was the force up as well for BLG. That was the last chance for them.
Yeah,
just an absolute stunner to open things up here. Good hold out from Shenam.
भाई ये डबल किल था.
Bit awkward here with that.
Almost double kill था ये.
Onto a teammate, as Wisey had to try and turn back around into the judge.
God way.
Eating up the breach blind.
भाई वर्नो 17 और 3 है. 17
BLG go back to the well. Again, it's not pretty.
No, it's a shallow well, man.
And now there's an outlaw in the hands of Aspas. Only half armors except for K-Knight.
17-3.
What can they do here?
There's even an alarm holding this heaven jump.
And they hadn't seen that one. They hadn't gotten that far up, but they've also only played, what, 2 defensive rounds?
Look how quickly MIBR have started shifting over. Completely prepared.
They smell blood in the water. A bullet between Wisey's eyes as Shenam gets 2.
K-Knight
tries to open up the site, but can, and the spike is well out of reach here.
He didn't even pick up the spike.
No, it isn't. I don't know that he feels safe enough to at this point. And so Aspas can just hold it.
I think he just missed it. He was right on top of it and didn't connect. And now it's being hard held by 2 players.
You might be right. Tragedy. Bears spots it.
Bro.
K-Knight's head snaps
Bro.
back, as has been BLG's. MIBR.
Bhai,
13-2. Map 1. BLG's map pick.
The last time we saw MIBR play this map on the international stage, they lost 13-1.
China number 1.
Best team 13-2 to open up the tournament.
And now they turn their attention over to Corrode, which
was
the arena they wanted. That's where they wanted to play. That's where they wanted to fight. It looks rough for BLG. We'll see what they can do on this second map. We'll be right back.
Why
Look, guys, we don't need to overcomplicate anything this game, alright? Just keep it simple. Just go all in.
I want to see everybody hyped up and yelling as much as possible, boys. Let's go.
ठीक है. W. नहीं मेरे को बात बताओ. इतनी हिम्मत है कोच भाई की कि अभी आसपास को बताएगा. क्या करना है? हाँ, जैसे कोच ने बोला हाइप अप करना, एनर्जी चाहिए. मीनवाइल आसपास तो बेंच में एनर्जी.
An update is required.
Financial system
updating.
सारे ऑर्डर फॉलो करना आसपास.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money.
Prem bhai, thank you for the membership.
Esports World Cup.
W production.
Starting off with VALORANT.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
Bye, where are you? भाई एक मूवी चाहिए यार. भाई कितने सारे स्टोरी लाइन्स देना यार. कितने सारे स्टोरी लाइन्स है बेवालों में. हर रीजन का, हर टीम का, हर प्लेयर का. चलो कॉपीराइट सुनो फुल वॉल्यूम में. कैसे बंस भाई? मैं एकदम गुची. वेब सीरीज बेस्ट है. हाँ वेब सीरीज है बड़ा एकदम 10-15 सीजन का. चाहे स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. तेरा भाई चाय लेना चाय. रोज कितना कप चाय देगा? चाय लेना चाय लेना.
Here, and I'm with Fraud of MIBR. Congratulations on that first map. Congratulations on Haven. Just wanted to know quickly about the team dynamics, because when last we heard Verno was IGLing, I believe he still is, but because the team seems to be in top form, we just want to know, is he passing that around and with the communications within the team?
No, Verno's fully in control. After the second game of our split, we made the decision to swap him as the IGL because he was really wanting to do it. So we're just all in with him, full faith. We've been working with him every day to try and improve his calling, his understanding of the game, which is already at a high level. So yeah, we're not, we made the decision and we don't look back. Even though we've made a couple other decisions, we stand by those decisions and go forward, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, he's in top form as well, so a good call on that, and good luck on the next map.
Well, it's not just the calling that's been amazing for Verno, the shooting, the everything, Uber and Wyatt. I can confirm now with you guys, Verno has broken the global KD record previously set by TENS. with a 7 KDA, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Light work for the boy. Insane. In stage 2, Verno was the 3rd lowest rated player in the league. A lot of people were attributing it to him picking up this IGL role that Fraud was just talking about, and maybe it just took more time to fully adjust and be able to figure out how to play his own game within it. That was the best game he has played, possibly, probably all year, definitely since Toronto. That was mental.
I love how it happened too. He just started calling one day, apropos of nothing. He's like, all right guys, I want this, I want this, I want this. And one of the most impressive things from MIBR we just saw was their macro. The early round shot calls that we're getting from Verno, it's so good. And it looks like they really understand how to play this comp that they've obviously just moved off of recently.
And I love the way that the team are clearly following the instructions and the synergy is there, because if we take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, this was Verno getting killed with this ult, but this would not have happened without the util that the team managed to land and the timing.
Yeah, this was absolutely beautiful. And just in general, having very good Hunter's Furies is something that Verno is known for, was known for when he was coming up. They gave him beautiful setup here.
I mean, Russia kind of accidentally inter-nerfed there by TPing into his spot.
That happens actually more than you would think a lot of the time when Omen players get pinged off by this. Yeah, really set things up for MIBR. But man, so intricate. It's not just moments like this as well. It's like their post-plants on the B side. It's so good. These guys are working the map really well. I didn't expect to be the macro. We spent so much time talking about Aspas, right? Highlighting these individuals. I didn't really think the macro would be the thing that we're sort of chirping about here as what has got them in this position. But man,
Sue, how do they match up on the Gen G scale for you with that comp?
Oh, okay. I need to see it one more time. There was a round that I was screaming the game. I was like, they did a carbon copy, which is nice.
I feel like for how much we've seen this comp in Americas, that was definitely the best display of it that I've seen from an Americas team so far, for sure.
Well, hopefully the next map is going to be the same for them, because this is where we had questions about both teams. For Bilibili, they banned this so many times in stage 2. They showed it in the finals. But like you guys are saying,
भाई लेकिन मैं एक देखा है कि जितना एक्सक्लूसिव ड्यूलिस्ट रहता है ना और सोलो ड्यूलिस्ट कॉम्बैट बाकी लोग ज़्यादा शाइन करते हैं ड्यूलिस्ट उसके एंट्री निकाल के स्पेस लेके उसका काम
That should have been the #1 thing on their agenda. And it's a map that can reflect on. Hey, we did actually have success on this while we were at our worst that we've been at all year. It was the only map when they had during that time period. And they were running a double duelist with the Rays.
पीछे वो क्या है वो ग्रीन कलर का पेरिस का है क्या टी-शर्ट और वो नीचे क्या है पिकेम्स गोट मेरा प्रीमियर टीम का नाम क्यों रखा है वो लोग ने What the fuck मेरे प्रीमियर टीम को शाउट आउट मिला है हेलो W thank you so much, thank you. Becomes goat. Yeah. W.
Easter egg.
There was no meta.
Look at all. Yeah, there was no meta. It was chaos.
I like the way that they pulled out the Odin too, which is something that I think we're definitely going to see as we head to Corrode. But for Bilibili though, we barely got to see YZ because they didn't start an attack, so he was in his own spawn. Normally he's in the defender spawn a lot within like the first 2 seconds of the round. So hopefully we get to see more out of Bilibili, because if they don't win here, it means CN are going to finish the first 4 days without a single map win. I don't remember the last time we've seen that, considering they are the defending champions of champs.
Which is mental, and the greatest disparity we've seen in the scoreline for one of their teams is their #1 seed against the lowest seed from Americas. That makes 0 sense on paper.
But yeah, this is MIBR making extremely good use of their time coming in. This is why we just couldn't, with confidence, really predict what we'd see from them. I hear you see the waylay.
Well, we got a little spoiler. They were queuing up the NRG comp.
I like the waylay. Do you think he's going to be a waylay? Or is it just a regular waylay?
I do. MIBR, they had Aspas playing the NRG comp. Aspas's waylay looks really good. He only played it for a very brief period of time. But yeah, nah, wasteland mode.
This comp though, obviously it foregoes a sentinel. So you don't have sheer wall to slow down attackers. You also don't have that early warning system if there is a late reflank that comes through. So I want to see this like extreme scan util used to abuse smoke.
सच बताओ कि मैं टैटू क्यों नहीं करता हूँ? सच बताओ, कोई अगर फीमेल टैटू आर्टिस्ट है, मैं जा नहीं सकता. आई एम अ मैरिड मैन एंड वेरी लॉयल. और जो मेल टैटू आर्टिस्ट है, मैं वैसा बंदा हूं नहीं. समझ रहे हो? दांडिया खेलने टाइप्स कि वो मुझे छुएगा और मैं ना 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 नहीं करा ना मेरे को टैटू ना.
Yes. To A main, fight in yard, punish MIBR, maybe getting ahead of himself there to try and get that info off there. Scan Mithul, that's one place they can hit MIBR where it hurts. But again, they're starting on defense side. So do we get to see enough of YZ's impact on this game before it gets away from them?
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because when they did make this comp before, he took a silly amount of first engagements on the defense.
100%. Yeah, that was in that finals game against DRG, who are running a bizarre Gecko comp. Yeah. I think the read on Corrode from all over the place. It's been very weird. Whereas around the world elsewhere, it's felt pretty set in a couple of comps. So I don't know if that game against DRG is really an accurate test of where Bilibili are at, because they were playing such an off-meta, strange thing. I don't know how to rate them.
Well, we're going to jump into map 2 now and send this over to Ender and Doug and see if Bilibili can take a map off of MIBR.
Excuse me?
Thank you so much, Yinsu. At the edge of chaos, the unexpected occurs, and that's exactly where MIBR took us. Now, Ender, my question to you is, are we expecting some of the same here, given the comps that we're already seeing?
I think it's really hard to come in with any real expectations of this map because of only seeing these teams each play the map one time, starting stage 2 because the changes in composition as well. I think that what I'm really going to be looking at, the desk was talking about deadlock, taking a lot of those early engagements.
है, वाइपर वॉल अप है ना, वहाँ से सुबह भी आ जाएगा ना, लग गए. फास्ट ना ना ना.
Yeah, they're so fast, but easily stuffed out by the net. And then if they do continue to go forward, they've had 2 sound sensors. They have 2 players here.
Interesting too that Cortezia put down that A or B exec wall just straight down the site. The rest of the team maybe trying to go back into mid, and I think it's important that these players from MIBR are able to challenge against YZ and Knight. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to really sell this rotate at all.
K-Knight tucking behind the wall. Cortezia has been left to go explore and try to sniff something out and see what he can find. But of course, in very BLG fashion, they get a little antsy, they get a little curious, they decide to go exploring. Cortezia swings around, gets the best of the Sova.
But YZ is still continuing forward on the lurk. There's no way this is expected.
Slips the net, gets a kill onto 1. Now they have to turn attention forward. Do BLG crunch in from main? Got Nev who's considering it, but they're waiting for us on the other side of the wall. They've actually left YZ on an island, not forced to join the fray.
And now, as a matter of fact, all of a sudden, Cortezia is up into mid. He's got a chance to come in from behind.
Cortezia creeping forward, playing on the other side of his wall. As it goes down. Patience. Oh, I love this out of him. Assassination style. Nev falls. Levy is tucked, dropped. Rushia left in a 1v4.
I mean, how can you do that? Look at this, MIBR just full facing the line. They know exactly where the guy's gonna be coming from. Good kill first.
8 armor, 92 HP for the controller.
भाई तुम पतले हो, कुछ खा भी लो.
Forced into a miserable position and asked to make art out of it.
पानी पूरी खाया, उसके पहले मैं मिसल पाव खाया, कल मैंने वड़ा पाव खाया, आज मैंने पिज़्ज़ा खाया.
Aspas get a little cheeky with it.
फिर भी पतला हो रहा हूँ.
But not given the fights.
टिटी ज़्यादा होती है शायद.
Rushia is running out of time as well. A second tag onto the duelist. And he realizes options are essentially non-existent here. The swing out. Aspas gets a kill.
I mean, that was a wild round, right? BLG going for the double walk down through mid, but I can't help but feel like YZ pulled the trigger way too soon. On the B main flank, he sees one player on his screen. He knows no one else is really anywhere on the map. I would have thought. And it's, I think, a little bit of the patience as well that you see from Cortezia on that mid flank too that pays off for him. I think there's a world where if YZ is patient with the trigger display, he could have 3 kills there in B main before anyone realizes what happened to him.
And again, he was in such a bad spot. He knew he had position, but his teammates couldn't help him because of the deadlock wall that was B main. Aggressive out from BLG towards A main this time around. They want to take the fight towards MIBR.
K-Knight picks up the orb as Osbos steps into mid. Now, he's here with a Phantom.
Yeah, I was about to say.
On his own.
And he loses it, and all of a sudden, it's donated.
I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. That's a Phantom just dropped up in top mid. And now K-Knight has a kill as well. Is that actually?
मेरा Phantom मत लेने दे. Call है.
But it's going to take some time. And with that time, MIBR should be able to get into comfortable post plants.
Yeah, at least that body down in bot mid didn't have anything on it. And now Shenum falls, okay.
And it wasn't even a Phantom. Weapon now upgraded in the hands of Neff. Battered and bruised, but still in a position to fight. Still ready to go. Wisey connects onto the Sova with the Frenzy, and now it's our team left in a 1v3. Can they find a way to avoid disaster?
Watch your back.
Oh shit.
BLG in a really nice spot, but it's a knife. You're absolutely right.
Thanks.
A tragic punctuation point to the round for MIBR and a thrifty win for BLG.
Yeah, the MasterCard thrifty, and I don't know.
13-2 हारे वो लोग. 13-2 उनके ही मैप पिक पे. #1 ओके. और बकचोदी चल रही है. नाइफ हो रहा है. गए ये लोग.
Thought he might get out of his seat. Thought he might get a little verbal across the stage.
बेचारा दुख में हंसा है बे कोच भी.
So off of this, they give a rifle to Aspas again. Already has the TP procced. Flash over the top, looking to take the fight. There is no one there.
You see the benefits of the KO flash hitting both yard and towards elbow.
Aspas looking for a fight. Remember, he failed at this the last time around. This time succeeds. Aspas with 2. The side is theirs. K-Knight with a Bulldog. Can't find the mark.
Yeah, okay. These are the most nonsense rounds I've ever seen. Osbos just fully picking things back up after a blunder in round 2. MIBR just seized the reins once again.
कोच को मालूम पड़ गया था, लग गए. Clear cut. कोच जैसा हंसा ना वो वैसा हंसा था कि टीम को सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन मालूम है लग गए. वैसा वाला हंसा था कोच.
Tough to really see what the financial situation is for Neff and Levius, but you imagine it's a bit spotty, and so they're trying to clutch onto their pearls, trying to keep that carried into the next.
13-1.
The next round, well, they're gonna
अच्छा खासा शांति से खेल रहा
they
था.
picked up all those guns from the last round, right? Verno is gonna have the 100 Fury online. You remember how deadly he was back with that on Haven.
Back-to-back MasterCard thrifties. I think for MIBR, we've seen a lot of what their approach is and a lot of their plan is on the attacking side. And you mentioned it, the flashes from the KO do such a good job of unlocking Waylay. We talked about it on the desk yesterday, I believe. This is the meta that is evolving in this tournament. Flash with the Waylay, let him go, take a fight,
good job, guys.
and then get out.
Oh my god, okay.
No one.
Yeah, nobody. Well, nice save there from production.
Yeah,
catch that one.
A little bit of a different reaction from our coaching booths compared to round number 2, but here you go. See some of that speed with the Waylay.
The knife out. Aspas takes a fight, waiting for a second challenge.
Good night, brother. And the follow-up too from Verno. It's only the spam from K-Knight to try and equalize.
He's going to get caught in the drone. He's weak.
That was beautifully played up mid by MIBR. Primarily Osbos. He goes for that double dash towards Khan there, but then freezes. So that re-clear with the stun doesn't connect on him. He gets the 1 kill, dodges away. Verno takes his place.
Neff falls, leaving Levius in a 1v3.
#1 के लग गए.
He's so far away from the play.
#1 के straight up लग गए. Straight
deadlock in the finals. It was kind of hard for him to play off of his stuns there. You can see where they are on
अभी
the map.
इको करना पड़ेगा ना शायद.
The positions he was actually trying to work with. I don't know how to draw apparently. But the positions he's trying to work with so often struggle to capitalize off of that. The majority of value he's finding is off the wall. BLG try to adjust against some of these higher tempo execs. The last 2 rounds have just not even been close.
It's been a blistering pace from the attack. And maybe we get a timeout pretty early on. You saw some of the frustration. Yeah, that's
Oh,
beautiful
bye.
play.
The patience there.
Oh,
He's not hit by the
oh,
stuns.
oh.
There comes Verno. Even this extra layer of arts in scaling forward. Here's the reload. Here's the drone. Easy push for the kill. And that is just that's a demonstration how to deconstruct a mid hold from a defending team.
Yeah. Snappy yet from Shenum too to close out the round. 5-1 for Aspas. 5-2 for Verno.
Here's that quick pace to A.
It's just Wisey here. Is that going to be enough? Just Wisey? The TP across, he gets his one. Just not. But Rishi is tucked. He's got a judge. The flash through. K-Knight joins the fray. K-Knight gets two. And now it's Cortezia left in a 1v3.
And already two players approaching. Quick on the flank.
45 HP, he's left alone. This is going to be difficult. He spots his one. No real idea of what's waiting on the other side. And as Neff creeps forward, might be the easiest kill of his life.
Every single round, it seems. Just when you think they're done, there's another player coming in from the side. But truly, the hero of that round. In main, after YZ, gets his kill bait and switch there from MIBR. And Rusha's blinded up. It doesn't matter because K-Knight came out of the lane and just fries. That's his guard as well. Didn't catch that the first time around, but beautifully pings up Osboss.
बस मैं दोनों मैप MIBR जीता तो थर्ड मैप होगा हाँ थर्ड मैप पे रॉक यूज करेंगे वो
I love the exec out from BLG towards B, but nobody's home.
Yeah, it's just A one more time. Levius left alone.
And they invested a ton into that. The paranoia stunned the Hunter's Fury, the position. Quick TP across the map though. Rashia tries to get into the action A.
And they're going to have bodies here because of MIBR taking their sweet time, scaling forward. Now there's a smoke onto elbow. And MIBR, to succeed, are going to have to pop on out of it.
They have the tools to do it. Artsy has two flashes, Verno has a dart, Shenum has a paranoia. But it's so much easier contemplated than completed.
It rests on K-Knight.
Pushing forward. K-Knight gets two, delivers again. For BLG, Artsy so weak, but counters, and now Levius fills in all the space. Aspas a 1v4. 1v3 now. Oh, pops, but he doesn't have his flank covered. Rashia cleans him up. We're tied at 3.
Best guy in the server.
Yeah.
That quiet reclaim. BLG love to go for these contact plays, these quiet steps back into space. And this time it comes after knowing, hey, they've pushed anyone out of B main space. They've got a couple players that made sure there's no one in mid.
You highlighted it perfectly, man. K-Knight was a guy who had to deliver on that fight. That's exactly what he did.
He did. Even there, Levius finding 2 kills, shoulder to shoulder with him. Exactly what you're going to ask for. So MIBR go away from A and back to mid.
Still no timeout called from other side. Paranoia, just a little short.
It's because Osboss's pathing is different this time. Last time they heard the double dash in mid. It would have been hit by the Paranoia.
Shenum gets picked on B main too. Really nice spot. That stun's gonna connect. They have to swing out into it. Aspa shoves the barrel of the Vandal down his throat, but Rashia counters. And now they can speed up towards A, but again, down in numbers. They have the pit, and they have Hard Team's ult.
I mean, this is funky. That pit gives them a lot of space to work back into CT, but BLG are doing everything. They're clearing away A main. They've got 2 players coming in from mid.
क्या तुम लोग को ऐसा दिखा कि एक सोवा ओडी चलते मार रहा है.
K-Knight has a dart. He's been so good. He's been so good. And now Levius is going to drop his pit too. Green goo everywhere. It's like Nickelodeon in the 90s all over again. K-Knight with the dart drops it down onto the site. The spit will follow. Cortezia playing on the other side of it.
It doesn't go through the top of the pit.
Cortezia left in a 1v2 and BLG's numbers advantage
is
just
That was insane. The fact that Cortezia wasn't actually tagged by the dart there. It seemed like he was maybe in the perfect position to capitalize. But Levius gets back in there, takes those kills, and gives BLG the lead. Enemy tag. So much riding off these 2 kills from Rusia.
That's I don't know how many rounds is that in a row now, where BLG are forced into like this awkward spot where somebody has to step up.
3 in a row. Back-to-back K-Knight and now Rusia.
Yeah. And if they're the ones who continue to answer that call, you look at someone across the stage to be able to do a bit of the same. That hasn't been the case these last couple of rounds for MIBR.
No. Verno had taken over early. Ospas had a couple of rounds, but now it'll be Prod pumping the brakes. And look, MIBR have ultimates to play with, okay? We've got a Sova ult, a KO ult, and
attacking map
you can get active in a round like
defensive,
this.
लेकिन actual
I've
attacking
actually
map
really
है.
enjoyed the faster rounds MIBR have played. I think that
4,000 लोग देख रहे हैं और आधे लोगों ने लाइक किया, बाकी आधे चट्टी से हाथ निकालो और लाइक कर दो पहले.
Yeah. I mean, it's caused some problems more often than not, and if not for the heroics from BLG, I mean, it's tough to say what kind of conversation we'd be having, but those are the X factors that show up in high-pressure moments such as this.
They need to go back to full dealing with the lurk style that you're going for. They're flanking every single round, you know, walking down mid, walking out B main, A main, everything. Like, can MIBR get an operator online to attack?
Sure.
They start hard holding these lines because no senti in their comp leaves them vulnerable.
Sure, I do think they tried that in the last round. Remember, Shenum got the 1v1 outside of B main, and he got bested ultimately.
Exactly.
And I mean, it was a 1v2, but still, even if they do know that's what's coming, they haven't really been able to solve it. This time, a 3-2 approach from the attack.
W suppress?
Other ideas they could play with is just
pre-orb है ना ये suppress मतलब?
Space. That's actually an attack smoke they drop down.
Look at, B main. Look at how far back Wisey's playing off site.
He's hanging out all the way back there.
Take flight. Yeah, with Arteen's ult online.
Can play for a faster rotate, retake. What more of the idea is than that.
You know, you'd expect Neff to be the one playing off so that the sensors stay up, but
this A-pop coming in hot.
And the sensors go down. Cortezia has a lot to deal with here. Two members of BLG have taken this space, trying to tuck their way into this so he could strike a little bit later as the rest of the defense starts to encroach in around the site.
Good patience.
Viper clear हो गए.
They've lost the site.
101% clear होएगा.
Neff has to deliver here, and Cortezia has no idea. Verno committing to getting the plant down. Neff has his ult. Wisey does too. Now Rusha creeping forward. Gets the best of Arteen. Looking for a second and delivers. The paranoid will connect onto Aspas. It's another slaughter as BLG emerge on top.
That's just unreal. MIBR know exactly what BLG are going to do, right? They're still looking for the flanks, trying to deal with it. But they're looking the wrong way. Neff just pushed through A main. It doesn't matter if his sensors are down or whatnot. It's aggressive style from him, even choosing to split away from Rusha.
Yeah.
Those players could have played together. A lot of teams would stick those two players together. But BLG choose to play on their own, and it pays off.
Little frustration starting to show.
आने वाली है.
Remember, we heard, you know, their pre-game talk before Game 1 saying, let's get loud, let's hear some energy.
Yeah.
And here, even there, it's mellowed out a lot in these rounds.
Number 4 seed from America starting to show some cracks. Again, pacey. We saw Aspas in this position and was able to net a kill. This time draws out the paranoia and gets out.
That paranoia adjustment from Rusha has been effective.
Mid ही fight करेंगे ना वो लोग.
Wisey to get up here into mid. But it's a bit awkward for MIBR, who have spread out 3-0-2 around the map. Yeah, they have control of mains, but you can't really go anywhere without numbers in
Mid
mid.
लेना चाहिए very clear.
A main cleared out, a drone traded on the other side, only spotting Shenum, who has technically been responsible for holding this side of the map by himself previously.
Now Wisey all the way down into bot mid. This is a guy that doesn't rotate to flood retake. He will start pushing forward once his teammates get information. That's a second player now spotted in main. And here goes Wisey.
Cortezia there to greet him, there to pest him.
That's the difference though. Finally now the flank has been dealt with. Now the acceleration into B, but there's already 3 players from BLG here.
Flash over the top. They're committing onto this, but the spike is rotating away.
Yes, it is. Now a counter ultimate into the other side. Shenum behind the line. Neff here to hold down the fort. 25 seconds left on the clock. An elbow walled off by the deadlock. Neff could stop them in their tracks.
Spike गिरा दिया.
I think keeping them apart. But they have found safe passage through.
He's got a timing. He could be everything for BLG.
A lot of the hands of Shenum here. That's the first kill found, and now they're going to buy time. I don't think they can make their way out. The spike is still waiting. Neff holds the line. 5 seconds now. The spike will go down. Aspas gets the best of K-Knight. And Levius not able to play spoiler. Now left in a 1v3. Into the swing, the high-low is too much. Artsing gets 3, MIBR gets a 4.
That's crazy. 1 second left on the spike to go for the plant there. Neff was almost
Hey, Fnatic, next game, bhai.
And it's in these slower rounds especially that I think Neff can be a monster.
अरे slide कर सकता था.
But MIBR fight their way out of that choke point, even against the deadlock wall.
Yay, what's up?
As soon as they heard Rush's Omen ult, head over towards the B site.
Yeah.
Life में mid में भाग के दे जाएगा.
It does feel like these rounds live or die by whether or not the flank is controlled. The lurk is bested.
भाई ये suppress
If BLG are
बहुत
able
बाप
to
है.
continue to abuse that, they seem to find success.
Right here. This A side looking a little bit light from BLG.
Yeah, but it is Rashia on the other side.
भाई सोआ का बैकअप नहीं है, वो लोग
7 and
घुस
7
गए
so
पे.
far. And K-Knight's not far off. Wall goes up, the spam through, that will connect. And he gets out.
Blue bay. The blue.
Hunter Shuri looking for a little bit more damage as YZ. Looks to join the fight, looks to join the site.
Yeah, Knight got tagged up by it. So now with K-Knight onto the site, MIBR slow things down, start to creep back up into yard before they move on in.
BLG creep back.
Surprise भी info दे दिया side
Playing
खाली
this
है.
dangerous push and
Back
pull.
side लड़ेंगे कि नहीं लड़ेंगे? Smoke डाल दिया नहीं
On
लड़ेंगे.
top of the spike, Verno now committing.
Another round to double flank for BLG. This time
Tap करके बाहर खेलो.
only got 20 HP in
Chat आसपास का पोजीशन दिखाओ, आसपास का पोजीशन दिखाओ.
He still gets his one though, and he buys time and gives MIBR the numbers advantage. As the spike ticks away, BLG are forced to answer very quickly. Do they commit onto this? Do they save? They should have enough money to do so. So all eyes set forward. The dart, the wall, Cortezia on the swing, gets the kill. K-Knight.
Dart bay.
Beat up a bit. And that might call it. Neff is rotating away. I think they're done here.
भाई क्या smoke था लेकिन?
Maybe try to get a kill, one
वो
off
डब्बे पे
result,
नहीं
but
जाना
no.
चाहिए था क्या smoke?
The weapon's
उसमें
more
direct
valuable.
I think rebound डाला उसने.
Cortezia's movement there, real nice to step back in front of the retake.
देखने दे चुपचाप.
Catches YZ.
BC, you don't read my chat only.
So,
I still like
we're
your
all
stream
tied
before
up
you
now.
saying anything. माफ करो यार
Team's
बिल्ली
getting
भाई.
a little bit better of a read against each other on this opening half, but there's only 2 more rounds left to play on this side.
And I do think
Love you, killer bye. Love you.
Right, we're talking about the #1 team from the CN region. We knew this was not going to be a walk in the park, regardless of who they were playing against. So honestly, I'm more curious about how MIBR respond to this, because the first map was a stomp. They were all confident. There really was no reason
इतना
to
तो
doubt. It was
confirm है
happy
कि
days.
BLG
And now
attack
that
में
they're getting
जीतेगा.
punched back in the mouth, now that they're getting pushed,
एकदम
how do
strong
they
smell आ
respond?
रहा है.
That grit has been something that we haven't really seen from MIBR this
Right,
year, right?
exactly.
When the highs were high, they were.
मैं कैसे remember?
Right?
Right.
Kickoff, stage 1, 3rd place finishes. But ever since Toronto, it has just been a drought. Say this team as Shariki would be.
मैं
Bit of an
फर्स्ट से देखने
understatement.
चालू किया था फाइनल में WW.
Back here. Being tested in a map.
बस
series.
बात है कि मतलब 29
Where they get to find
months.
themselves.
Love you.
And I think we got to give tremendous love to BLG for the fact that they're in this fight with their star.
Heaven में भी
Underperforming
इसी
still.
Omen
I
के
mean,
ऊपर
YZ
दुनिया भर का यूटिल डाल दिया
has
था.
struggled, I mean, to be candid.
Yeah, it's been tough for him, and I think a large part to it is that he's fighting
Thank
on
you,
his own
Niladhar
every
bhai.
single round. He's playing to his style, sure. You know, going for a lot of these
Expert my right
these
super
contact
that
blocks.
incoming fight
But
in
MIBR
done scene
have
done
done their homework.
मुंडी
It's
सीधा
not
भी
like
कर
it's a
देता था.
surprise by any means, and while a lot of the time, kind of like YZ's going to be able to outskill you if
आसपास के पास
knows
अल्टी
exactly
है.
is in your head. It's tough to do.
Yeah.
क्या लगता है?
When you take a look at the minimap here quick, MIBR look like they're going to want to go fast B, and there's not a ton of defense here.
None
Got the
defense.
flash set up. You
Ton
imagine
में none.
Aspas will double dash out.
Yeah. The trick for Osbos is trying to catch Levius when he's got util in hand, trying to
Good game,
stall
that's
out the
a split
choke.
tap.
So Levius going up towards heaven, played a little more passively and more of a honest retake setup is the right idea.
Paranoia, flash.
Oh, he's going to heaven!
Oh, and Levius is there to greet him.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
And now K-Knight filling in on the space wisely with the ult. Gets the best of Shenum, looks for more, will find it. Verno never really made it out onto the site.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's throwing darts for his team. Osbos is already up in heaven. Seems like a bit of an overreach.
What a hold. Out from BLG. Verno
अरे
gets his two.
भाई वर्नो
but
पागल
Levius
हो
gets
गए
the
भाई
three.
क्या
BLG
मार
take the
रहा है
lead.
वर्नो 3 जन के बीच में घुस के 2 मार दिए
Not sure what MIBR have seen in terms of where players have been playing on the B side. I don't think Levius has been playing up into heaven a whole lot, so maybe that was the read, as there's no one here, we can just get posted up there. Levius was even hit by the flash. Wow. But it timed out. Not connecting.
I mean, I don't know how much faster they could have gone. I felt like that was full on.
And you'll sometimes see things like this, the timings on exec pieces, be ever so slight left, because that's just a difference of a half second between Osboss getting there. That can be...
It's the same hit. It's the same hit. The paranoia out. The Hunter's fury through, and this time it finds Verno. Artscene falls. Osboss swings into his death. And now paranoia traded. Shenum trying to respond. Will. But it might be too little too late. Cortezia is in a beautiful spot. Will get his kill. The spike is recoverable. And all of a sudden, there's a shot at this.
This one is weird. BLG have to be worried about that walkthrough on the A site. So what do? Control mid, stop the rotates, force Shenum to take the long way around. What that means is that they have the opportunity to actually cut back in through mid and get onto this A site quick.
Please love you. Yes, sir.
To get to that point, Neff went off of his ult.
BLG are really taking their time. They're going to allow MIBR to plant the spike and then play numbers on the retake. But what that gives MIBR in return is the chance to maybe even step back towards spawn.
Yeah.
How
do they choose to play this? Well, one way.
Yeah.
And the spike goes down. Now the onus is on BLG. Only one on the flank. That means this fight is everything here. What can Cortezia do? YZ, no wall, no stun. Spots one. Shenum 70 HP in such a tough spot. Cortezia waiting for the first challenge, waiting for it to arrive. But crawling on his skin, Shenum falls. Cortezia left alone, a 1v3, YZ gets 4. This BLG will get to 7.
YZ just ran straight through the poison.
Viper बहुत crazy लगा, सब perfect था.
BLG dominating at the start of that round. Seeing it through calmly as well. You can see in the replay as well. It's that same same attack that the last one was making so Verno had nowhere to go. Just fodder for the Hunter's Fury.
Steady aim from the duelist too. Out of YZ, we mentioned he's been a little quiet, but certainly comes to life there in that last round.
BLG have woken up well and truly. Easing into this half. That's what we expected.
7-5 half for BLG. Let's send it down over to the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest. Lou, take it away.
Et les Champions Paris sont un moment qui se vit en famille avec la maman de
Familia, किसका है? Verno's mom. ठीक है, ठीक है.
Here in Paris and Elizabeth Verno.
क्या अब अपने घर वालों को क्लिप भेजना, ठीक है?
So first of all, welcome to France. It's a pleasure to have you here. Merci. Very nice mercy from you too. And
Mercy!
Do we have a radiant mom here? Have you ever tried Valorant? What are your thoughts? Do you have a favorite agent maybe?
I tried to play Valorant and I asked Verno to teach me and he
क्लिप करो अब भी जाके अपने अपने मम्मी को बुलाओ सेटअप पे अपने समझ रहे रिक्वेस्ट नहीं डायरेक्ट ऑर्डर मम्मी जी कम हियर ऐसा करके वालों खिलाओ
Je voulais apprendre un petit peu Sova, etc. Mais ça a été un non catégorique de la part de son fils. And second question, I heard that you got, to hang out a little bit with the team, with MIBR. So how are the vibes? Are the boys feeling confident?
I love this team. This team feels like a family, including all of the Brazilian moms that have welcomed me and all of the players in the community. What I think about the team, seeing them last night, is that this team has heart, this team has grit, and they came to win.
And I think we can definitely that on the server and also here. Donc on a pu voir, la maman a pu rencontrer un petit peu l'équipe MIBR hier et donc est-ce que les garçons étaient confiants? Qu'est-ce qu'elle a senti comme mood? Et c'est une vraie famille, on se sent vraiment comme à la maison. Les garçons ont de la confiance, ils ont envie de gagner, ça se voit et même les autres mamans brésiliennes m'ont accueilli comme à la maison. Donc voilà, c'est un plaisir. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Verno is very lucky to have you as his mom, and we're gonna see if the family buff works for
मेरी मम्मी मुझे language
family buff, the grit, the confidence. It's gonna take something for MIBR to get back into this game. Christy, anything that tickles your fancy here with the CCon report?
I mean, honestly, I think right now we're highlighting Osboss, which is fair. I think he started off that half with a couple of big rounds. showed up in a major way, but I think on the other side of things, I'm just thinking of the amount of rounds straight up won for his team, the amount of like hero moments from members on BLG and Neff in particular was really major. And I think the reason why they come into this half
those are often the ones that make a difference. Those are often the moments that separate the good from the great. BLG hanging on to this 2-round lead. Now on the attacking side, now it's on them to try to dictate some of the pace. As Aspas has already taken an aggro line, already gets the best of Levius. That's a great start.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. No threat on the A side of the map whatsoever. And now over on B, we've tried to exec in here. Artsen's been holding on to the knife, so that's an easy way to shut down any chance of execing.
Oh, unless you die before you get a chance.
Yeah, let's try not to die.
That's
step one.
Gets the info though, drops the knife, only one found.
Okay, so MIBR maybe layering their utility at the same time a bit too much there. The wall goes down, the snake bite, and the knife. And yet it is enough to encourage BLG to step away from the B side of the map.
I'm inclined to think they should know that too, given that only one was tagged with the knife.
इंडिया में कब होगा चैंपियन चालू है ना मैं इंडिया से देख रहा हूँ
because of Osbos's position. Now they know there's 2 players at least in mid. Osbos has full control of A main.
Pesky little drone. You're right, Aspas hasn't moved at all, so they're going to rotate back into the man who started the round. Finding a kill with 1 bullet, if I'm not mistaken. Make that 2. He got his.
I mean, even look at the damage on K9 and YZ, 40 and 70 apiece.
Almost triple kill almost.
Yeah, you've got 20 seconds to exec A on virtually no HP. Your only guy with health is not with the rest of the team.
And for as much as we've talked about Aspas, Verno has been just as good. Drops the shock, tries to buy a little bit of time. 13 seconds left, realizing if he just wins this fight now, the round is secured. With 8 seconds left, it's all a matter of time. And as the hourglass strips away, the spike is out of reach. A little messy.
Wait, they could let him live here, and it's actually worse for them. They go ahead and hunt down the kill anyways. For Artsen.
They got their pistol though, and that was something that, I mean, they needed, something that they struggled with. I mean, all of stage 2.
Yeah, you think stage 2 was a struggle in this game though. They won the first and ended up getting things a little bit messy. Osbos made well, so I think we'll see MIBR not do that, or at least try not to do that this time.
Get this guy! Nice!
That's really good comms.
Honestly, brother tried. He tried. He tried.
ना बी पे जाना नहीं और फॉर्मिंग कर बे भाई और फॉर्मिंग बेस्ट है ये मैप में
You can't give them a fancy
big or like always
right, but you can still lose the opening pick if YZ gets another one with a frenzy. Artsen trying to fill in, YZ on an island, Shenham and Artsen both side by side, getting the best of BLG. Just a tiny slip of health for the remaining controller. Verno will snap. Verno will get the kill. MIBR will tie us up at 7 apiece.
Yeah, he's quick with it there.
Dude, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to say it. Where was this team in stage 2?
I don't know, but not Los Angeles, California.
I mean, they're just playing with so much confidence. And again, I think grit is the most impressive thing. The MIBR of old would have crumbled. They would have never even been in this position, much less had the fortitude to hold it together.
And you think about a team with 3 rookies to the America stage, let alone the champion stage.
Yeah, I'd argue 4. I mean, our team wasn't there a ton. Oh, I love this set!
Oh!
Bus gets 3!
Oh!
BLG were in 0G and he just comes in and kills them all!
God!
That was unbelievable!
भाई ब्लाइंड करके पीछे पे और पीछे स्लो डालो उसने लाइन अप
He knows what the people want. Question is whether or not he gets a chance to do it. He is one off of his ult, so you imagine you want to let him off the leash. Go make a play.
Huh?
We'll see if he can find it. They know where he is. The king returns to the international stage and does it with an ace.
Bye, hello.
Long have we waited. Look at this play. I mean, he does it all himself. There's a paranoia too, but everyone's trying to jump. They get paranoid. They're trying to jump away, and they're just caught in the air. That was so sick.
Bye.
And that dog was the bonus.
Most sexy
A
chef's
completely
kiss
different story to
combo.
the first half, back and forth.
Chef's
messy,
kiss
sloppy.
combo
No,
be.
this is devastation.
And it's getting worse. Verno's brought the Odin.
Bye, chef's
onto the
kiss
field and
combo
already
tha
getting a
bye
kill.
wo.
A nightmare.
Neon wall head wall
So
रहता
far
नहीं
for
रहता
BLG.
डेडी पे.
And yes, they're still in this. Yeah, they have an opportunity to fix this, but this all beautiful Aspas continuing to push the pace. This time may have overcooked, but Verno's there to pick him up. This is danger. This is not secure. This is not safe.
And the Annihilation just plucked up Shenum. This is now BLG with a numbers advantage. They don't have the rifles, and there's two players now on the flank for MIBR.
Timing is everything. Artzine has a knife. Did you hear that? He did hear it. Still, oh, but he doesn't get the kill. Elias gets two. The MasterCard Thrifty is BLG. Swing back.
There is just absolutely no way. This game is all over the place.
He should have never gotten away with that.
I mean, they heard Levius pick up the gun. They see the gun coming out of the poison orb.
Poison's off. One enemy remaining.
Levius still is able to adjust and get the second.
A roller coaster of emotions for Fraud. No real time to think it through as we're right back into the next. And op online for Aspas.
Okay.
Early knife, early spam, two found. But no blood drawn.
Oh, the counter is there from K-Knight.
Beautifully done.
He knows those lines himself. And now MIBR are silenced
अब
into the round.
खुले में उड़ नहीं आएगा.
But the telltale sign will be the re-clear of A main. K-Knight's come over here. There is a drone.
Slide
They need to
करेगा.
use that to deal with this operator.
That's exactly what they'll do. You see Aspas repositioning. Still a chance to make a play. Shenum's the other one. Plucks Wisey out of the sky. Doubles down onto Neff. Just like that. They respond.
This is a round of 4v5 after the disaster that was round 16. Aspas and Shenum have just turned it right back around on its head.
भाई उसने दो कैसे मारे? कुत्ते हुए नियॉन के साथ.
BLG looking for a little bit of room, a little comfort, a little space to breathe and try to get the spike down. But not fully committing onto it yet, setting up in the crossfire first. Cheeky little lurk out from Verno. And the spike goes down. The spit, the dart, any info would be devastating for
King of Valorant dotted as pass. Love you, Vishal bhai.
Dig their heels in so far, gone off undetected. We've seen some silly rounds. Has the potential to be another one. K-Knight on the swing, but Aspas and Shenum clean it up. 3 on the round for the controller, who had a very quiet start.
Oh yeah.
As MIBR.
अभी जो भी है ये round है. ये round BLG को
that.
जीतना पड़ेगा. अगर ये round हार गया
Two kills he just found.
straight up.
BLG's
ये round अभी last round है.
I'm sure we're
BLG
going
का.
to see it
Comeback
again.
करना
His
तो
first
अभी.
shot onto Wisey was
Time is now.
jumping, sprint jumping to try and break the crosshair. This is after Artsy went down early, but it's that kill there into the reset. So nice.
And Neff had a chance at it, but very well
बस को
done.
trade लेना था instant.
Nice! Perfect, boys! There's an Odin.
कुछ है ही नहीं ना आसपास को. Nice.
And so off of that, a timeout is
ये
called
reaction
for
है बस.
BLG. A brief moment of
मैं
respite
इसका
for the
online आएगा
reality
तो
of the
देखूंगा.
situation to sink in. You walk into this stage, you walk
क्या नहीं?
into Paris knowing that you have MIBR first, and yeah, they're historically good.
हमको है
but
10 काम.
the number 4 seed didn't even play in playoffs.
ये entertainment और movie का time है नहीं जिंदगी में.
Right? Not at all. And now you have that voice in the back of your mind, like, we're already down 1-0, now we're trailing by a round on Corrode, a map we'd only ever played one time before. This is a map that BLG were banning all the time. Had to play it in the best of 5s.
And I'm reminded again of the conversation that I had with Fraud prior to the series starting. This was the map ban they wanted. They've had everything at their disposal so far. You can tell they're drilled. They have really cool XX. They have a lot of plans for how BLG want to approach this. And I mean, BLG have 1000% operated under this bend, but don't break. But the pressure feels like it's mounting.
It absolutely is, especially when you look across the aisle and you see Aspas 20 kills to 10 deaths.
Aspas se handsome to hai meri jaan,
in
excuse
his
me.
career, which was Toronto, now lighting up the server on the waylay of all things.
Viper smoke देख किधर डाला है, सीखो कुछ.
मैं जाके आऊंगी फिर तेरे को लीड
MIBR are getting curious and exploring across the middle of the map. While BLG set into a 4-1. All picked up and going to rejoin alongside Levius and see how they want to approach the rest of this round.
Yeah, BLG might just want to play for a couple of ult rounds back to back, pretty close on a few of them. First challenge will be dealing with this 1-2 punch from Artsin and Verno. Good timing on the drone to see the other side of things, but no one's scaling behind it.
That will conceal Artsin though. Caught by the net, forced to take the fight. Verno's there to help, boldly removing it in the middle of the chaos.
Artsin just gets out there? You gotta be kidding me.
Suppressive fire was enough, I guess. Managed to stay alive.
So now what do BLG do? We need to come back into B, perhaps? There's a pocket for Shenum to dodge any util in this corner.
That's a second pocket that MIBR are playing around. They're so prepped. First it was Artsin, and you're right, now Shenum. Tucked. Waiting for the trap to be sprung. Shenum gets two. Artsin gets another. And now the Hunter's Fury results in a flawless round win for MIBR.
MIBR, by stealing away that fight into mid, taking YZ out of the equation, not only does it ruin BLG's chance of playing the macro of the map, okay, you have no mid space, you gotta just run an exec onto a site. It also means they have no way to break that choke point. And Artsin, who was the player that survived by the skin of his teeth in bot mid, runs all the way back to B to hold that 180 crossfire.
रिकॉल मारने के लिए लगाया और 2 बुलेट में बदला मारा.
The utility was perfect. Cortezia hit his spit at just the right time, and so it was almost easy, to be honest. But again, no real time to think this through. Well, and again, it's a brutal start for BLG.
And another ping, so Artsin's looking for more. I mean, he's mowing him down to the wall, Doug.
Verno looking to get in on the action, have a little bit of fun himself. Lucio finds a little bit of timing. Cortezia is the one with the op now.
Yeah, of course the Vipers got the operator. Osboss wanted to have a rifle round.
BLG have lost full control of the situation right now.
And a leg too.
I mentioned it earlier, it felt like it was bend but don't break, and they were able to live off of that. But MIBR tee off as they get to 11.
Cortezia was the rookie prospect in the offseason, coming up to join this MIBR squad. Had a lights out kickoff stage 1, and now the operator of all things, dominating in this round as well.
पहले यहाँ पे ही था, अभी यहाँ पे देखो एक्स्ट्रा आगे बार.
Dismantled BLG.
बार ऊपर रखना पड़ता.
Headphones loose पहनना इधर बीच में
बम पा गए expectations, but the job's not done. Does he stick that ult?
Yes, he does.
No smoke to conceal it either.
Ooh.
So a little game of cat and mouse is Verno.
Lola lag gaya, Lola lag gaya.
Yeah, he's looking for the hunter, but he's the prey.
Oh shit.
But things might turn. Little ring around the rosy.
Oh,
no way. Verno find him. Yes, he will. Everything going right for MIBR. And now they can turn their attention back over to A, where yes, all of BLG are. The wall will cause problems, but they're just fighting through it. And it's exactly what MIBR need. Cortezia gets two. Neff, isolated. Trying to hang on to this spike, trying to hang on to position, trying to hang on to the round. But his grip is slipping. It slipped from BLG's. MIBR series point.
It's just a position that no one would have thought we'd be in. At the very least, not in this fashion. Right from the 13-2 scoreline on Haven. Second half out of MIBR. And these rounds are getting chaotic as well. BLG are throwing everything they've got at MIBR. The ultimate into the back lines. Verno's doing his best detective mission to figure out where this guy is at. But MIBR somehow seeing the pathway through these
मत कर
incredibly
जी
chaotic round
बंको
states.
यार
What's the play now? Do they have something dialed up?
कौन
To
सा
be
मेरी
the
डिफेंस
final
ले
hook.
They're running 5 players straight into a Viper's pit.
They can bully him out of this if there's not enough help.
El husband.
Must be careful here.
वर्किंग हस्बैंड है भाई
Thrown to lead the way, now the spam
काम
through
करने
once
का
again.
रहता है
An obfuscation of sightlines.
बहुत
Paranoia
एंटरटेनमेंट हो गया
through.
जापान में टाइम टू वाक
And as one goes down, you see
2
BLG
घंटे आ
hang on to
सकता है
theirs.
ऐसा नहीं है 5 घंटे दूर लेके जा रही तेरे को मैं
2 घंटा ही
MIBR have to be worried
2
though.
घंटा मॉल
Mid space is a
What?
question mark there. Not really sure about.
उधर मॉल
Don't
नहीं
know
है
if people stepped up into the pit. Now the net as well.
Open
They're stuck in
with
the
it.
open.
हाँ
The paranoia is
Open
going to
में
tag on the Shenum. He's got
ग्राउंड
to be
फ्लोर पे
careful.
डेट
The Hunter's Fury will
मॉल
join.
नहीं है उधर
As Kana tries to line it up with YZ, following
नहीं
the
है
red carpet
मैं
that's
नहीं
been rolled
घूमने
out.
वाली हूँ मैं
The site is now theirs.
3 घंटा है ना
YZ
देख
gets
तू
another.
देख तू देख
Spike planted.
Can they close this out?
देख
MIBR plenty of money.
अगर
No real
बेल्जी ये
reason
मैच
not to
जीता
go
ना
for it, but they take a step back. They let it
कैसे
reset.
12-8 है
MIBR have Artsin on the
9 है
flank.
12-9
He will be the way back into
अरे
the
अभी
round
इको
now
देंगे
for
वो लोग
MIBR.
He's got his ult. He's got to get these kills though. Not able to find them. Both fall
12-10
off. Left in a 1v4.
एक ही राउंड जीतने का वो लोग को फिर
Tries to
12-12
slip his way through. Position given away. BLG do not relent. They're not done yet.
BLG reacted very nicely to the Viper's pit being
कल
dropped
जाओ
down
कल
in
ऑफ
main
है
there,
कल का
countering
ऑफ
out
है
with one of their own, then signaling into the site. So the dart into the Hunter's Fury.
और
And
पर
this is
मोस्ट ऑफ
coming
द
down at the
मैचेस
same
में टॉप
time
फ्राई
there's net
करता
to
है
back
एज इट
side,
इज
so
प्लेइंग
Shepard
कॉम्पी
actually
नो
tried to
टूर्नामेंट
teleport
लॉल
away.
गोट है भाई
Net out
वो
of
गोट
himself. He's just a sitting duck. The follow-up from YZ there is nice as well.
And Aspas just showing a little leg. And that's what cost him his life. But MIBR able to invest into this. They still have Nodin, they still have an op, and they still have
क्या आवाज
Arctic
लड़की जैसी
Is
तो है
the solution just be execs for BLG?
हाँ
Is that really it? You know, they've played a few of these rounds where they step up into B main and then drop down that sensor to stop any refight
क्या
coming
2
through from
सेकंड मेरे को
MIBR.
फिश
So
कैम ऑफ
this
करना
time it
पड़ेगा
isn't that acceleration into the site again.
Aspas is up really far. Remember, he's got the op. He's got to clear the drone. But can't. Aspas has to get the line up.
छी हवा छोड़ रही है
BLG,
नाक से ही
after pushing that player out of mid, now set up to go back into B again. Paranoia line ready.
One big difference here is this. Artin was on the other side of the map previously. Now he can stall this hit out with his ult.
And that deadlock wall instantly busted down by Verno's Odin.
The question is, do BLG just wait for this
They
to
have
go
to.
out and then they re-hit?
They have
You
to.
do
They
job
have
or
no
full-time
space
you
anywhere
do?
else on the map. They've decided to stop
Full-time
playing
YouTube is the
for
job.
lurks or anything like this. Now they're tagged up 3
और मेरा
players
9 to
spotted.
6 नहीं है
Tells MIBR
6
everything
to
they
9
need to know.
3 घंटा
They're
मिलता
not
है
rotating off of it.
Both teams know what's about to go down is a matter of skill.
They're not scurrying back B.
उधर बैठे बैठे
The spam through from Verno denying entry onto the site. Cortezia trying to move into the
ओ दो बार
two with the op. Verno gets another. And now the
Lug
ult
गया।
popped. Artsine paves the way. K-Knight
कितने
left
वर्ल्ड
in
मार के आगे गया
1v3.
डॉग
And he
ना
will
उसका
fall. They might be fit for a glass slipper
क्या
after
hashtag
all.
वन घर पे 2-0
MIBR shock the world and take down BLG.
It would be the most incredible Cinderella story of all time,
Hashtag
I think.
4 ने
A team that had not even
hashtag
made playoffs
1
in
को
Americas.
2-0
If
से
you
आ रहा
check,
है
it's
जब
9th
तू
slash
किसी
10th
और की
place
वजह से वो
finish
लोग क्वालिफाई हो
for
गए
MIBR. And yet they have come on to the global stage, the first champions for 4 of these players. And they have shut out China's best team.
मुंबई इंडियंस ब्राजील बोलते हैं MIBR का
backs
फुल
of
फॉर्म वो
Aspas.
नहीं है
And Verno. And really, I mean, it was by committee at the end there, but those two, those two were stars.
I mean,
आसपास
map
बड़का
1
भी
was the masterclass from Verno.
भाई लेकिन
And map 2,
वर्नो जो
Aspas back on the
खेला
big stage,
है
playing the waylay for the first time.
सेक्सी के
And
लेवल
it's that ace round that BLG will not forget for a long, long time.
Yeah, and you know, maybe
अरे
a bit removed, a bit far away from really painting this as a Cinderella story, but they have taken their first
Excuse
step.
me,
And
ये
I think
क्या
the
इशारा है
question now
भाई?
has to be asked.
Hello?
Given that they just took out the #1 seed from the CN region, do you believe?
Yeah, I mean, how far can this team go,
Yeah.
right? You know, there was no
आसपास भाई
reason
ना
to
मान रहे
believe in them before this,
हाँ,
unless you're
आसपास
counting on the history of a guy.
शादीशुदा है
देख रहे हो
वो
ना
शादीशुदा है वो
यही मैं बता रहा हूँ पूरा क्राउड में उसके अलावा लेफ्ट राइट सिर्फ लड़का लोग ही है लेकिन मेरे जैसे जीन से आसपास।
कौन सा ब्रांड पहनता
सेम जीन्स W माय गोट W। सारे पिकम्स गलत एक्सेप्ट PRX। मेरा अब तक सारे राइट है, सारे राइट है मेरे।
Against BLG, so first of all, para Binks, congratulations.
Yeah. Binks
Thank you, merci. So my first question is going to be easy. We have a multilingual team here. You guys are Brazilian, so your native language is Portuguese, but we have Verno too, can speak several languages, but you guys keep it in English for everyone to understand. So does it happen sometimes that you switch to Portuguese in clutches? How do you handle all of this?
So usually when we are playing like me and Shannon inside the clutch, we call in Portuguese. But we are trying to call more in English because of Verno. Now he is the IGL and he needs to understand what is going on in the minimap. So we are trying to improve more in the English so Verno can call better.
It takes time, but I think you guys are doing pretty good indeed. On a une team qui est multilingue. On a des Brésiliens qui parlent portugais, mais aussi Verno qui parle anglais. Donc comment est-ce qu'on gère ça? Est-ce qu'en clutch, ça leur arrive de parler portugais? Bah oui.
किसने पीछे बोर्ड देखा क्या? विजिट चाइना, हाउ डज अ विन फील, ऐसा करके कुछ तो डाला है भाई। हाँ योगेंद्र भाई सच्ची बताओ, स्कॉट भाई का एक और साल खेलने का मन था, लेकिन तेरा वो जो तूने जो लिखा है ना, वो इंग्लिश देख के उसने बोला कि भाई ऐसा सपोर्ट से अच्छा मैं रिटायर हो जाऊं। समझ रहे हो? क्योंकि वो क्राइंग इमोजी से पहले पढ़ के ही मेरे को क्राई आ रहा है, उसके बाद इमोजी एकदम दिल पे लग रही है, इसलिए। वरना और 2 साल खेलने का प्लान था स्कॉट भाई का, था। रिटायर बोला बे है, है।
You do it more for your teammates indeed. Donc on le voit se lever, Cortésia, il s'élève. À chaque round, il se lève de sa chaise. Comment est-ce qu'on arrive à rester focus, à continuer de cliquer quand on fait ça? Et bah tout simplement, je le fais pour ma team. Il y a toujours un coéquipier qui fait ça dans l'équipe. Que ce soit Zelzis, que ce soit Baby Bay. Dans mon équipe, c'est moi. Je le fais pour mes teammates. And I think that's really beautiful. Thank you very much. Obrigada for your time and congratulations again for this victory. And we're going to discover very soon who's gonna take the win between Fnatic and RRQ. Stay with us.
Easy है ये। RRQ इवॉक बोलते, चेडी खोलते, लेकिन बोशर गोट है। हाँ?
एक चीज बोल।
हाँ? बोशर गोट है, लेकिन RRQ रिपेयर लैंग्वेज। अल्फा जार भूल गया क्या साले? भाई अल्फा जार वाले एक तो लैक ऑफ स्लीप, उसके ऊपर इतना खतरनाक नाम वाला मेरे को पढ़ना पड़ रहा है ना, अल्फा जार। हाँ
परसों कुछ काम नहीं है ना? वेडनेसडे
मेरे को कोई काम नहीं है, मेरे को अभी ये महीना सिर्फ मेरे को घूमना है। परसों अपन मूवी जाएंगे, तरसों अपन जाएंगे लोनावला, उसके बाद हम जाएंगे पेरिस। समझो पूरा टाइम घूमेंगे, एकदम मस्ती, एकदम ये। अरे 3 दिन बाद वो है क्लबिंग पार्टी, ये ए परसों वहां पे जाने का हम लोग को, क्लबिंग के बाजू में डबल क्लबिंग हॉपिंग, ये तो कुछ काम नहीं है। हेलो
क्या है? कर रही हूँ बुक मैं अपने लिए।
मत कर। लेट्स गिव इट अ थॉट। एक आराम सोच समझ के मैच्योर डिसीजन लेते हैं। समझो इम्प्रॉम्प्टू नहीं करने का ये चीज। मेरे को कैलेंडर देखने दे आराम से। मूवी किधर नहीं भागने वाला, इधर ही है।
भागने वाला है वो।
कहाँ भागने वाला है? रुक जाओ। पहले अभी जो एडिट करना है आप पे, उस पे फोकस करो। आधा घंटा मूवी टिकट्स पे नहीं, अभी आपको एडिट करना है।
नहीं करना मेरे को।
क्यों नहीं एडिट करना?
इधर बैठूंगा।
क्यों एडिट करने का? बारिश हो रही करके एडिट नहीं करना?
हाँ
ठीक है, ठीक है। तो अभी कल मेरा शूट है, कल शूट के बाद आऊंगा। यू करके मैं मेरा शेड्यूल का बुक खोलूंगा ऐसे यू और देखूंगा पास।
तो अभी खोलना
नहीं खोल सकता।
क्यों? 2 मिनट क्या करना है तेरे को?
कल शूट है मेरे को, 18 तारीख को पुणे जाने का है, उसका भी बंदोबस्त करने का। सुबह सुबह निकलने का मेरे को पुणे।
उसके पास
क्यों जाने का वो भी नहीं मालूम मैडम को, वीजा के लिए जाने का है मेरे को।
पुणे?
हाँ।
क्यों?
क्योंकि यहाँ पे नहीं था जगह, तब भी जगह था, अब नहीं है।
इतना खर्चा करके पुणे जाएगा?
वीजा मैंने की खर्चा मैंने है। तो ये जो मूवी जाएंगे वहाँ पे खर्चा नहीं होगा।
100 रुपए की टिकट।
100 रुपए का टिकट है। 2 टिकट कितने हुए?
200।
200। पॉपकॉर्न?
पॉपकॉर्न नहीं खाना।
पॉपकॉर्न नहीं खाना ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता है। अकेले में जाके टप पॉपकॉर्न मंगाती है, पॉपकॉर्न कैसे नहीं खाना?
क्योंकि मैं सुबह को जा रही हूँ।
तो
कहाँ से पॉपकॉर्न खाऊंगी सुबह?
दुकानदार वहां पे बैठा रहता, वहां से पॉपकॉर्न।
सुबह सुबह पॉपकॉर्न नहीं, सिर्फ कॉफी पीती।
और समोसा जो मूवी का आता है?
नहीं।
3 घंटे का मूवी, कुछ नहीं खाएगी कुछ नहीं पिएगी। मतलब तेरे को एसी में सोने के लिए तेरे को 100 रुपए देने के बेसिक।
मूवी देखने का 100।
और सुबह जाएंगे अपन, मूवी देखेंगे, घर पे आएंगे कचरा क्योंकि मेड नहीं है।
क्यों नहीं है?
क्योंकि सुबह हम मूवी देखने गए, मेड कैसे आएगी?
तो अगर 10 बजे के शो में जा रहे मैं उसको 1 बजे बुलाऊंगी। अगर 1 बजे के शो में जा रहे मैं उसको 10 बजे बुलाऊंगी।
ठीक है, 3 घंटे का शो है।
हाँ।
अपन 10 बजे गए, मूवी कभी खत्म होएगा?
1 बजे।
तो अपन 1 बजे से 1 बजे टेलीपोर्ट मार के घर पे आएंगे क्या?
हाँ।
कैसे?
उधर से इधर।
उधर से इधर आने के लिए भी 5-10 मिनट लगेगा ना, क्योंकि अपन पैदल जाएंगे ना।
हाँ तो 5 मिनट रुकेगी वो, मैं उसको फोन करके बोल दूंगी।
सेल्फिश अपने उसके लिए।
तो 1 बजे जाएंगे, 10 बजे का उसको बुला देती हूँ इधर घर पे।
1 बजे जाएंगे?
हाँ।
और रिटर्न आएंगे
3 बजे।
2 घंटे का मूवी हो गया तो
4 बजे।
4 बजे रिटर्न आएंगे।
हाँ।
कैसे टेलीपोर्ट वापस पैदल नहीं आएंगे अपन घर पे?
4:10 को आएंगे।
4:10 को आएंगे। और बाद में मैं वापस सीधा वॉच पार्टी में बैठ जाऊँ 1 घंटे के अंदर।
6:30 बजे वॉच पार्टी है।
तो 3 घंटा जब मैं मूवी देखूंगा, मेरे फोन में 10 काम का मैसेज आएगा, वो काम मैं मूवी देखने के बाद ही करूंगा ना। मूवी के बीचों बीच अगर कुछ स्टोरी या रील बनाने का, हे गाइस वेलकम टू डीमन स्लेयर गाइस, ऐसा करके
बहुत स्टोरी अपलोड करता है तू तो।
आ सकता है।
हाँ वो तो सब कुछ आ सकता है फिर।
वही सीन है, इसलिए मेरे को ऐसा यू करके कैलेंडर खोलना पड़ेगा ना। यू कैलेंडर मेरे को खोलना पड़ेगा ना।
मैं जा रही हूँ।
नहीं, मेरे को कैलेंडर तो खोलने देना, मेरे को कैलेंडर मेरा खोलने देना यार। वर्क कैलेंडर तेरी।
Bro, this is about to be a 20-minute
3, 6, 9. It's the 12th.
Way more off than he was.
Yeah.
This is
What do you mean?
It's higher. It's the 15th.
Is it?
This is the 15th.
Bro, I was close at least. Wait, which champs did I miss?
He was close. You missed a year.
I missed a year.
You missed a whole
That was
year
the
of
gas leak year.
events. That's criminal. All right, next question. Name at least 3 of the 4 Champions MVPs.
Yeah, right, bro.
What's he got?
Aspas, Kung Kung, CNED.
Close.
Yes.
See.
Kong Kong, Aspas, and less. No?
No! Can I go again?
Wait, I already said Aspas. Wait, let me go again.
How about you get one more?
Wait. Aspas? No, sorry, not
No,
Aspas.
you already said it.
No,
Yes,
I meant
yes.
Kung Kung, CNED.
You're wrong already. It's not CNET.
Okay.
It's not CNET. It's
What's
not
he doing?
CNET.
Why were you making it?
Aspas, Kong Kong, and Zeke.
No!
He got it. He got it. It was Zeke. It was Zeke. He got it. He got it.
I need a point.
The other one was Demon 1. The other one was Demon 1.
Oh,
All right.
Demon 1. They won
This one,
champs. That's the champs I missed. LA.
Y'all better both get this or you're fake. What team did Chronicle play for in Champions 2020?
Hey, you cheated.
Gambit.
I thought the question had to be
Gambit.
finished.
No, I already know what he's gonna say. Gambit.
Yeah, I knew too.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
NA favoritism.
All right. Next.
This is unheard of. I'm just smash my head on it.
Who has the most kills in EMEA Stage 2?
Oh, stick. Ara. I
mean,
know that.
You're correct, but at what cost?
Oh.
Yeah,
Bro,
what
your
cost?
IGLing is going to be off
I've got
in your first
concussion.
game. How many Fnatic players are in the top 10 most kills at Champions?
Yeah, good luck, mate. I don't even know. Hold on.
2.
That is correct.
Hey,
It is
who?
2.
Ron
It
and
is
Alpha.
Alpha.
Okay.
And that's a double point,
He just
brother.
knows. You said you were nervous before
I
we
was.
started.
I
You
was
were locked in. All right, the final question.
Not Durka.
Yeah, kind of shocking, really. Last question. Let's see if you can redeem yourself. Crashy's kind of on point.
I got concussion.
Which players tied have the most Champions appearances to date?
Boaster, Mako, and who's that other guy? Buzz.
He's done it.
That's done it. But
He's
you've lost
done it.
anyway.
The Buzz one, I felt that was a tough one. I'm not gonna
Came out of
lie.
nowhere.
That
I
was
saw his
difficult.
face, and it was like.
Did anyone keep track of who had? No one in the room.
Me.
No, because
Say,
I'm as the ref.
Winner.
I lost count.
Me,
Was that a 3-person? Was that tied? 3
me
to
and
3?
Austin combined, we won. Technically.
Yeah, fair enough. The viewers are the winners.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, and that's the end of the Fnatic lightning round.
And that was Wyatt in our weekly third wheeling session here at Valorant Champs Paris. Did you feel like you were third wheeling?
Yeah, absolutely. The romance.
Welcome
the
to my
tension
world.
across
The
the
stage was immense.
I know.
Yeah.
Did you? I kept taking note of the way they were looking at each other in the eyes.
Like you weren't in the room.
Long
They'd act
no,
like you're not in the room.
not at all.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sue. That's rough, man.
Now you know how I feel.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, though. You know, we've been hearing about the way the Crashies has improved and changed and evolved so much. I don't think we ever remember him doing content on his previous teams at global events and being that happy and whimsy and silly.
Well, no.
And far less smitten. Also, far less smitten with his teammates.
Does he have a reason to be? They qualify for champs pretty early doors, but I mean, the truth is, Uber, playoffs was not it.
No, I mean, and there's like a narrative around Fnatic about this sort of stage 2 holiday that they had. I think they qualified up to beating Apex officially. But they did, in fairness, try a bunch of different maps, right? A couple of different looks that we hadn't seen from them so far. I think that like a lot of the stars are still very much present on this team, right? You know, it's just, it's obviously Boaster brings the intangibles. You know, statistically not a strong performing individual when it comes to the gunplay, but like Kayak, Alpha look very, very good. A lot of the elements that, you know, have been present in successful Fnatic looks over the course of this year and prior are still there. I don't think people should be underrating this team, otherwise you're just not a ball knower. These guys at Globals are different.
I think fan favorite is pretty correct, but definitely not favorite for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, certainly not. I was super high on them going into Toronto, and they played an amazing tournament there, coming in second. And honestly, I buy into the fatigue narrative. I think it's very relevant. I think you could see it in their play. Like in their last match against Giants, some of the guys were shooting like Alpha on Lotus, where they've been performing at their best. I think Lotus has been pretty critical for them. But as a team, I felt like you could tell they were just out of sorts with each other, miscommunications, etc.
We are seeing way less Lotus in the EMEA than we have in seasons up until this point. I think it was even chosen into them by Giant X in their matchup, obviously the one that had them sent them out of the playoffs there. And it was, you know, pretty unconvincing. So good that they've got a strong Corrode in the map pool. Obviously Icebox, you know, going away now, which they were undefeated on, I think, in stage 2. So we'll see if that affects them.
I will go as far as saying this is the worst map pool that this organization
no
has ever
fracture.
had to face. Yes. No split, no fracture,
split.
no icebox.
Oh, okay.
But we do have Boaster, and Mika Fab's got a chance to catch up with him a little bit early, and this is what he had to say.
Hey Hey guys, Mika here with Boaster of Fnatic. Of course,
Chal,
you're
shaky,
such a household
shaky,
name when
Boaster,
it comes to these global events. Fnatic is a household name
bye!
when it comes to these global events. But of course,
भाई
you guys
ऐसा
haven't
मार
lifted
खाया
the
ना
Champions
मैं
Trophy
तेरा
just
भाई
yet.
अभी
So
चलते चलते
tell me,
रील
why
बना
is
रहा
this
था
year the
चाल
year that
शेकी
Fnatic gets to do
शेकी
it?
करके
Well, I think no EMEA team has won a VCT trophy
Ek
globally
number,
since I shook my ass on
number.
stage. So I think I cursed us all. So
Chal,
in order
shaky,
to
shaky.
like remove the curse, I'm gonna have to seal the home moon and win this trophy. Yeah.
Happy fans, happy on moon.
अभी चला गया क्या मूवी देखने एक्चुअली
I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why I did that.
I don't
Boaster
know if
बोलते
he
हैं
could seal the home
Listen,
with that.
you can't unring a bell and you can't unshake an ass. At
Yeah.
this point, Boaster is priced in. Just send it at this point, man.
Yeah, he wasn't just shaking his ass before. He was giving it against RRQ the
Tell me
last time they
else,
faced each other. The L dance, why it was coming out, all the shenanigans on stage. You think RRQ maybe...
बंस भाई लव योर कंटेंट इन वीडियोस ऑफ वन ऑफ द आइडियाज बेस्ट शिवर बाबू जी को भी प्रणाम थैंक यू नो लिमिट्स बाय बिंग्स भाई would you give Indian for a second a chance to represent India in Valo if he doesn't cheat? Love you stream big bro no limit bye. What a W question यार what a W question नहीं
Q team in Toronto, and frankly, he choked. He wasn't in that Fnatic game. He wasn't able to stand up at all, and it's a bit disappointing to see from a team with like a lot of hype behind them. But they've been adamant. They've been insistent. It's not Jemkin and friends anymore. We've seen big step ups from a lot of players. I think Monyet is crucial. He enables Jemkin very much that Yoru comes in, picks up that neon when required. It's a strong double duelist look that RRQ can throw in, but. Well, Icebox was also their ticket through Pacific playoffs.
Yeah.
They are, they're undefeated on the map.
They've got the Haven, and I would love
Demon
to see
Slayer
the Haven. Fnatic's Haven has been
bolte.
really bad, but I want to see them take it one step further and throw Fnatic off, maybe with an Abyss. Cheeky
नहीं
Abyss
बोल
pick
जा।
coming into this.
I wouldn't be mad at the Abyss.
देखो सिंपल है मेरे बुक्स में ना once you learn always you learn सिंपल है जो बंदा बकचोदी करता है वो बंदा बकचोद है सिंपल है
And then from there, it's been on the decline.
Yeah.
So maybe they can bounce
बोलने में एक
back.
शॉट
Because
मीटर हो जाए
RRQ, they let that
impossible
map
है
through
विजा का
all
नाम
the
करके
time,
कर
and they're not even that good on it, but they keep playing
The
it.
Corrode stats don't look that compelling on the graphic, but they were 3-0 in playoffs on Corrode, and they got through teams like Genji, DRX, T1, and Talon to get there. So some really big names.
Don't remind me the Talon Ball what he's doing.
Ooh, that was brutal.
Yeah. You mentioned Jemkin, and I think a part of the story is going to Toronto. Do you think maybe the expectations were a little bit too high?
They were
Because
massive.
But this time around, I don't think he's gonna be underwhelming again. Surely.
No, certainly. I don't believe it. Kind of much to my point that I was making about the team entirely. I think he just needed that experience, and he has the ability to bounce back. I was talking to Mika about this, and she mentioned that Coach Ewok on the team wanted to get Jemkin. One of the reasons because of that iconic Reyna game where he got 0 kills, but the next game he bounced back and went crazy on the map just after. And I think that's telling of the kind of player and person that he is. And he's displayed nothing but...
पंकज लास्ट में तू रो देगी यार मैं तेरे आंखों में आंसू नहीं देख सकता यार डिले में देख रही है ना मेरे को स्ट्रीम टीवी पे अरे मेरी जान के टोटे क्या तू मुझे सुन पा रही है टीवी पे लाउड एंड क्लियर मैं पिछली लाइफ में एक्टर था शायद सेल्समैन था या एक्टर था कंफ्यूजिंग है
Yeah, we are taking match by match, and we believe in each other, and we believe in our preparation as well. So yeah,
backstory villain ki.
Sometimes that's all you need. The power of friendship. Good
By
luck to you.
every villain is a hero in their story.
Preparation is going to be really important coming to this, but also Alpha Year probably almost robbed of an MVP at Toronto. Hasn't been the best though in EMEA. Had a drop in form too.
Yes, so I do remember he was the one that
Galat family ke shikar.
shreds in that matchup they played in Toronto. Look, I think Alpha's incredible flex player, a top performer in general. Yeah, look, I think all of Fnatic had a bit of a quiet stage too, so I'm pretty reluctant to pin it on anybody. But, you know, plays Neon on Sunset, plays the Taeho a little bit as well. I think Alphayer is someone to keep an eye on. And it's an interesting comparison between him and Monye because they're different flavors of plays. Monye is an Omen player and then picks up the Neon required and also enables for the Waylay to be picked up by Jenkin. We're comparing Neon to Contreras here just to contextualize.
It's interesting. Alpha's been putting up some of his best games playing Haven. I mean, even in that last game that they lost against Giant X in the playoffs when they were knocked out, he was still dropping bombs playing KJ on Lotus, which was interesting. But yeah, I mean, he was on point there at least. I'm hoping he can bounce back.
Well, it's going to be a huge rematch here. Can RRQ get their revenge? And what are Fnatic going to bring?
Bhai, prediction simple hai.
And send it
जो पहला आएगा वो पहले जाएगा. Simple. Let's go. देखते हैं कौन है.
Si un día me voy, m'attendais pas. Je le fais taire et puis je reviens. Tu finiras en tôle si t'es pas mort avant.
कौन आ रहा है?
Une vie dans un coffre, c'est pas avant. C'est top, c'était fait comme un rat. C'est beau d'y réfléchir à deux fois dorénavant. Dis-moi comment je vais te rattraper. Je suis en pleine forme. Garde tes belles vases pour ton procès.
भाई म्यूजिक तो है यार. Song मस्त है, song मस्त. Fnatic गया पहले घर पे.
We have seen this matchup once already this year. This time coming onto the champion stage, Fnatic are not the kings they used to be. But RRQ, oh my goodness, they look great in Pacific. And their region is the only one that are undefeated so far at champions.
Yeah, many of you at home voted for that undefeated streak to continue. Sunset Fine taken away, maybe not so surprising. Fnatic though opt to pick the Ascent. They are 1-3 on this map in stage 2.
Some will be very frustrated for picking Ascent. I'm hoping they can bounce back on it because they were such a trendsetter, bringing the chamber into that map around Toronto.
Is like crazy.
Prior, RRQ let Ascent through constantly, and they're 1-4 on the map. They have not looked right there. They've made multiple comp switches. They're even trying to play Taeho on the map, still not working. So I think that if they continue to flounder, even if Fnatic aren't at their best again, maybe they can just still beat a weaker RRQ.
Similarly, yeah,
बहुत मारेगा अल्फा पे भी अगर मैच पागल होता है वो 30 मारता है बेसिकली पे.
They're folding in Taeho and
वजीर बंदा है अल्फा.
See if that gets them any value, like alongside the Sova. So this map for me is proof of how the teams have been working in the offseason. In the lead up to this event, this is going to be a great fruits of their labor demonstration to start a series.
The Abyss, obviously an unknown. It wasn't an amazing map for either team at the beginning of the year. I want to kind of even rate Fnatic's lower than RRQ's, but bit of a toss-up. And then Corrode, I'm just thinking about the X-Pharaoh versus Talon dropping 20 kills on attack, 20 for 5 on just attack Viper.
Let's go, baby!
Amazing this last stage. I rate him so highly. I think he's playing the best Valorant he has all year as of late.
This really worries me because we look at the map pool, and for me, again, I think it's the weakest map pool for Fnatic ever in the history of their organization. And when you look at the 3 maps they have to play, usually they get a crutch. They get their Lotus, they get their Haven, they get their Icebox, they get their Fracture. They get one map where it's traditionally they're the kings of. And in this, they are not the kings of any of this. This is just a completely new territory.
All right, like I'm favoring them on Ascent, but it has less well, yes, a little bit, but it honestly, for me, has less to do with their level and more to do with RRQ just not having an identity there, not being able to figure it out.
RRQ double sentinel
have an identity, but also do they
last 5 seconds में वो लोग जब साइड घुसेंगे फिर स्पाइक खुलने का
I love the bind ban because if bind was in there, that would have been the Fnatic thing where they were good at. And now they don't have any strong maps, so this is a tricky situation.
I love what you said though off camera.
Spike, चालू करो वाइस का डेडलॉक वॉल बंद.
Rematch. Like neither of these teams have changed materially in terms of personnel since that event, and I have flashbacks to just watching how destroy RRQ on that Ascent defense side. Always seemed to be exactly where he had to be. The chamber is something I'm going to be looking at very closely. If that's what the style I think Fnatic can definitely lean into. Just play extremities.
गजब तो मारता है लेकिन मेन डर अल्फा का है.
Early round
coming out.
Alpha मारता तो बहुत
Fnatic are going to be in so much more danger against this RRQ in this map than they were in Toronto. This is an experienced RRQ. This is their second time on the global stage.
Alpha is playing Sage. It's a Paper X. This is a Paper X.
I mean, the Sage was very old on this map and is now back and is very new since the recent buffs.
You have Sheer Wall and Sage's Wall, and you've got extremely good stopping power for anything that approximates a fast hit into either of these sites.
Wow.
You could get those slow orbs down, be a real nuisance, also block off that catwalk to cubby hit when RRQ get on the attack side.
When this Fnatic comp, they're starting on attack. When they get the spike down, this comp excels at being able to stop floods coming back in, which is something that you want to, try to do with your Taeho. Not going to be able to do that when you're getting slow orb, hit by thorns. RRQ are going to struggle if Fnatic.
By W Alpha. एक शॉर्ट आउट W Alpha. मेरे दोस्त का रिसेंटली चैम्बर देख के उसने डिसाइड किया कि वो VCT में नहीं खेलेगा चैम्बर. W. I just want to give you a shout out, brother. W.
So maybe they can bounce back and prove that they've learned from that loss against Fnatic.
I'm looking at Jamkin as well. He will have to be able to draw out some of this util for Fnatic. Honestly, on both sides of the map, even if RRQ, if they want to push up for info on that defense side, they've got to be careful. They're going to probably have to use that Taeho util pretty liberally. Stealth drones into mid, try and get a feel for Fnatic's movements safely. And they've got to play ahead of retake scenarios. They do need to play up on these sites. They need to anchor aggressively here and make it so the center util can't lock them out of the game.
Well, what an exciting way to start. I can't wait to jump into Ascent, and I can't wait to throw it out to
Well, it's the Champs debut for RRQ, who are back for revenge against the team that ended their run in Toronto. Rosters, well, they look the same, but we've got a new map pool, and with Corrode and Abyss already locked in, this is going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, I think also just you look at Fnatic going into this map in general, their strengths haven't really been there, and sure, a pretty hefty defeat, struggling on that attack side when playing versus this comp for RRQ.
Let's go
RRQ! On this map, they've always been pretty good, so
this
this could be a very different story. And you've now lost what is that Alpha aggressive entry playing on the chamber and replaced it with a Sage. So I want to see what sort of attack side ideas Fnatic have, because sure, I think this comp will be great on defense. Will it be good on attack?
Defensive ideas from RRQ and the pistol firing squad in mid, waiting for that spot. A few shots fired, but none landed. It will be Fnatic to make the first move. As RRQ just have to fall back now, play that more defaulty play. Mid a bit more open, and looks like they might even be thinking about going in towards mid. Certainly with the reveal, here's some util following it up, but a lot of this is posturing from the defensive side. They're trying to make a favorable engagement happen, find something when the reveal pops off, but Fnatic are going to deny it, and back to covering their bases.
We know Fnatic are renowned for this slow style. It was mentioned by Wire, and I agree that getting into those post plants, they're going to be tough to beat, especially in a pistol round. That wall is going to be devastating, but walking into a stack up. 3 players on this side of the map. They're slowed as well by that smoke being into position. Actually, Alfia doesn't look like he's going to use that wall for the post plant at all.
He's going up into the window as the exec comes through. Kayak already dropped, and here's Alfia's opportunity. He's being spotted, still manages to find one. He's pulling them back into this opening pick for RRQ, but an immediate response from Fnatic puts them into a 4v2 post plant.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to break back in. That double entry is huge, but Alfia is still on the wall, has been caught out. Chronicle in a fairly open position, but will just opt to fall back.
मैं बोला ना बे अल्फा मारा
really available for that attack, but singular paranoia.
कभी-कभी बहुत पागल हो जाता है.
Get them back through. Chronicle's just got his flashback online. There's the shot from Jemkin though. Crashies, who is desperately low, is down, and it's the 2 players in Boathouse who have to pull this off. Chronicle, the pistol in hand, it might not be the classic, his signature weapon. He will find the kills nonetheless and put Fnatic 1-0 up.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the players I want to keep an eye on, because even when they were in 4-4, you did start to see Chronicle coming back to that championship level. And we know that if they are going to be a contender in this tournament, he needs to be on. Like, he is that player that I feel like desires to win more than any other. And a solid start for him in the pistol round. Already seeing an idea or two, but I'll be honest, that idea at least I've been seeing since 2020.
Obviously, we had some slower weeks from Chronicle over in EMEA as well, but he certainly found his form towards the end of the season. But that was something Uber was saying. You know, across the board, it's felt like regular season stage 2.
Chat तुम लोग को दिखाई दे रहा है एक राउंड में सारे support players के पास सारे utils
in terms of opening matchups in Champions. They've only lost the one. It was their second appearance. Obviously, they've been to every single Champs. It was back against 100 Thieves. Other than that, this team is usually undefeated in the early stages. In this round, they certainly should be getting away with it fairly clean. 2 pistols, so a big margin for error, and only classics that they're up against.
Fairly hefty rotation, but they're not actually within the site trying to use the smoke to cross over, but it's something that Fnatic are well aware of. And well, blink and you miss it. Chronicle already up to his 3rd kill of the round.
Why too strong, bro?
Finding his ultimate already. And they're also farming up a lot of the orbs onto Althea.
Bas bhai, your
favorite
three
is going to be available as much as humanly possible for Crazy Guy. Well, you either want to try and do damage or ideally die to the spike. That's not happening.
No, they're trying to buy time for Alpha to come back and grab that kill, but Crashy's his hand was forced in the end. They come in with 2 pistols. They leave with them as well. A flawless round from Fnatic. Big money builder early on. You look at RRQ. It's not a round that they should have had much contest in. They very nearly dropped Chronicle. I don't think it's the end of the world, but this next one, this is going to be telling. We need to see them get off to a flying start. Do some damage, win the round for sure. You know, in terms of the Ascent, the last time these 2 teams faced, it was pretty convincing in Fnatic's favor.
The other thing as well, I think more Integra is actually their last match. They had a 1-11 attack. So this defense has to be solid because whenever they've done even reasonably well on this map, it's been a defensive-sided half that has done it for RRQ. So that'll be the focus. And this is where they now have the weaponry to play with Chronicle. Even after a pretty stellar early start to this game, he's going to be left down to just a Stinger and Jemkin.
Short, buddy.
He's going to be able to escape and have his teammate double up onto Althea. A great start.
Who are we? RRQ.
Exactly what
Who are we?
Fnatic being put early on with that advantage that RRQ are bringing to bear. And as you said, with the defensive side expectations we had. Rifles are left though. 3 of them with an upgrade that's being brought through. Naked from a corpse, I'll move towards this A site, but plenty of numbers here for RRQ. Full utility online towards this side, and 40 seconds on the clock. Time to make a decision. Bro. And it looks like they might be making the right read.
The thing is, that was their own thorns. It felt like Crashies wanted to push forward.
30 seconds left.
But his own team's thorns have blocked him out from doing so. Fnatic like to run the clock low, but I wonder if this is just turning into a save. 20 seconds left on the clock, the spike pushing forward, but everybody else still with so much space to take. Boaster down.
15.
And yeah, this has to be a save now, but it still seemed like, at least up until Boaster went down, they were still challenging for this round. RRQ with a chance to keep this one nice and clean. And the only thing is, because it's their first round victory, I don't expect them to hunt too much for these remaining guns.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worthwhile just hanging on to what they've got. Even that one Guardian they've now got left with the upgrade for Crazy Guy. Koshi will just carry it forward. Hey, listen, that is a godsend of a round for RRQ. Great early fights, already showing dominance over that mid control and the patience on display late. That's what Fnatic were trying to force out of them, is a little bit of an overextension. Someone playing too aggro, someone giving the chance for this squad to find a weakness, find a site to push into, but it wasn't given away. The discipline on display gives us a 2-1 score line. The full buyback.
5-0 chat.
Being online.
That was just a bonus, so even the couple of guns saved and the little bit extra is going to put them into a good position. Rez already online, so they can now be a little bit riskier. Saying that, the shock dart that's been sent through early from Cushy has done a lot of damage. I imagine the heal has already been administered, so Chronicle will at least be back to 100. Again, ground to a halt. This defensive setup is incredibly passive. They're not trying to give any of those openers on the other side. And because of that, with somewhat a lack of initiation at times, Fnatic are just having to contact into this one.
Straight through the side for utility, they will go. This is the problem, a lot of reactive util in play for RRQ. The salvo coming in from Crazy Guy still has one left to play with. Reveal comes in, the spams can now fire right back through. Very oppressive in terms of the util, the positions that RRQ are playing in as well. It's making it a bit of a headache for Fnatic. And with that extra time bought, rotation through from Jemkin, mid fully secured, and Fnatic are going to go for this late control. Alfier wants to push deep into the spawn. He's got a guy on the rotate, trying to cut it off, and he'll grab one. That's the res online, but Crashy's double, and Boaster clearing out the rest of the site. What was a very labored round in terms of the time being bled out of Fnatic's clock has ended up being a huge success for them.
Yeah, no, just their entries into that B site were sublime. 2 players at the back of the site being picked off in rapid succession alongside the rotations being cut off. I was a little bit nervous because you have Alpha with the res, and then he's taking a solo fight alone on the other side of the map, but it's clear that the other players, the ones with utility, they're actually going to be able to put you into place. So you can't really afford to leave anyone else behind. For Munya, there's not really much of a choice. Just try and hold on to the gun. They managed to keep all 5 players alive in the previous round, so there's definitely going to be a purchase up for RRQ, but it's one where you kind of watch this round and go, it's difficult to say what they could really change because they had their players in the right place at the right time. It just seemed like they lost every single fight.
Well, that's it, right? Obviously, we're on board with Alpha for this cross kill, but it's on the site when Crashies is able to find a double in quick succession. Those players on
क्या हो गया भाई आज क्या हो गया Fnatic में सब लोग मार रहे हैं.
Discipline right there, I love to see.
They had the rotates, they had Jemkin close by to support the site. They had the smoke to cover their cross in, or so they thought, but weren't expecting Boaster to be there. And well, that's a very early upset for RRQ, but the reality is they still have the money. Jemkin's come in, operator in hand. This is the benefit from having such a clean previous round, but that position from Boaster, it's sneaky. If Jemkin steps back out, if Cushy tries to cross the market, they can be caught off here.
Now has the idea that there's a player in position. Here. Jemkin's gate crashes about to run out, but just at the last second he's able to catch that kill. Boaster not being able to spot the player further, but there will be an immediate retrieval. Wonderful usage of the salvos though.
By W, man!
Second time this
by hair,
taking a beating. And so are Fnatic in the early stages. They need a response in there. Well, Jemkin's operator has just been a game changer. From an almost clean round for Fnatic. It's looking like we might get one in response.
Yeah, I love this from RRQ. The salvos there onto the res, just perfect. And again, highlighting the benefit of having this Teho in. It's a difficult agent to use right now, but
Marvin Patel by Tamme Chucho. Thank you for the 1,000. Maru Dokro.
They lost all of their fights, but
love you, Mary love you.
Situational, like right there. Massive, pushing that player that was rezzed out of position, giving Jemkin every opportunity to pick off players. Like you said, I think that highlight has very much been the operator. So it's not just the utility in play, the weaponry too. The way they're controlling this map, very nice. I'm curious to see what Fnatic's adaptation will be, because after that previous round victory, they've still got money. They'll be able to invest here, and I think it will just be this back and forth with these clean rounds being traded if that continues. Until we finally see someone's economy being broken.
Well, it feels like we're playing the slowest game of all time right now.
Fnatic attack side on Ascent. Yes.
We've also just had like late round saves each time, so it's been like almost a burst.
Marvin Patel,
even trying to use the heal, and actually Alfia goes down because he's trying to use the heal while running away. So unfortunate, but also just wonderfully placed utility for the side of RRQ. They're definitely a squad that seem to be improving day by day, game by game. Showed massive resilience in their victory to get into that top 2.
Are Pacific shouting louder than
Fnatic
Fnatic
first few
fans?
rounds definitely haven't phased them.
Flash, nicely done. Jemkin not able to hit the shot on the jumping kayak.
By short
the big player of the previous round, the big weapon of the operator down. They try to delay with the salvos,
क्या
but Kayak's
मस्त
already
TP
through.
वो किया.
Crashed through the gates on the B side.
Double blind TP.
He's claimed it for Fnatic. A
यहाँ
plan
से
now
ओमेन ने
secured.
blind है वहाँ से
A
यूं
5
ने
versus
OTP
3.
मार लिया.
RRQ. Well,
Hey, be stats
talking
तो है.
about the slow rounds. This was a bit more direct, but we
Yeah.
might still
Bring
get
it
that
to
late
chaos
round
to
save.
find.
Well, I also think it
Oh,
was
trailer
Boast's
will bust
paranoia.
by crazy.
That
लेकिन मैं
must
सीधा
have
गेम
just
में
been
देखा.
perfectly placed because I think that was just an immediate
Good idea है.
crash
एक और
into
Patel,
the site
Shiv
for
Patel.
Kayak, and it looks almost silly that he's able to get that kill for free.
Shot.
Breaking back into this though, it was
Just saying
mentioned,
WAP किसका था
it's
जिम
not
के
going to
भाई?
be easy.
Any
You're
comments?
facing off against that Vice in tandem with Sage, and well, that's before you even talk about some of the individual brilliance currently in the server. This has been a very peculiar game. Both sides winning a lot of their rounds incredibly cleanly. And this time that pace change from Fnatic, and more importantly, catching out of Jemkim, has turned this completely in the other direction. At least though, Crazy Guy's going to make it a little bit more costly, but let's be real, it's not going to do too much in terms of the economy.
W?
Yeah, I liked what Boaster was doing there. Alpha was a little bit ahead of it, though.
W?
Initially, you see him clearing out main.
भाई क्या शॉट मारा बे अल्फा ने.
Ends up being, at least a dent in that
भाई
economy.
अल्फा ने क्या शॉट मारा
Paranoia
भाई.
going through with a full blinded Cypher on the
It's
side of
X-Pharaoh.
X-Pharaoh. Not much to say about that. 4-2. But like we said, it's been clean rounds. Been a couple of saves at a time. RRQ still able to buy up. We got to be getting close to a record here so far in the tournament for the most back-to-back buy rounds for both teams. I mean, it is ridiculous.
Well, I want to see how good these teams are with the Stinger. That's been the gun of the tournament, I feel, so far, but
हाँ बे बहुत सारे लोग सिंगल लेते हैं.
not in this game. I think we've seen one. That was on Chronicle.
भाई मजाक सेट कर मैं स्टिंगर बहुत बाप चला.
Nonetheless, he's now got an operator of his own. Clearly expecting that aggression to come in. Early TP just to try and clear out Switch. The run in. Kayak's already gone down. Smoke going to be thrown back out to try and delay them that a little bit further, but it feels like now Fnatic are a little bit more committed. Boaster has made that move eventually, but is the only one out. They're still just trying to get through this choke point. Stuck by Munya Smoke. But getting out of here is going to be difficult. Alfia's got a long wait before that heal's going to be available. In fact, we'll be down to the last 15 seconds of the round if that happens. And obviously for Chronicle with the operator, all he can really hope to do is hold the cross.
There could even be a world here where they're going to group up, swap that op into Alfia's hands. Yeah, there we go. It's the right play. Give him at least a chance to trade bullet for bullet. And they have got the B site wide open.
Hey, babe.
RRQ, they've shown us a lot of patience on the defensive side. This time, it may be their downfall is that they will give the plant away. 12
That's
seconds.
the rule
With
of
dimensional drift online,
Valorant.
though, I'm
If
not worried.
Chronicle hits,
Like, you
no
could just throw that in
one
just to
can
confirm this
defeat
round.
them.
I
Ice
think
by
clearing out all
बात
of
तो
the
बराबर
risky
है.
angles
बात
will
तो
just
बराबर
make this so much easier.
Crazy.
And playing this
अब
as a
single
4
हो गया?
versus 2 retake, I think the gamble would be
क्योंकि
is
आपने
if
जो
you left
one
it down
तो
to
one
1v1
कहना.
on the site. They're not going to allow that to happen. Chronicle, though, this is what I'm talking about. He's going to try and get aggressive, try and be surprising. They already know where he is. That surprise factor is gone.
Alpha, though, still manages to land a shot. They know where Chronicle is. That was the problem. It's down to the low HP player. He's healed himself slightly. He'll survive a shot, but not to the head. Kashi puts him in the ground, and RRQ convert 3 to 4 now. Fnatic being wiped out, but guess what?
भाई क्या मार रहा
Yeah, of course they do. All of these rounds have been fairly clean. In fact, this is one of the first ones that hasn't for the side of RRQ, but this is sort of the issue I'm talking about. Like, a lot of the time you're going to see double or in some cases even triple initiator on this map. It allows you to get through those choke points a little bit easier. Some teams that change it up by running a double duelist. Maybe you see the Jet alongside the Yoru so that you can get that little bit of extra space. In Fnatic's round, what they're doing is, well, this one at least, placing the wall down and try and get through the choke, but the choke is the same. You're still going through that gap. He's not working out, made it incredibly difficult to get out of that choke point. Even still, 4-3 up on the attack side of this map.
अच्छा प्लेयर है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है मैं आज मैच होगा तो सीन हो जाएगा क्योंकि वो कल आ सकता है ना.
Nice start, in fact, another tag to be had as well.
समझ रहे हो?
Not as impactful when they ever
तो
say.
Yeah, not so much. At least it will be the shield stripped away. A small benefit.
By audience भर रहा है बे chat.
For RRQ, they've been playing so heavy on one
Audience
side of the
भर रहा
map,
है.
and it makes sense when it's towards A and your Cyphers left to hold the other side. In the last round, they had 5 players on the A site when Fnatic were pushing through. This time, it's 3 towards it, 1 of Jamkim close enough, and the ultimate set off. This will isolate Kayak inside of main, but there's no one to play on the back of it. That does feel like a little bit of a throwaway from Crazy Guy. The res is still online.
Yeah, I guess the expectation was that maybe somebody was a little bit deeper. They are wary of those salvos. That's what it is. They're using the res here. They're just expecting the salvos to just remove anybody else who's left. Shock dart over the top, same wall, getting ready to go, but they should be aware of this. Jemkim also holding the line into middle. Fnatic starting to fall flat once again. It's only really Althea who's done anything, and well, Kayak now with 14 seconds, 4 players to find, and guess what? RRQ are not going to be peeking. That will be the scoreline equalized for the Pacific number 2.
कैसे करते report?
And well, for Fnatic, it feels like feast or famine.
Very much so. I mean, in this round, you see early pick go down, sure, but the great thing about RRQ, like you said, is the fact that they have this composition with the Teho that is now getting into Fnatic's head. You can't pop that res because the ult can come through, and even after the ult is put in, they're worried about the salvo. Crashies is going out running backwards to take down the camera. Giving the freest fights of his life. This is a time to take a break, a little timeout for Fnatic. Fnatic RRQ are picking up some steam. They've managed to chain 2 rounds together. It's the most that we've seen since the pistol round. I think most importantly is the position that they've now put Fnatic in. With the 7th round being clean for RRQ, I think they took everybody out. The same here. Economy's going to struggle, and we'll see the first reward.
Yeah, I think as well, like it's just the manner in which they're winning them. I think really struggling to deal with Jemkim, currently 9 and 5 at the top of the board. His operator has been tough to deal with, but also just a lot of those utility combos. I think getting out of smokes has been awkward. I think Xvera as well with his Cypher utility has made it tough just to break through these chokes. And if you get caught in any of the chokes, you run into Teo salvos, you run into these reactive pieces of utility. It's put, I think you could tell it's put Fnatic on edge. And sure, 4 rounds on the attack side, with the compositions we currently have running, I don't think it's bad at all. I think that I'd still put Fnatic in the driver's seat for now. But if this ends as an 8-4 half, which with how some of these rounds have started to go, I wouldn't be overly surprised. That's a little bit more of a problem. So I want to try and stop that early.
First up production,
round 9 kicking off. A lot of weaknesses for Fnatic. See if they can turn those into advantages. It's unlikely, and with Jamkin having so much impact so far, since this operator's been picked up, he'll be a big piece of the puzzle to figure out when it comes to the next round.
Portal closed.
Maybe finding some information here will help them out. Slow start, as expected, but leaning towards the B site, which is much more open.
I wonder if this is down to the steel guard. One way to level the playing field would be to use that ultimate to remove the weaponry. So if you sit out of the site, fairly easy to step back. It's a slow ult to activate. And then you don't lose any of your weaponry. You can run back in on the retake. And you can see all of this utility being expended, set up to try and make things that little bit more awkward. Well, there's absolutely nobody here.
Yeah, it won't be the steel guard used, but instead the gate crash alongside Paranoia to clear that backside beat. We've already seen the impact from Kayak, but so passive are RRQ. They tried to disrupt the plant. They won't find it. Chronicle lands a double poster on the frenzy. Hold on. This is looking very winnable for Fnatic all of a sudden. An Xvero falls quickly. Getting revenge. Catches him looking the other way from the stairs for the MasterCard Thrifty. I really thought this was going to be RRQ taking the lead, Tom.
Yeah, the one thing I was nervous about was once Fnatic actually took the site, I was like, okay, now that Steel Garden is actually really impactful. It was completely meaningless. It just Chronicle hit a lovely couple of shots, and then I think he even tags up the next player, which the spam, helps out Bosa. So I spoke about the potential of championship form Chronicle. This was a round that, well, as you can see, he's going to be very, very happy with. And what was it?
Crucial round,
was a setup.
अभी पैसे के
Not
लग गए यार.
working out. 5-4. Fnatic take the lead once again. But the operator is still in play for Jemkim. He's been able to sort of dominate whenever he's in the right place at the right time.
वैसे देखा जाए तो कुछ info तो है नहीं Fnatic के पास.
For a lot of this map, it's figuring that out because of how slow Fnatic have been.
So the previous round, obviously playing off B side, playing a little heavier towards that right side of the map. You're in a position to try to step out of a steel garden towards that A site, fight in afterwards. The hope is from RRQ, even if that ult is used. Actually, you probably want the ult to be used. Now it's online for this round.
Yep.
Rez is there. Hunter's Fury. Fnatic have so much to work with. For RRQ.
But here it is.
One round down. They're on the B site this time. Completely trapped in. This is a problem. Cushy. He's going to have a swarm of locusts descending upon him. But his weapon is back up. The flash catches. But Cushy, good for one. Good for two. Against no one. He was caught by the steel garden. But he's the one drawing blood till Chronicle again.
Jemkim rifle retrieved. Crashies has that Hunter's Fury, but using it might be difficult. Nice shock dart, but even still a couple. Looked like they could have gone the other way, but Chronicle still stands tall.
क्या हो गया है भाई Chronicle को? क्या स्कोर है?
Come off the back of him.
बेंच हम लोग को लगा कजक और अल्फा मारेगा.
Sentinel now overtakes Jemkim. He's 11-3 right now. Really overshadows the job that was done by Cushy. The fact is, he was left as sort of the anchor, so they couldn't do that again. He did phenomenal work. 2 kills from the backside, but making it through that smoke, similarly to what Fnatic was struggling with, also seemed like a death sentence.
It's just got to be great to have Chronicle on your team, man. Like we said, he had maybe 2
Chronicle
weeks.
is dead. हमारे के lag में बस अच्छे के लिए बिकरान.
Started out 5-0 here, now 11-3. That op from Jemkin on the other side has slowed down. A timeout from RRQ as they start to feel the pressure. This was a game of back and forth buy rounds, slow approaches, and big saves. RRQ ones that will have to taste the.
मेरा पिकअप some top हो गया. मेरे को याद नहीं हम लोग ने किसको select किया था.
Forced by looking
I think
very
Fnatic को किया था.
See their economy when we get back.
लेकिन RRQ अभी भी upset तो कर ही सकते हैं.
With a 2-round lead already, facing into an eco, this could be the advantage of the halftime locked in. And despite how close this was, Fnatic winning the pistol and having momentum towards the end, they could undo all the rights of that early half and end up at double the scoreline of their opposition.
I think 6 rounds is already a very good position for Fnatic to be in. Everything points to RRQ having their struggles on the attack side of this map, and
you remember the card issue or SSG?
Well, a 4-4 after losing the pistol. We're talking about potentially turning into a great half now. Well, they'd have to win themselves this eco round to even have a chance of leveling things up.
Double initiator okay, look what info kaise nahi hai, kahan pe aa rahe hain.
Things have happened. Good flash to start. The drone's got all the info. They know about the danger up close. Fnatic won't go running brazenly into that, but Cushy's trying to take advantage of the cap. He's being spotted though. Boaster about to set up a smoke. Oh! Well, they looked a little asleep at the start. Not expecting one yet around that corner, but Chronicle, reliable, takes the pick. Jemkin super low as well, and yeah, the wall is tripped on B. Fnatic have already put their eggs in this basket. The A site being taken. Next Pharaoh, tag low.
And a
jump around from Kayak will catch him off. There is damage done on the other side though. Kayak is relatively low. They've managed to draw blood on the poster. RQ can make this costly, but I don't know how much impact that's realistically going to have. They needed the round win.
All points are main hai.
At this stage as well, damage really doesn't mean anything. So many credits for Fnatic to buy back in with, and
not bad, bhai. 7.5 is not bad. I think abhi bhi nikal lega.
They'd be happy with their old composition, with the chamber in the mix. I think now that they've added in the stage, this is looking incredibly dangerous for RRQ, of course. Looking forward in the series, I do think that the map pool should get better for them. They're comfortable on Corrode. They've picked into Abyss, which, I'll be honest, historically wasn't good for either of these sides, but hey, that's their choice. Ascent, over the last few months, they've been 1-6, so I think expectations were relatively low, but this is starting to look very rough indeed.
Jemkin, there we go. The return of the op, and of course it's Chronicle that he finds a massive scalp to take early on.
Steel ki gote aapke paas, brother.
Bailed Fnatic out of a lot of bad situations. The 7-5 half up for grabs.
एक अच्छा कि उसके दोनों टीममेट्स टॉप
The
में
team that sent RRQ out of Toronto, the grudge match. Jemkin's going back out for more. Same spot as before. Of course, he's got teammates covering deep into mid, so he doesn't have to worry about his left side. He's covering this cross. And eventually that fight is going to be forced out. Crashies, but it's more importantly Alpha with the spike. He's got two! Alpha walls up, pops the res, uses it as a bait for another, but X-Pharaoh delivers. And a 2 versus 2 spawns from this with the ult from Boaster. The spike will be reclaimed, but look at Munyet.
Giving his position away. Clearly aware of the potential paranoia to re-swing, but he's not won the fight.
अच्छा था
बे left on just 20 HP.
एक मारना था उसका एक.
This will be a tough one to win, but it will come down to the timing. If he can find a gap,
मेरी जान के
maybe there's an opportunity down to just 10. Facing off, and he has managed it with barely any HP left. That is absurd.
A miracle play from X-Pharaoh. Isolating each fight, taking them down and putting 5 on the board for RRQ. A damn sight better than it could have been as we go into the halftime. They are trailing by the slow-mo on the voice lines, but that looked like it was done.
One enemy
a big
remaining.
swing from Alpha. He was on fire, but X-Pharaoh extinguished this round.
मैच पर फोकस करो. जब बाजू में क्यूब सी बीवी होती है ना, तब फोकस मैच पे नहीं होती.
Nonetheless, it was still a good half for Fnatic. So let's go down with Lou, who's talking to Boaster's parents.
La réunion de famille continue.
Boaster family बोलते, vamos vamos. Chat, अपने घर वालों को बुलाओ. अपने घर वालों को, mom dad को बुलाओ.
The first question I wanted to ask you, Gary, is that we know that your son has been, handling the IGL captain responsibilities for a long while now. So do you feel like he always had that extroverted, fiber in him?
Well, it's difficult to say, really. Obviously, he just took over the gaming and went away playing games in London. So yeah, I think that's where he wanted to go.
Yeah, he was enjoying himself since the very beginning indeed. Donc on le sait, Boaster c'est l'IGL, le capitaine, il a des responsabilités depuis le début.
Est-ce qu'il est un peu
extraverti? Bah oui, depuis le début, il était à fond dans les jeux, il partait à Londres pour jouer, etc.
Il
avait ça en lui depuis le début.
My
question now, Suzanne, is for you because your son is not only a captain, he's also a content demon, especially a dancer. So what do we think about his dancing skills? Where did he get them from, actually? Is it from you?
He's always loved dancing. He did belong to a local musical theatre school, and his favourite was the dancing, ballet, anything, and of course now the K-pop.
Why there is less trash talk as
dance he can do indeed, K-pop ballet, that's insane.
Why there is less trash talk as compared to CS home by क्योंकि आपके गांव में हाथी की
il est à l'école d'une école de théâtre, il adorait
compare जिंदगी में compare करो बस.
Il sait tout faire, and let's see now
यहाँ के players वहाँ कैसे जाएंगे compare, वहाँ के players इधर क्या करेंगे compare. BGM में अच्छा है, Free Fire अच्छा है compare, TikTok अच्छा है कि YouTube अच्छा compare.
Boaster twerking to his parents. I'm sure they look up on the big screen and go,
वो गेम देख बस कहाँ चिल्ला बाग middle finger दिखाई गेम में क्यों नहीं हो रहा?
Getting into your Coinbase econ report now before the next half, and Chronicle has to be the highlight. He started out 5-0, ended the half 13-4. The man was hard to shut down, Tom.
Yeah, he wasn't really dying at all throughout. Like, it made it just so difficult. The finances of Fnatic became so good all the way through.
भाई तू अपने शादी में डांस किया था, कराया था मेरे को, कराया था,
जबरदस्ती कराया था. Of course, going into the defensive side,
क्योंकि बहुत सारे मेरे fans आ गए थे वहाँ पे.
Maybe with a little bit more from Kayak. He's been a bit quiet so far, but obviously we say a lot.
मेरे को याद है
this
first
attack
time
side,
पिक
it's
ने
very
मेरे को
difficult
7
getting
times
into
please
those
बोला था
sides.
hey
And that's where I
please
wonder
Han
if Jemkin's going to be
can
able
you
to have the
dance
same
for
level
me
of him.
Han
Like,
ऐसा
can he now be as good on the entry as he was on the defense? Because it is much, much harder.
Oh, Fnatic! They're giving them a taste of their own medicine! It's the stack up on mid 3 instead of RRQ's 4. But they have found 2 picks and left X-Pharaoh down to 5. A much more successful start. And one of the things I wanted to highlight on the map, he has had a tough first half. And a man we have high expectations for. I don't think Fnatic will get to see this side of Manya for much longer. But for now,
spam पढ़ते मौन है बस.
desired. And with this pistol, if Fnatic win this, that's both pistols under their belt, which ultimately, in a 7-5 half, the pistol was what made the difference.
Yeah. I think it'd be a bit more damning. What?
All right.
Okay, that's going to help them out a little bit. A full blind shot for one of their players. Monyet's found another. You mentioned him, and he's come alive. And it's starting to get a little bit dangerous. A fight that could change it, but the jumping. He's known for his dancing, but he'll stand up as well.
Fanatic की तरफ था.
It's Boaster to close things out in the pistol round. As you said, that extra little boost could make all the difference.
Fanatic! Who are we? Fanatic!
RRQ getting a little taste of the UAE.
I was supporting Sen, then no Ganda Hari. Tail ko support kya Hari, G2 ko support kya Hari. I support
as well
on dudes.
do exactly what your opponents put into play. I've seen this from Fnatic before.
I'm a gardener. I got flowers and shit.
Okay. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what that means, but
उसका मतलब he is the goat of the garden.
Fnatic 8-5. Strong lead, and they're up against Classics. For RRQ, farming those orbs early, the name of the game. You can see the crazy guys containing that A orb while his teammates take it on B, but IX pushed up on mid. Gate crash fading. I don't think he'll stick around too much longer, and indeed, he's already out.
A little bit of a ruse sold on the other side with the salvos. Of course, you can see the direction that they fly from, so doing it from the right side of the map is important. Already being tripped, and that's going to buy that additional little bit of extra time, but they are swarming in. A lot of pressure. Put up to Chronicle! Was that a triple wallbang? Did he just collapse 2 of them with 1, or was that the second shot? Because it looked like it could have been all of them.
It looked like it was 1 bullet, 3 kills. Maybe we'll get a slow mo.
Yeah, I'm going to need that slowed as much as humanly possible, but that does mean there's an opportunity for the ace. Crazy guy does not want to give it to him.
Chronicle out of syllabus कहाँ से आया?
Kill already.
Kajak और Alpha मारने वाले तो नहीं game.
He's trying to go around the world. It seems like Kayak, he is baiting. What a wonderful teammate that this guy is. In fact, they're all trying to get the opportunity for this man to get the ace, and he will get it. Chronicle. The first ace for Fnatic in the tournament. And one that, yeah,
Dad, मेरा पैसे में क्या?
I still don't know.
Hold on. Here we go.
That
was one shot. One shot. 3
मैंने Alex भाई को यहाँ पे रखा है.
Unbelievable from Chronicle. And that's what you like to see from a team. Panatek should take some notes.
I do feel incredibly bad for them, though, because it's like you swarm in one player, 3 of you all line up at once. That's about as cursed as it gets, but obviously it was only an eco.
Alex भाई stream चालू है.
This is where we need to see
Alex भाई stream चालू है.
a change for RRQ.
Alex भाई
wasn't spotted in the last round, so it's going to go for the same play. Likely that he may not find anything again. X-Pharaoh. Just jiggling.
He's going to go out. Gate crash going to be used. Surely.
It's
running out of time. There we go. He's back out, but Crash, he's out of the round. He's taken down in market, and RRQ use that, knowing their rotations will come through. Now they look to pressure towards mid. This is the right read. Fnatic are offering up a fight, and if the numbers from the attack go that way, they could have had a duel. Very heavily favored to themselves. In fact, they still might. Boaster's going to be walled up here. It's an audacious play. Chronicle's jumping on top of the box. And X-Pharaoh in with the early punish. A 3 versus 5 now.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea, but the additional jump made it difficult. Chronicle on the other side. They're going to have at least a little bit of worries about that Guardian after the last round. Alpha yet, he's been watched. Well played by Monyet. making sure that lurk can't come in from behind. And well, it needs to be a 1v5, but it's not going to happen.
Flawless.
A solid round from the side of RRQ, patient in their attack.
Flawless.
But as we know, with how clean the last couple of bids, there's another buy coming.
Well, it's already a margin better than the last time these two teams faced. It was Fnatic taking it 13-5. With RRQ hitting 6, but they're facing into a full buy now. Like you said, this is a different flavor, perhaps, from Fnatic. 18-5 on Chronicle. And he had a lights-out start to the map, but there has just been next to no stopping
RRQ.
in round 16. It'll be a slow, methodical start from RRQ. Pressure towards the A site, but the spike still sat outside B. The salvos sent through to clear wine. It's all about just pushing Fnatic back, limiting how much info, how much control they have to play with.
Already.
I think
some of that early utility. Wall being used over into A main. This could be a big part of the game for RRQ with how much is online. Kayak again going walkabouts. The reveal will let him know that there's a couple of players to his right, but that's not who he's looking for. He's expecting some form of reaction. We haven't really seen RRQ caught by any of this. Each time they've been patient.
I think RRQ को एक fair knowledge है कि split होने वाला है.
Bear in mind that the Vice wall has also been moved into middle, so they have a lot of information on that part of the map. The push, though, not going that way.
The drone already put through on A. Alarm bells ringing. Fnatic know the hits coming in with that paranoia having landed. Kayak doesn't find much. A quieter performance continues. We look for another hero on this site. Alfier grabs some info, but swings into heavy traffic. Boaster isolated. He'll be taken down after one.
Almost.
Chronicle and Crash.
7-9.
Okay, that shock dart makes it doable. I was already thinking perhaps the save call.
But 7-9.
They can go for this. And with Crazy Guy taking a fight alone, he's given them a real chance. X-Pharaoh so desperately low. They'll play this together. With
7-9.
Play for Chronicle. That's a good way to burst them out into this side. X-Pharaoh doesn't break this one yet. Be blinded up. It's going down below. Oh, it's going up top. Okay, they're clearing it. Now looking to fight together with the reveal. They've seen one, they've seen the other, but X-Pharaoh lands the shot. And it's all onto Crashies. The drop down should be deadly. A double swing, but X-Pharaoh gets ahead of the play. Crashies running out of time, but he'll catch Munyet as the spike ticks away. Fnatic, it's close, but I think they've got it. Double digits on the board, and you have to look at RRQ there. X-Pharaoh, that was a mistake.
Yeah, he was so good for the first fight. That gets the timing perfect on the swing, but I think maybe just a little bit of miscommunication. This shot dart was huge, because as you said, this was going into a 2 versus 4. Instead, it ends up with one immediately taken out, and then the aggressive position of Crazy Guy. That is just a poor post spot. Like, I can forgive the guy planting the spike. You don't know that's coming. But from then onwards, you have one guy super aggressive. Then you get it into the 2v1, and from that point onwards, you just need to wait for the drop.
That's a shame, and RRQ as well, with the margin of error that they had in terms of economy. This has pushed them to the limit. This could give Fnatic a little bit of momentum to carry it across the line, to at least push up to 12. A win here. I mean, put it this way, RRQ put a lot more pressure on themselves for this round. What could have been their redemption arc. At 9-7, the scoreline closing in, the walls closing on Fnatic. It's looking like a sprint to the finish line for the defense.
RRQ have a lot of potential to pad the gap with ults. Hunter's Fury one away. Drones crossing path, but not really finding out too much, and the pistol shots will be heard, but again, it's just trying to bait that wall being broken. As they now look to try and move back to the other side of the map, but this definitely has its risks about it. Fnatic haven't moved. They'll catch the first, and actually that's wonderful from Cushy. 2 players down, Kayak trying to rotate into position. He's hoping someone peeks off it, but they don't. Another control being taken. Fnatic can't afford to fight this. Their economy was already on the brink after that last round. They're just going to have to hold on to their guns.
Well, especially, I'm looking at that A-side take that RRQ were posturing for at the very start of the round, and I'm thinking, well, this is actually disastrous. If they run the same play, not only will individuals be a little bit more ready for that, but if the play goes, even if it goes a little bit better for RRQ, the retake, with Chronicle and Crashies both now having ults, it's a completely different game. It's so much stronger, especially the Steel Garden. It would have to be convincing in that A push. And instead, they decide to go back to the B site. They decide to push into the players who have those ultimates, into the heavier defense setup. Especially looking at Chronicle just as an individual and then with his utility. But the fact that Cushy finds not one but both of them, complete game changer. That's a course correction on what was a disastrous previous round. 10-7. 3 players save on Fnatic though. They'll be able to fight for this next one.
Yeah, no, they needed all of those guns. With only Crashy surviving in the last round, he's the only one that has any hope for some bonus cash. And even still, it calls into question if they actually want to go for this. It's not the best of purchases if they do. They may opt to just play with the weaker guns that they have, and especially now with a Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury combo coming in for RRQ, I'd almost say it's not worth the risk.
Love this as well. Boaster's giving the rifle over to Chronicle. He'll play with the Frenzy. That's a team player right there. When Chronicle's having a game like he is, you better be giving him the rifle. Not sure about peeking short with the Frenzy, but it's all for info. Fall back. Very early use of the drone as well for Crazy Guy. They're looking to really claim this space towards middle, but Fnatic are responding. They've started to push down through B main, take some deep control of their own. It's not. Oh, it is being watched, actually. It's Crazy Guy just posted on the angle alongside the trip.
It's the amount of delay that they currently have on that A site. The Thorns have been placed all the way along. Chronicle for a lot of the rounds has been
help करने वाले.
They'll now deep
help
wall,
करना ये
which
तो
again will give
membership
them
लेके help
information if
करो.
it's shot to break, and if it's not, they'll know that position is clear, and instead they set up a firing squad around the sheer. But this is what I've enjoyed from RRQ. They've been methodical at slowly breaking their way through this utility. Information will be had that there's 2 players around this position. Steel Garden thrown in to try and remove that weaponry, but Jemkin may be already doing enough.
Are we back? Are we back?
30 seconds left on the clock, and
30 seconds.
oh, there's nobody here anymore. At least with
Technically
the weaponry.
देखा जाएगा तो possible तो है.
That's a spike down. They need to run back into the hands of Chronicle. He's waiting, but he can't quite win the fight. Jemkin once again with another massive round individually. And for a second, that looked like they could get
Technically देखा जाएगा तो RRQ जितना possible तो है.
Well, it definitely could have. I mean, you look at the TP from Munyet, the fact that he goes on the shadows, the fact that Jemkin's able to make his way all the way onto that side through market to spot those players in the first place. Those are the guys who would be running down mid to pressure these attackers who've just lost their weapons.
Guys, मैंने जिनको देखा था यार.
But instead, it ends up countering that Steel Guard. Hunter's Fury thrown through as well.
ऊपर से I was like,
I don't think it found its mark, but again, it's all about just pushing those players out of position. Lack of comfort. 2 rounds ahead now are Fnatic as they call a timeout. RRQ starting to heat up, starting to catch up with 2 rounds in a row. It's still looking pretty shaky for Fnatic. They're not on the same page fiscally. You could very well see RRQ push up to double digits.
2 round का difference है, लेकिन possible तो है. देखा attack में है.
Well, just like I think
possible तो है.
RRQ have been very, very quick.
अच्छा तो खेल रहे हैं अपना Pacific. मैं Pacific अच्छा तो खेल रहा है बेचारा.
They know that the big problem for them will be if they run late into a round and there's
sexy तो खेल रहा है Pacific.
If the shear is still there, if the Sage Wall is available, and each time you're watching them methodically through the round. Okay, we're going to figure out where each piece of the puzzle is, and then we're going to execute with 35-40 seconds left. Like, they still leave themselves enough time, but by that point, all of the things that make it very awkward for them are gone, because Fnatic have had to react in case they're going to go dive into the site. And you can see, I think the main one there was the getting rid of the Thorns on shore, and then having that shear removed. The second that was gone, their execution just picked up pace massively.
Well, the barriers are going up once again. Timeout finished. And we've seen this trip a few times. It was in the previous round, and actually Crazy Guy was holding, letting them take the space, and looking to punish them as they tried to walk around the trip, or walk deeper into the trip. And it's all just to deny that early shock dart that's been put through, and of course, Fnatic for now have no way to know that info is online late round. It's given RRQ a lot more to play with. The wall going to be used, but broken so quickly. They know there's numbers here, but RRQ have been doing a lot of posturing.
But yeah, look, that's Paranoia and Sage Wolf gone within the first 40 seconds of the round. They're not going to mind that at all.
No, they're very successful in terms of baiting out their opponent's utility and not overcommitting either. Sometimes you see that work out well half of the time, and the other half you're losing a player or two in overcommitments. That doesn't seem to be the case for RRQ.
No.
Very contained when they're baiting out that util early round.
No, I think they've genuinely been fantastic.
Not
overdoing it. Not taking too many risks. They're now going to go back to the exact position that they sort of baited out before the slows. We'll delay them at least a little bit. There are players here for Fnatic. At least on Boast, they're definitely not ideal, but again, this is just posturing. They now head back towards Kayak. Now, he's been having a rough game. They could definitely use him helping them out, and with the Hunter's Fury in combination, that creates a distraction. That's the spike on the deck. 15 seconds left. This one's looking a little bit more rushed. They need to get a move on. And Alpha and Chronicle at the back of this site. All they need to do is hold the line at least a few seconds, and in fact, they've already got the Thorns to do that job for them. Fnatic find their form, and of course, once more, into the hands of Chronicle.
Yeah, I like the start of the round from RRQ, getting towards short, baiting all of that, but the problem is, when they rotate back, having drained the utility belt to their opponents, Fnatic have 3 players close by who immediately hear that. The rotates are instant, they get towards that site, and then you're playing a slow, first of all, 2 points. First of all, you're playing a slow round against Fnatic. They know how to play against slow rounds. They play a lot. You're running with 15 seconds left. And that vice setup belongs to Chronicle?
I think
you're crazy.
I also want to say as well, I want to give credit to Crashies. I think the timing of that Hunter's Fury, I think without it, they probably cleared Kayak much quicker, and then maybe you have an extra 15 seconds on the clock to get into the site rather than 8.
Yeah, which also comes back to they heard the steps rotating away. Kayak needs to get out of there, and he does quite quickly. Yeah, it was a little too telegraphed from RRQ. 11-8. Margin for error thinning, and already the economy on the rocks, but Crazy Guy comes in with a big ult online, especially on the attack side.
There's a lot of angles that can be cleared by this, a lot of cheeky spots that can be denied.
This is
both teams with their economy on the brink. This could be a chance for RRQ to equalize, or it could be the end of the map. Kayak again, not quite connecting, got to go forward. Position being created, awkward, and the openers for RRQ are fantastic. Nobody really here to try and deny them anymore. Spams from Crashies are hopeful at best, especially with them knowing his exact position. And it now comes down to the same decision for Fnatic. Do you risk this?
Oh, I love this from Jamkin, 10 HP. In a heads-up duel. He's not going to do very well, so he decides to play that very late wraparound. That should seal the deal. And even if Fnatic decide to go back and save these weapons, he will be waiting. Alpha down, Boaster follows, and Crashies inside the smoke. I don't think he's got a great chance of holding on to this weapon. And he won't do any damage. It's a flawless round for RRQ. The climb back. Just 2 rounds behind again, but these teams have been keeping a healthy buffer between them. That continues. Fnatic will hit 13 pretty soon. We need to see RRQ continue this form.
Crazy Guy's utility in this round just made that B-site hold so awkward. It forced a really aggressive fight from Kayak. And I'll be honest, in terms of what we've seen in EMEA, this isn't comparable. Like, he is having a really rough time on the stage at the moment. He's been caught up by Monyet, but this is a player we expect to have large amounts of impact. Speaking of another, though, that's a nice shot from Alpha. It removes that lurking player of Expero.
Have info?
Maybe gives them a little bit of extra space. The problem, though, is Crashies has already gone down in response, and the salvo will deny any aggression.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about pistols for most players. Kayak's in a good spot. Monyet crosses over, but he's now seeing Chronicle, and Kayak lands the headshot. An outlaw and a rifle picked up. An advantage in manpower. A res online for Alpha. An ult for info. Boaster wants to use it. But Kayak's already got plenty to work with. This is now winnable for the defensive side, and RRQ need to tighten up the ship. They also need a pick, and that's what Jemkin gives them. Cushy following up as well. Now a 2v2, but the res will be used. Fnatic not looking to let this round slip just yet. The flash pops. And I love the thorns to the back, but they don't get activated, and Cushy continues to deliver on the backside. Poster landing one, leaves Cushy alone, but it's a 1v1. And with Poster so desperately low, and the clock draining, it's Cushy.
It's Mara Cushy ne.
RRQ just one behind.
He has been so impressive throughout this match so far. There's been rounds that have gone late where you see him run in and get a double, but this was all him. Sure, maybe there were 6 kills to be had in the round because of the res, but I don't think anybody on the RRQ side of things is going to be too worried about that one. Solid hold to end it out. Moving 19 on the board, overtaking Jemkin. This is where Fnatic now have themselves a bye. The last round was a lot of missing pieces, but a big opportunity. Now is where they need to recover because RRQ have been building into this attack side.
Oh, here we go. Jemkin finding the info, Cushy finding the tags and finding the IGL of Fnatic. He will lead from the death screen, but Chronicle able to trade things back, removing this extra smokes in the late round. That's going to be quite the blow. It looks like Fnatic want to get ahead of this. They've got 3 players in heaven, but a Flash primed and ready. They're thinking about getting aggressive as the Rose Garden goes through. In comes Kayak, he's found one! A wall bang onto Crazy Guy, but Jemkin.
One more Jemkin.
He's keeping this
at
least under control for a moment, even with the pistol in play. Late for round for xFaroe is going to be all that it comes down to, but he's got to swing into a plant position that he just cannot deny the defuse from. 12 to 10 Fnatic. They edge out this round, and they've got 2 chances to take them out.
जब तब इसको खड़ा नहीं होना था.
Every single time there's
इसको नहीं खड़ा होना था.
a moment that it looks like RRQ are going to get back into this. Fnatic just find an extra level, an extra little bit of form. And
No, वो लोग हारे हर टाइम वो खड़ा हुआ है तभी.
Big kill from Chronicle, but it is just the swarm at the site, not allowing them to get into those post plants.
Hello, where are you, bro? Hello, bro. Where are you, bro? Are you Turkish police, bro?
2 rounds left for RRQ to hit an OT. Manageable with the economy that they've got to play with.
It feels like they deserve it. Like, considering they've lost both pistols in this game, it's been a fight back every single time. Kayak is going to get himself into the corner.
Kazak bhai pizza khao, maine bhi aaj khaya hai, chatko. Ho gaya aaj ka.
It is, and what Jemkin has been winning that fight time and time again. His sight hold though has been devastating. They're walking into Chronicle's domain, and thus far this game he's been dominant.
Yeah, Chronicle has been the difference maker. Crashies has been pretty reliable. The utilities keeping them out of Boathouse for now. The push comes to a slow for RRQ. The spike retrieved. They haven't set their sights on it just yet. The run through the smoke successful for xFaroe. With Chronicle already gone, Boaster and Alpha have a difficult decision. Going for this. Well, it's no longer a decision. No debate. Jemkin's down, and it's xFaroe won yet against Boaster and Alpha.
They've got a real opportunity. Back into the 2 versus 2. Maybe expectations that there'll be somebody within this smoke already. Alfie are not really willing to risk it, but eventually jumps through, but doesn't realize maybe there's somebody on the other side. They will now, and even going to trade it out. The TP used as bait. Monya to try and keep them in the map, and he cannot do it. Alfie standing once again. The 3rd kill of the round, and well, eventually Fnatic got the job done.
It's a nail biter of a map, but Fnatic take it 13 to 10. Revenge denied for RRQ. It's all to play for after the break.
13-10 is not bad, considering 2 rounds thoda sa. Not bad. Huh? Dad!
Because he's on my shot, and mine are in the wash. The cameraman was so shocked. I went down, I did that, and I was like, where am I I had to pull it up ASAP Rocky.
रील बनाए फुल स्क्रीन कर फुल स्क्रीन
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
अरे नहीं स्कूल फ्रेंड आ गई है कैसे फुल स्क्रीन करूं? हाँ हाँ
अभी ना वो वाला ट्रेंड करेंगे जहाँ पे मैं तेरे कान में कुछ बोलूंगी और तेरे को रिएक्ट करना उस हिसाब से।
हाँ
ठीक है, वो पॉज ही ऊपर टेक्स्ट डाल देगा। ठीक है,
टेक्स्ट डाल दिया।
ठीक है, मैं तेरे को कान में बोलूंगी कुछ।
बोल।
हटाना।
हाँ
तू गया
क्या?
तू गया
क्यों? क्यों?
स्माइल क्यों किया तूने?
अरे रील तूने बोला रील बनाने का है।
हाँ तो
टेक्स्ट तो चेंज कर देगा ना ऊपर।
ये
भाई मैं जॉली पर्सन।
अरे पत्ती से दिखाते।
अरे नहीं रे बाबा, अरे सुनो, आई एम अ वेरी जॉली पर्सन, दैट्स व्हाई आई स्माइल। ऊपर का क्वेश्चन चेंज हो सकता है लेकिन मेरा स्माइल चेंज नहीं हो सकता ना, प्रॉब्लम वो है, समझ रहे हो? डॉक्टर ने बोला स्माइल अ डे कीप्स अदर्स अवे वाला सीन है।
मतलब इसको नई वाइफ चाहिए।
अरे नहीं रील था ना, ऊपर चेंज कर दे।
इतना लंबा रील नहीं होता।
अरे चेंज हो जाएगा ऊपर वाला।
क्या होगा
पता है कुछ? स्माइल इफ यू वांट आइसक्रीम,
स्माइल इफ यू न्यूब। ये गया रे, एल हस्बैंड स्पैम हो जाए आज तो। देख लो इसको, गौर से देखो इसको। अभी तो पेरिस जाना है इसको और अकेले वो भी।
सिटी ऑफ लव, शाउट आउट टू यू यार।
तेरा पासपोर्ट गुम जाए ना उसके पहले तुम मेरे को मत बोलना। इसीलिए रील नहीं बनाती इसके साथ में, इसीलिए कुछ काम का नहीं है।
मैं अभी किया ना, एक सेकेंड, रील मेरे को ऐसा बैठने का था क्या?
नहीं तेरा स्ट्रेट फेस रखना था या अभी क्या हो गया?
वो एडिटिंग में चेंज कर देगा।
ऐसा नहीं होता है।
अरे सब चेंज कर सकते हैं एडिटिंग में। हाँ न्यू कंट्रोवर्सी, बिग बॉस मुझे हर्ट हो रहा है। बिग बॉस मुझे हर्ट हो रहा है। पेट बाहर आ रहा है पंको, सुन पापड़ी को। ए यही है पंको, यही है वो स्टिकर जो मिलने वाला है मेरे भाई। तो नहीं होगा,
किसको मिलने वाला है?
पंको मेरा पैर गया यार।
ये तो मैं हूँ। Elfati dudes, for real. क्या है? कल स्ट्रीम करो पिंकी दी, your side of the story यार dude। हाँ तेरा लेगिंग्स पेन हो रहा है तो लेगिंग्स मत पहन। पिंकी दी बोल रहा पेरिस में एक लड़की मिलेगा, बोला। हाँ पेरिस का कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग कितना है चैट? पेरिस ने पनवेल भेजो। For real। पासपोर्ट गायब, वो तो हो जाएगा।
I knew this interview was gonna come. Mika here with Milan. Hello, from up there, all the way up there. This actually won't work. I need a wall boost of my own, not by Alpha here, but please, can you give me some assistance? Thank you so much. Hi! Hello, Milan. Anyway, I wanted to ask you about that stage pick, especially since we know the team has been experimenting a lot with who gets to play the stage round this entire year. So what was the thinking behind it, especially for this map?
I think it was mostly comfortability. Like, we didn't have a whole lot of time to turn things around. Kron's played so much Vice, so just shoving Alpha on like this battle stage style worked. He can wall boost himself, he can shoot, he can slow fight. We've seen it all. So yeah, it's just a comfortability thing more than anything.
Well, I could use a wall boost of my own, but thank you very much and good luck in the next map.
I mean, the reason that Alpha is able to do that, Uber and Wyatt, is because Kron can just do whatever he wants and win them the map.
Honestly, like Kron is doing all that stuff like late in the round, but the sheer number of multi-kills for Kron is like 4 2Ks, 3 3Ks, 4K, 5K. So a lot of these rounds, Fnatic are walking into short-handed. They're in 4v5s and they're able to clutch out.
He also had one of the most definitive game plays of the game, which was just that Guardian 2K on the Thrifty round where they were hitting into the B site and it was a full retake situation. He pops 2 coming down from logs. That was one of the most significant rounds of the game.
Yeah, and of course this is the HyperX reflex moment. We could have picked like 8 different Chronicle rounds.
Yeah, but I mean, this one, anti-eco, sure, but I've never seen a 3-man Guardian lineup in a pro game before.
I mean, and converted into an ace round, so even better than that. But generally one of the most terrifying moments I've seen, and a lot of the work Kron did was like these weird buys. I mean, like, Boast is getting random frenzy kills through smoke. These guys are doing the most with the least.
Alpha had a couple crazy open kills as well. There was that little jiggle swing with the Guardian on Cat, one-tap someone straight away. But yeah, just having him on the stage, able to fight. Basically, he's just a guy with a gun until a post-plant throws all his util down. He can just focus on aiming.
Yeah, we were like, oh, how does this play into the attack side strategy? Like, let me see this, like, Sage util. If they're going to fight for space. No, they just wall boosted. Alpha just gets to do his thing, which is great, but Fnatic never let RRQ get rolling on their defense side. Really disruptive play. They didn't want to fight for B main, which, as we were talking before, is kind of a hallmark of what we've seen from them in MEA as well.
Well, it wasn't a bad start for RRQ by any means, so let's hear what Coach Ewok had to say ahead
bro! She's wearing Ariana Grande X Swarovski necklace!
Of RRQ, that was a tough loss on the first map, but you managed to bring the score very, very close. And
I wanted that.
You know, you guys as the comeback king of kings, we are still haunted by a lot of your comebacks. So I just was very curious to know what was going on in the comms that the team was able to just still retain some of that momentum, even though the score was heavily favoring Fnatic.
I think we knew we were still fine. The problem solving was good. Everyone's still calm. It's not a bad first map for us. Usually, our first map don't go so well recently. So hopefully we can one Fnatic against one as well.
Well,
what? No, yeah, Vipul!
This is where, you know, we could be worried for almost for both teams, but RRQ picked this. It had to be for a reason.
I am honestly, this might be an insane takeaway, but I'm feeling better about RRQ's chances of winning after watching them lose on map 1. Because this was easily their worst map in the pool of maps that they play. They came into this 1-4 on it in the stage. They kept crazy, dropping a bomb on them that game. Now we're going to an Abyss map, which is a bit of an unknown. They only played it one time, right at the beginning of the year, and lost to DFM. Fnatic played it quite a bit at the end of last year as well, and the beginning of this year. And it's just never been a great map for either iteration of this team. So they'll have needed to really figure it out with it coming back in the pool. And for me, I
thought that, you know, Jemkin was doing pretty well over the course of that game. Good mid control on defense. There were some cheeky little set plays that Fnatic tried to do. Like saw Boast and TPing top box, top mid, having the gate crushing Oro come in. They were able to unravel that.
Did you see?
Conversely,
shut
down a lot, especially by Jemkin in the head-to-head.
I heard twice necklace.
Also for
I ran
Jemkin,
twice.
Opping was really
solid.
And we're going to another map where opping is crucial. The sightlines on this map are stupid long, obviously. The map is massive, so he can
अभी किसका map है?
gets that up
अभी
on
किसका map है?
defense. Even on
अभी
attack
किसका
as
map
well.
है?
I do wonder what Fnatic are going to do, because this is a rare map that Alpha gets to play Jet.
RRQ
They're going to get a waylay, And
RRQ.
I mean, it's not going to be a Waylay Yoru because it's Kai at the place of Yoru
And this
normally.
is what Fnatic, they, you know,
क्या आज भी
obviously we all
$1500 चैलेंज है पागल है क्या भाई
back when they were playing Abyss before, they
सात
loved
से
running
रुक जाएंगे आज
Silk,
जितना लंबा
double
स्ट्रीम किया
initiator. They love playing the Astra.
नहीं भाई, मेरी भी नींद
Ghost
खराब
loves
हो
his
गई
Astra in general, and they're going up against just the most
चल थोड़ा ज्यादा चिल्ला
stable
लिया मैं
default
थोड़ा
comps you could possibly see.
मेरे से पता है पढ़ो रे बाबा क्या बोलो डायपर्स भाई
Right? We talk about comfortability.
मैंने नहीं मारा वरना 13-0 होता था वेनेटिक का वो थोड़ा सा चोक हो गया भाई वो 4v2 और 3v2 थोड़ा सा चोक हो गया वरना विनेबल था विनेबल तो था अच्छा खेला लेकिन
10 seconds or so.
13-10 is a good
Am I being
score
baited?
We have to, I think, double down on this Waylay because this is not something we see from Fnatic. This is brand new.
मुझे आप जैसे कोई ढूंढ के दो ना
I don't know what
exchange
Crashies
में
is kind of play. Yeah, we're actually getting
being
crossed.
huh?
Crazy. Yeah,
हर
GG
शहर
did
कहाँ से
this to
ढूंढ
us
के
plenty as
क्या
well. Okay, but let's talk about what we do know. RRQ obviously standard comps good for a good reason.
पिकी जी मुझे आप जैसे कोई ढूंढ के दो मेरे लाइफ चेंज हो जाए बिंग्स जैसे काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेना पड़ेगा 3 years का
And a lot of pressure on Kayak to come right back to life after a slow start on map 1 and a lot of first deaths. He's going to be getting a lot of supportive utility pumped into him on this attack side when he's going to be using that light speed to double dash in. He is going to be critical in turning his game around for Fnatic to win on a map where his
इस बार चैंपियंस का सब थीम भी म्यूजिक सब अच्छा है
Almost never. I am surprised that Alpha doesn't get to play that Jet. You would think with the form that he's on and how well he's been fragging out, that the double dive could work for them here, but I'm not going to be mad about a Waylay debut on the side
हर
of
round mid
Kayak.
लड़ो
Mitch and Tom, what did you make of this one?
जो मिड लिया वो जीता
है ना वो
Well, I've been convinced by the Waylay, I'll tell you that. I think in terms of what RRQ are bringing, we've already seen how this can be punished, I suppose. Here on the map of Abyss, I'm curious to see Jemkin, and if he has the same struggles that we've seen before for Team Liquid when it came to that attack side, in terms of taking that space.
The only thing I'm sad about is the bit I liked about the previous Waylay we saw was that there was a Yoru to go with it. Like, there was always a 1-2 punch. Like, this is a solo Waylay, and actually running the comp in the past, Alfia was actually running the Jet. So it was like you had that double duelist that I think worked wonderfully for Fnatic on that attack side. Obviously, there's benefits of having the other util, but I don't know. I kind of wanted to see the double duelist flare come out of Fnatic with
भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं ना सोन पापड़ी की जगह पे अपन फाफा पापड़ी मंगाएगा
That's exactly it.
सान
Straight
पापड़ी
down through mid. Fnatic starting out confidently. They're going to be greeted by Xpharaoh, who's been there to.
एक्सपी नहीं दिख रहा है उसका एक्सपी नहीं दिख रहा है ले लो ले लग गए शॉट बेगजब ऊपर से डबल स्टन भाई हे बे Fnatic
aggression through mid. RRQ by the time they get through that choke, get up.
नाइस नाइस मौने को रिलोड करने दे दिया गन डायरेक्ट
Fnatic will be safely out of there, but yeah, Kayak has been caught back to a 3v3.
She's just holding the angle, but doesn't manage to land.
ऐसे मिस हुआ
Pistol definitely not done yet. Bear in mind, Fnatic have won both of them so far, and that was seemingly the difference maker in terms of the rounds in the last map. All three players of RRQ picking up outside this B site, and after a little peek in that direction, it feels like Fnatic have got completely the wrong read. This is going to be a free plant, and they're going to be as far away as humanly possible. I don't know what information they had that this was going to be an A-hit, but whatever it was,
सोने साउंड दिया ये जाने का और रुक गया अचानक से वो लोग लगा वॉक करके ही जा रहे हैं दया लो लो गया
Taking this as a contact play now gives them a lot more to work with when it comes to this post plant. I'm curious to see whether this was going to be used in an aggressive way with the position of Jemkin to try to paranoia him through when they hear these steps of the retake, but instead
RRQ का मैप है
they're playing back on the side.
There is a reason RRQ का मैप है
the shock darts and the recon as well, so there's a lot available for them
paranoia line
to try and have their sweaty little lineups. There's the paranoia just to kind of keep Jemkin safe in the corner. It does mean they know he's there. Crashy's able to clear already. Potential, but it's just going to be the firefights from Crazy Guy, but it's worked out. One found already within the Smokers Chronicle. He's trying to continue from before, and immediately.
Congratulations, यार Binks.
Time नहीं है, time नहीं है, time नहीं है.
Nice Jinx.
Time नहीं है.
Nice Jinx.
He does not.
Oh बाप रे Chronicle पागल इंसान क्या मारा?
Miracle. But instead, it will be RRQ taking the round.
And we know how good he is with the classic. We saw the Ghost in the last map, and now the Sheriff here, but 0.31 of a second stands between them and success, and this, as you said, was the difference maker. When you look back on the previous map, they won. Fnatic won by 3 rounds, and they got a 4-0 start in terms of those pistols and follow-ups.
बच गए भाई, बच गए.
It makes all the difference. Maybe it will here for RRQ as
हाँ
well.
बे, लास्ट गेम हम लोग एक भी पिस्टल जीतते थे, ओटी था बे, जीत भी सकते थे.
Toronto, they were 13-5 on it up against Fnatic.
एक और गलत रीड.
We're going into unknown territory in terms of these two, Abyss and Corrode head to head.
They'll jump down.
But I am curious to see in the rifle rounds how this comp is going to play out, because like I said, there was a lot of punishment for the role that Jemkin is playing.
Now they'll jump down.
Can see the tweets already.
Yep, I am living in Paris, actually from Gujarat. कैसे हो रश भाई? Paris is not city of love. It's Abanpur. Heaven for single to Teranath. रश भाई देखो.
Put them 2-0 in the lead though.
For single dude ना एक word नहीं है.
And with 4 rifles onto the board.
तो अगर आप सुपर चैट ज़्यादा करोगे ना तो क्या ज़्यादा लेटर्स मिलेंगे तो स्पेस वेस्ट डाल सकते हो. समझ रहे हो?
Set up very early in towards this B side. It seems to be their favorite of the two.
Thank you for the $4 of the euros. वैसे आप कहाँ से हो पेरिस में?
There's no way Kayak's getting super aggressive here on the back of it. No, they will just sit and wait. But here comes a dive from Jemkin. Kayak with the immediate punish, he gets out. Has his refract to go back, but doubtful that's going to be used. They've made it now into a 5v4, denying the plant. Oh no, it's not. It's on the other side of the box, pardon me. Cushy's able to get the plant down nice and open.
भाई बाहर वाला प्लान दिया बे,
OT of
steel है बे. बाहर वाला प्लान दिया बे.
It sets them up nicely into the
कुछ कंट्रोल नहीं था.
All 5 players from Fnatic and still a decent amount of utility. Recon already being sent out to try and clear some of that backline, but in fact it's a much deeper post plant. The spams is the aim of the game. A 1-for-1 trade, but bear in mind what they lost it on last time. It was the time, it was the clock that went against Fnatic. Already you see the fragment into position. At times starting to tick down once again, and they're only just getting onto the shock dart. It's going to go through, but it's missed. I don't think it's quite as close this time around. They will be able to get it done. Fnatic have a round, but if that shock was a little deeper, they did
just an inch to the right, and that's a completely different game. Yeah, that's unfortunate for RRQ, but they make that one crazy competitive after losing opening pick and then pushing into the site in a 5v4. Numbers against them. And they managed to run that clock way down, that flash popping just a millisecond too late. Guess they weren't expecting Crashies to have pushed up quite that aggressively. 2-1.
Huh?
But the damage done in that previous. It's eaten away at a few of the credits.
Fnatic बोलते चड्डी खोलता है. दोस्त अगर कोई Fnatic बोल की तरह चड्डी खोल रहा है ना.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Look how passive they are on B.
कुछ तो गलत हो रहा है तेरे
साथ. Not taking any of that early control, so even the aggression that's come out from Kayak is not really going to tell them too much. Shock darts even being put through or being taken. Like the ruse is that, okay, if our Sova's on this side of the map, likelihood is that's where the push will be going. It does make me a little bit nervous that, at least for the moment, he was there alone with the spike. But the drone re-clearing, oh, this is wonderful. They've sold a double fake. They've moved back so that then when the drone goes through, of course, Fnatic are going to rotate another player back to the other side of the map.
RRQ
Still having 2 players here, though. And the drone contact will probably be a quick scurry.
There is no way Cypher अकेला वहाँ पे hold कर सकता है. वो लोग retake करेंगे और इस बार retake नहीं है. Trap भी है नहीं. Alpha जाएगा retake के लिए. W. Shot बे Jemkin.
He should have been safe inside the smoke, but he has been taken down. RRQ, I mean, Fnatic tried to deny RRQ the opening pick, and they still get it. That's a crazy unlucky fight for Fnatic.
Look at Alpha as well. He's 1 HP. Like, the spams have done so much damage to the side of Fnatic. They're getting back into the site is going to be a difficult one.
Trip भी है.
They're still trying to make that space. Kayak's actually won the opener. That's not a bad.
Trip भी है. I think nade भी है.
Themselves back into the round, but it's this late wraparound from Mumbai that could cause the problems. The fight on the site actually going.
1 HP पे मारा उसने.
The way of Fnatic and an old school cam and the spike is going to be a nasty surprise. It means once again they haven't been able to get on it. Have they heard Munyet? No, they haven't. But he's going to be caught.
भाई अच्छा लड़कियां करे टाइम बाय नहीं कर पाया भाई सेक्सी लड़कियां करे मोनी ने
but instead he is caught.
Yeah, just great work connecting the dots.
Malpi, thank you for the 50.
But with Omen being there in the early round,
यार अच्छा लड़कियां था उसने भी अच्छा एकदम
the drone sent up top, but it wasn't even the tag. It was just
भाई
a
1 HP पे मारा है अल्फा ने
guesstimating Crashy's path
क्रॉनिकल तो पागल हो गया आज
This is our map. We have
cleanup.
We have a map. Nice retakes, boys.
That was a big conversation on the desk, right, about how the previous eras of Fnatic have always had a home ground. I think the most prominent in my mind is always going to be Icebox back in the day. But they don't have that here.
Timing bolte.
But you know.
Timing bolte.
It's not as niche. I like the aged one.
Well, already.
Nice
taking
one.
a casualty. But the weaponry, well, the only rifle that's had is going to be the upgrade. I said I wanted to see those stingers. Well, I've got it in map number 2. Start out, but a single bullet onto any of these players would be certain demise. Even still, though, the time ticking. And that's already been a bit of a burden so far for Fnatic.
It's been a much better start for Munyet, and it looks like he'll have pressure on him again. Stun lined up and fired through. Here comes the flash. I'll be caught by it.
By the blue ult में.
Drop down is good for Boaster. He'll find the first. Munyet surrounded. Picks his fight from the corner.
Oi!
Boaster, though, putting the pressure on, and Munyet
कैसे?
for the outlaw.
कैसे retake कर रहे हैं लोग?
They started this out on the back foot, but the lead is now theirs.
Yeah. They've looked better and better
यार
as the
कितना
retakes have gone
sexy
on.
ult मारा था सोवन ने यार.
I think Boaster being able to bait the player in main, the Hunter's Fury, not quite having the impact that they would have desired. Even still, from a low buy, it's not bad, but it's the committal of the ults late that definitely makes me say that it's a bit more costly than you might think. You look at 5 stingers and you go, okay, that's fine, but the loss of the Hunter's Fury.
भाई क्या मारा जेट को?
I can't move, Alpha.
Oh, it worked anyway. 3-2.
कैसे?
A retake after a retake
जेट को
after
क्या
a
मारा
retake
बे?
for RRQ. Well, they probably feel like the B site after it being half a second
अरे
and a
गजक के पास
slightly
ult है.
missed shock dart. Might be the better of the two for them. They're heading there early.
Knife is broken. Jemkin, though, already in, taking the space, but Kayak's there to punish. We've seen this before. He just gets out. Happy with his opening pick, with the advantage claim. The spike making it to backside.
Jokes over, you're dead.
The aftershock goes down. This time they try to deny the close plant. The wraparound from Munyet catches them in that transition period, and it's a 4 versus 4. RRQ have a late flank coming in from Xvero as well, covering all their bases. There is still a trip covering it. These players on site could be under pressure. Kayak, that ult's not quite going to hit Munyet up in heaven. Xvero and Munyet both finding theirs. And then now that flank putting so much pressure on Fnatic need to be quick. They gotta run forward. There's gaps in the
W.
and RRQ are
nice
W round, baby. W round.
Leveled back, and it seems difficult to separate.
वो लड़ क्यों देख रहा था जब भी वहाँ पे ट्रिप था? फुकट मारा.
I really like that every round we're seeing a variation of those late flanks coming through. Like they haven't always been successful. But this fight for
actually में पोजी अच्छा
and I think Monya and his positioning has been sublime. Like he's the reason they win this round. He's able to get a little pick on the corner.
Calm down, Monya, calm down.
एक मारा है आराम से
They try and switch in. Because of that, they're slower to get the kill onto Kushi. Great round from him individually. That trip's taking a worryingly long time to set up. If they had swung that corner, that man is certainly dead, but hey, he got it done in the end.
Already you can see they've spotted Boaster, and they know with the knife popping that no one is on the site. Very quick to take the space.
Well, there's the trip.
Question is क्या retake possible है?
Different route than was planned for by that trapwire.
W4.
Very active but denied immediately. The ult from KO taking all the abilities, all the ulties away.
भाई क्यों ने round बचा है? 2 बंदे tag हो गए.
Fnatic.
एक बंदा 100 टका मरता
so much util for the retake, but that clock is going to run low by the time they can use it.
Well, it has been running low every single time. Monya faking out the idea.
Nice.
Cushy's just swung into them. He knew where they were. That's messy though. Both of them.
Ayo.
Surviving 3. This round was looking done, but it's left all on to Monya. He's been revealed. They know where he is, but he wants to take that
Wow.
and he will not win it. Alfia onto the defuse again, and this time plenty on the clock to be able to get it over and done with.
भाई बूस्टर भाई क्या हो गया बूस्टर भाई?
Did that player get pinged?
Can you calm down?
Because that looked so clean from him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's straight through the smoke. Even the second, he was lucky to survive.
भाई एक्सपेरो का राउंड था ना?
POV, but there were a lot of shots.
उसका राउंड था. ये वाला नहीं.
One through the smoke.
ये जेनकिन का राउंड था. जेनकिन का राउंड था.
A good job.
जेनकिन का राउंड था भाई.
Hello, bro. Moyet, hello. How you think, brother? Hello, brother.
Hey, I'll say that the last guy who
मत कर यार.
waved at Monya
बेचारा मोनी है.
had a bad
से पंगा ले रहे ना ये लोग.
हाँ.
Benji remembers.
Well, Alpha, he's clearly feeling confident down on that stage. Gonna have the Blade Storm activated for Jemkin. Deep play towards the A site for Fnatic. Early doors taking a lot of control. And RRQ hasten their pace as a response. Straight through mid. There's 2 players quite passive on this B site, ready for the fight. Crashies slowing down the players in mid, making a bit of an accordion effect. This is leaving more isolated battles. Alpha here dies after just 1 though. With that utility down, the player covering across the site out of the round completely. They now have to focus on
मोने भाई कहाँ जा रहे हो गार्डन में घूमने? भाई.
Yeah, might have the best one yet.
He's low on HP, so he has to pick his moment. The rest of the team have been able to place themselves in the back of the site. Chronicle with a single kill might even be able to just roll.
एक KO नेड या blind या कुछ
मोने
का 2-3
They
किल
want to get aggressive. They are giving the time for Monyet to make potentially the play of the round. He's watching everybody. It's a little bit messy, but he'll still get the one.
चलेगा.
Not quite as much as he would have hoped for, but the rest of the players have still been just waiting patiently. Cushy again, swinging from the same angle.
चलेगा.
This guy has
Cushy
been
है.
unstoppable from that spot. A 4th kill from him.
Who are we? Fnatic घर पे आज. Who are we? Fnatic घर पे आज.
एक मैप ऊपर है वो लोग.
A perfect storm of parity here on the server.
एक मैप ऊपर है वो लोग already.
डरते नहीं है.
Every time you see him there,
डरते नहीं है
in the
भाई.
post plant, he's able to deliver, and I'll tell you what, Alfia might be regretting his words now.
Let's go RRQ.
Retakes will not this time.
भाई सारे Pacific on tops हो जाएंगे भाई.
4-4.
हाँ?
Neck and neck, and this is
Discord
where
और teleport
RRQ
हो
should be
जाए.
retaking their lead.
Next members only.
There would
वापस आ
have
गया.
to be some, well, crazy individual plays.
कल रात को किया था भाई.
Or mistakes. And most likely a bit of both if they were to lose this round. Alfia has a lot of info in
क्यों
towards
पिंग किया? तोड़ा क्या उसने वहाँ से
the A
दरवाजा?
site.
आ जाएगा कुछ.
He's playing in mid, obviously trying to avoid any of the KO utility if it was thrown through. Of course, Cushy getting so many kills that he already has that null command back online. And the support that Alpha has is just the jiggle peak of Chronicle.
एक को है एक साथ किलो बस मार
Definitely
दो.
leaves him out to dry,
मारो.
but when you have a buy like this, you have to take risks.
Well, the thing is, you've heard the cam on A. You've heard the drone go through as well.
Lower
on
bracket
RRQ,
waiting
and obviously the
RRQ.
response
वाह
here
क्या
from Crazy
bracket
Guy was to
बनाया
drone it
तूने.
himself, make sure they haven't
Raw
taken
Marvels
space.
भाई.
Now they're starting to expect those rotations
Crazy.
to come through. 4 players outside it.
Bracket का पता नहीं
Only
20 कुछ
Crashies
चाहिए
here to
इधर.
stop them, and it looks like they have done a remarkable job of avoiding this play early on. Now the thing is, that trap's still online. Alfia is far enough away to not get caught by the null command, but they will find it before they run on into it. Late flank being set up as well by Xfero. He goes down, that is a rifle gifted over, but Alpha is going to have to really tick all the boxes to clear him out. He saw the pistol, but now he certainly spotted him, but Alpha lands the shot. They want to be patient on Fnatic, but RRQ get ahead of it. They're playing aggressive, finding the double. A big advantage
Sexy
now.
blind. वो थोड़े L लगे इसलिए गायब हुए. जेरी भाई सब ठीक हो जाएगा.
कहाँ गिरी उसकी
टेंशन मत ले, टेंशन मत ले.
That's for sure. And for Alfia,
ओ अमित भाई मैं बकचोदी में भरता हूँ भाई. तुम काहे भर रहे हो बे? ओ लोले ओ.
hoping to do here? The answer is absolutely nothing.
बिग भैया 5-man भी खेल लो पब्लिक स्ट्रीम. बच्चू हूँ मैं, मेंबरशिप नहीं ले सकता. मुझे आपकी स्ट्रीम देखनी है. प्रो गेम प्ले दोपहर को ऐसी थोड़ा टाइम के लिए किया था.
5 on the board for RRQ. The lead reclaimed, but
अभी ये राउंड अगर अपन जीते ना चैट गेम जीत गए
Not because of their comp or their economy or the way they're
भाई
playing.
खुशी सेक्सी खेल रहा है ना आज
How this game's been. Yeah. Back and forth. There are plenty of games in tennis here.
crispy.
Looks like another.
I want to give credit again to RRQ for how
एक मार के हंस रही है
even when they use the null command into the site, they're still
एक मार के हंस रही है
they know that that's one of the main dangers is just a kill trip somewhere on the corner. They're checking and pinging for the cams. Like they are not aggressive in the way they're doing.
देवांश भाई कैसे हो?
Very enjoyable team to watch. A set play though being thrown in for Fnatic. The util forced them back, but unfortunately for Kayak, there was nobody caught in the stun.
Love you content Bunks bhai Pinky love you Yashvardhan bhai love you.
Thank you. To that rolling thunder, they'll still compete for the orb, but with 4 players here, it's going to be the exact same round minus the null command. They've lost one to Chronicle. That rolling thunder will be put through. It almost sent Munyet off the map, but instead it sent him into the waiting arms of Chronicle. But a 3v3, and again this mid-play. Alpha got the better of Xfero last time, but this time it's revenge for RRQ's Cypher.
Xfero mid-game pause करके OP.
As we can see, Booster getting his rifle out. It looked like a little late, but
क्या हो गया Booster को आज?
Okay, well throughout this, Chronicle didn't move. I can understand why. You've seen a kill on the other side of the map. You
क्या हो
have
गया
the
भाई?
expectation that they go the other way. It's now started to claim some control. Perfect positioning, but it's a little bit labored. It's given an opportunity. Crazy Guy's been able to get out of the grab well. Because of that, he gets that early fight. And Boast has been wrapping around the backline. Going all the way around the map to try and get in from behind.
Oh, उसको लगेगा कि बंदा heaven में है शायद.
The Cosmic Divide available, but placing it while in the open would be a massive risk. He's just trying to make his way into the site, and Crazy Guy, well, it's been too long. He started to realize that he has to be coming in from behind the top on the spike, reveals his opponent's position. But the clock is in his favor. Boaster, though, will just about be able to take it. He's been good in these late round scenarios. And who would have guessed it? 5-5 and another retake of sorts.
He is always good.
आज कुछ ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल रहा है.
ज़्यादा नहीं है, normal है. He's good only. He's Booster by.
The fact that he goes for the tap.
He's good.
Trying to bait out the ultimate.
He's great, dude.
Excellent.
It was a great
amazing.
Marvelous.
Sticking around up close.
Fantastic.
That could have played out very
fantabulous
for Fnatic, but instead a further lead is denied.
W.
The IGL's on his feet. Boaster's having a good game so
कोई
far.
और क्लच करता तो बुरा लगता था. Booster by ने क्लच किया.
Both teams dumping their economy into this one. This round may well be a fight for the lead.
For RRQ.
RRQ भाई कैसे round throw कर रहे हैं?
They're going to take some early space. It will be spotted. There we go. Just a little bit of patience. Jemkin still looking like he wants to challenge this, maybe expecting a reaction. The A site split, not something we've seen too much of. It's a very tight angle to try and make your way through. That's why Crashies is just happy to try and hold this one.
Ulti भी आएगा.
Start up, stun, keeps them locked in, and well, the players attempting to make it through A main are kind of stuck until they get through this choke.
Ult मार दे Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy ult मार दे.
Done a great job so far.
Fun नहीं हो रहा है. Crazy Guy ult मार दे. अब मारने की जरूरत नहीं है.
Utility. It doesn't feel like he's getting a lot off those traps. Constantly being destroyed.
By heavy
Always
post plant.
On the push through. It will be the same again.
Heavy post plant. भाई जीत गए बे. After the time, I will meet you both. Love you.
Take the fight to them. Boaster and Chronicle though, good for the duel. In goes the Hunter's Fury. It's a narrow laneway. Doesn't land for more than the one though.
चलेगा चलेगा चलेगा. Positioning अच्छा है.
Munyet. He's
दो
just
मार दिए
delivered
उसको
a double.
smoke through.
Managed to find them, fall back, and then the trap on the other side reveals one of the last players, Boaster, the one that was unknown. Alpha will be caught by Crazy Guy in the 1v1. Back and forth as it went. It's RRQ for 6.
Yeah, Munya's having a game. Every single time, it seems like when he's in the right place, he delivers. That will be the lead.
Ashish, thank you for the members of Jan today.
But the close first half in the last map, and the pistol was what made the difference. It seems like it might.
Language, Jenny.
Again, of course, RRQ.
Booster Raj मार रहे थे. हाँ? Booster Raj मार रहे हैं. आज एकदम boom bam दे रहे हो.
Fnatic in this round, this series,
नहीं हो रहा क्या कचक बने हो रहा क्या नहीं हो रहा क्या लो
yet to really see him deliver on either the Yoru or the Waylay. And what is a fast-paced take once again for RRQ.
Uh-oh.
Jemkin looking to harvest souls, caught by the stun, yet he still survives. Kushi again, but it's Foster with a double.
Goatster है बे वो. Goatster. Single-handedly मार रहा है.
He loves the cam on the spike.
And it got down just in time.
That
shock dart landed just a little bit
short,
too late.
Short.
Crashies. We'll have no more chance to play with the bow. Last man standing alpha.
By 7-5 is insane, Hafa. Apna pick hai.
Better than the classic, perhaps. Well, maybe not actually.
7-5 is insane, Hafa.
They ended up with a better rifle.
That is what RRQ have been so good at. They're not going to give him a single fight. Just jiggle peeking, baiting him into taking awkward positions. He doesn't have anything to play with. The time against him. And look, even at the end, the cam will be what decides the round. Just making sure that there is no fight to be had. The half will be won by RRQ.
W.
And well, they stopped all those retakes from happening again.
भाई अच्छा खेल रहा है बे RRQ. चैट पहला मैच भी अच्छा खेला, अभी भी अच्छा खेल रहा है बे. भाई क्या हो गया पैसिफिक को?
The pistol rounds ultimately cost RRQ the chance to be 1-0 up here, but they are not letting go of hope on map number 2.
Camera taken out.
A 7-5 scoreline, a strong performance from them across the board. Cushy stepping up to new heights, but I think
मस्त खेल रहा है sexy खेल रहा है.
at the entirety
7-5 considering ये game में भी 2 run.
when we get to halftime, or half number 2 after the halftime.
9 कर सकते थे.
Et on a des fans de toutes les équipes ici en France, y compris RRQ. Hi, Maxime, I'm glad to welcome a French RRQ fan here with me. And the first question I want to ask you is, how did you discover RRQ? What gave you, faith in them and want to follow them? Donc première question, c'est étonnant aussi d'avoir un fan de RRQ, une équipe qui vient de si loin. Qu'est-ce qui t'a donné envie de les suivre?
Je suis tombé dessus un peu par hasard quand j'étais en Corée du Sud. J'ai regardé un match, ils ont gagné. C'était preuve de résilience, c'était juste incroyable en termes de gameplay. Je suis rentré, j'ai acheté tous les billets pour le reste de la régulière saison 2023 et je suis allé à tous les matchs. C'est pas compliqué.
So it's a love story back in 2023. I started following them a bit randomly. I went to the arena in Seoul and I loved them. They had such a big resilience, so I bought all the tickets for their future matches back in 2023 and I never stopped following them. So that's beautiful dedication indeed. And this is a question, but I want to ask you, what is the best region in the world? Are you going to go for EMEA, for Pacific? C'est quoi la meilleure région du monde?
Certainement pas les Américains.
Ooh, definitely not the Americans.
On aurait tendance à dire IMIR, mais il y a quand même la meilleure équipe du monde au Pacifique et RRQ, donc
Pacifique.
Bah oui, bien sûr.
So yeah, maybe I would say EMEA, but I have to stick with my boys from RRQ here. And last question, who do you think will carry this Abyss maps on the side of RRQ? Qui va carry cette carte pour RRQ?
Well, last time I got this job, so this membership अब की बार बड़ी MKC का jinx हो जाता.
Je les supporte depuis le début et c'est sûr qu'ils vont faire quelque chose.
कास्ट भी होता था. Dancing, dancing. और आपकी दीदी कैसी है?
Like Stone Miles in that team, very, very strong player and coach. So I'm definitely rooting for them. Merci, Maxime. Thank you very much. And let's get back to the game.
Well, it's time to get back into the game very, very soon, where RRQ are now leading. I guess the pistol really does make a difference.
MNC बोला हो, लेकिन वो MK समझ रहे हो?
You can take a look at Boaster.
बंदा वैसा है
his
ना?
performance throughout the regular season, but he has certainly stepped it up here today.
Yeah, no, he's definitely had his moments. I think especially on the defensive side, being able to get into those positions to
कोई गाली दे रहा है.
They'd lost because every single round that they won was based off a defusal. The plant was going down, they were playing the retake. I think he's going to be pivotal.
Abyss attacking map है या defending attacking buddy.
Well, when I think of Astra, I think of him, I think of Boo. Like having those post-plant gravity wells to buy you that little bit of extra time can make a massive amount of difference. The fact is, though, I'm going to be looking at RRQ and what they've got on this
map. W Jerry by +1.
A great start to this map.
मुंबई वाली दीदी बोलो बहुत दीदी है उसके आशीष के.
Survive going into that lower
होना भी चाहिए,
bracket.
हरकतें भी ऐसी है उसकी.
They need to make sure that they close this one out.
Well, this is their best chance so far. The lead by 2. The pistol round from Fnatic.
Aram se crazy guy. Aram se.
Have to have Ascent.
That's
It
good
was
info.
a bloodbath to start it out. Cushy getting aggressive, and he's being tagged up. It's time to fall back. Same for Crazy Guy. Taking some scars early on, but
crucial round
yet to drop a
crucial
player.
round hai.
Question is, do they have the read right?
भाई रीड देखो RRQ का रीड देखो चैट जल्दी मैप देखो RRQ का
moment that's where Fnatic
अल्लाह
clearing a lot of space on A.
Oh, it's almost an early pick. Kayak eventually will find one, but he's traded out by Cushy again. He seems to love this B site. But with space being held, this was something that the old Fnatic on this map loves to do. They just leave Booster in the spawn. Crashes, though, has been caught, looking like maybe he wanted to try and get out of there. Instead, they're now walking into a site that I imagine they believe to be clear, but Xpero are definitely still waiting. And Andy's in the perfect position. Now they try and split back through. They'll be able to deal with him, and in fact, Boaster's caught a couple.
Boaster,
players incredibly low, but they need to get this plant in, and Boaster holding the line.
He's found himself 3 already, but he's the last healthy player. Alpha down to 25. That's Sheriff. A 6-chambered up against him, and it's Boaster to deliver his 4th of the round. A big play from the IGL. We just highlighted him, and for good reason.
Yeah, no, impressive stuff. And as said,
4K booster
composition where they had that double duelist, a lot of the time they would leave him behind with this hard lurk if he's setting up utility from afar and basically not allowing you to push across the map. This, though, was a different story. He completely took the A site on his own and then ended up clearing out the players as they went to rotate. A brilliant round from Boaster.
अजय हाइट दिया बंक्स भाई इसे हाइट दो हाइट ही दिया तेरे को
They're even in this one.
मेरे क्या हरकत है भाई मैं fuck language
conversion here. Oh, Alpha under pressure. He has been taken down.
बोर्ड का गलत यूज कर रहा है तो बोलो मैं अनमोड करूं.
But now they've managed to find themselves a Marshall alongside Damage. That can be a very valuable weapon.
$2 दिया.
They will be forced into
2,000 Canadian Australian dollars and more this
side. And the question for Fnatic is, how do you want to play this? Especially with the range advantage going back towards mains. Not a bad idea, but conscious of Manyet being able to just smoke them off.
भाई प्रॉब्लम है कि लोग अल्पंच दे देंगे सब मर गए तो.
The Cam has spotted them. They know exactly where to fight. RRQ have all the info. They're putting the pieces together, and it's Fnatic coming crumbling down. That late Cam from Xpero has given them a chance, but he can't convert. It's Boaster to save the round with the Red Bull clutch.
I'm not sure that's the way they really wanted to win the round, but maybe for him that's a nice little confidence boost. Not that it seems like he needs it. A safe pair of hands in the late round was what I said, but I was talking about his utility, not so much just the raw individual aim. That was incredibly messy. The aggressive positions helping out the flash of Cushy that did so much work to get them back into spot. But then just winning those fights with the classics, that's a dangerous spot to be from. By the looks of it, Fnatic have invested quite heavily back into this one.
+1 Jerry भाई +1 पहली बार अच्छा सपोर्ट कर रहा है.
Economy settled. This player starts to fall. Hey, he's got one up top. That's another rifle. This is a full buy now. Kayak is double connected, and he's hungry for more. Blood in the water, and he's swimming straight towards Xpero. Just about manages to survive that engagement. Cypher healthy towards the spawn, but a 5 versus 3. That investment for Fnatic paying off.
Normal combo में कैसे फंस गए
been missing throughout the majority of this series.
वो breach 10 और dash में
trying to take space back through. This is not going to be easy. Maybe it is. There's a gap. A spot for him to take a fight, but look how passive the remaining players are. Cushy's found another. Making this one interesting for sure. They've dodged themselves that knife, and now already that time being forced.
Booster पागल हो गया. अरे
the line. The man next to him is meant to be the superstar, but Boaster is stealing the day.
भाई मैं RRQ फैन हूँ लेकिन वो मेरे को वाइब की वजह से वो चेंज कर रहा है मेरे को फैन पे।
And you see the idea there from RRQ.
मैं कैसे कमबैक करेंगे बे? गेम में भी हार रहे, आयर प्लेन में भी हार रहे वो लोग। आयर में। हो गया बे, सब लोग embarrassed है। सब लोग embarrassed है सब लोग।
Because both his parents are in the crowd.
Chat.
And I think Kayak looked like the
बोलो उसका टीम बोल रहा है कि हम लोग ऐसा नहीं जीतने का guys just अभी देखना Fnatic के 4 बंदे थ्रो करेंगे बूस्टर अकेला सीरीज एकदम एम्बेरस के समुद्र में एकदम नहा दे रहे वो लोग।
Like after Angels retired, Boaster's just absorbed all of that extra unk energy and is just taken over. 19-7. This has definitely been his map.
भाई क्या मार रहे हैं भाई?
Not out of the realms of possibility. There's only a singular round between them at this point, but that was a bonus round.
क्या हो गया भाई?
Only a single player had survived.
गाना इधर भी वैसे ही डांस होता है।
Lag भाई आशीष भाई, lag भाई।
Heroics from Cushy. He's been having a great game overall. I'm sure they can start to feel this game slipping
New
away
champs
from
में,
them.
new champs में डाल।
As we've already witnessed. There's been
वो
plenty
जगह
of upsets,
पीसी
plenty of
चीक
teams falling
कर
into the
नहीं
lower
होता है रे,
bracket.
इसलिए बोलता हूँ सुबह से ज्यादा करो लेकिन बराबर करो,
China
समझ रहे
number
हो?
1 currently sat down
या
there.
फिर आप सीईओ की एक सुई
I don't think
मिसिंग है।
RRQ want to join them.
Sorry. Thank you for the 100 मेरी जान के टोटे।
I mean, look, it's still a very tight game, but now they've got pistols. You should be looking at a 9-7
अरे बीच स्नाइप होता है वो। रिन्यू करो कहाँ लेके जाओगे 10 करोड़ बैंक बैलेंस?
Chronicle's the one digging your grave. Well, hey, listen, plenty of people have fallen into that pit hole. Alpha, up for contest, best player in the world at one point. Kayak, the guy coming up from the tier 2. Looking remarkable, the
और
young
ये
gun,
एक
but
सेकंड, why is he
you're
still
getting
a mod
diffed
so
by
unprofessional? He is
That's
never on
something that-
time.
I think you know what
He's
I'm
a young
saying.
man.
Lemon.
Yes, yeah. And as the desk was highlighting, his stage 2
Listen,
performance
हटा दो।
was lacking
कहाँ गायब
a
रहता
little
है
bit
Lemon?
individually. But we've seen that. The guy's got a lot of responsibilities. Right now, it seems like he's the brains and the brawn.
दो बंदे
down on
नहीं
that
होल्ड कर
stage.
पाएंगे, लग गए।
Kayak taking the space once again. Spam not quite finding anything. Of course, there's not a whole lot to play with in this round, so
लग गए
might be a
chat।
chance for him to farm. He already has ult online, but I think the confidence far more valuable for Fnatic at this stage. The duelist trying to get their way back into the game. That's exactly what's happening in this one. A clean
भाई
up,
बहुत strong है बे
with only
ब्रीच।
2 standing and plenty of utility denying anybody
बहुत strong
swinging
है
that
बे ब्रीच।
planter. For the remaining
भाई
players,
पीछे साइड एस्ट्रा
can they
यूटिल
do
भी
any
आ रहा है,
damage?
ब्रीच
That's not a
भी
bad
आ रहा है,
start,
वेलिस
but
को
Alpha
भी आ रहा है।
quick to respond. And an easy round for Fnatic.
बोलो आशीष का प्रमोशन हो जाए, धमकी दे रहा है, तेरे को धमकी दिया उसने? कोई सीन नहीं।
गर्ल्स स्ट्रीमर्स के स्ट्रीम पे रहते हैं ये लेमन भाई।
तो अच्छी गर्लफ्रेंड मिलेगी लाइफ में,
Because now you
टेंशन
start to
मत।
talk about confidence
देख
on one
ले।
side for Kayak building that is huge, but you go into a round like that, you
Streamers
see
के
we
हाँ
stream
क्या?
disrespecting us now. They're starting to just run it down at us. They
ताला।
need to see a bounce back pretty soon. This is 4 in a row now on the attack
चैट
side. But a
बूस्टर
4-0
टॉप
start
फ्राई है,
we've
कोई
seen many
स्क्रीनशॉट ले
times.
सकता है?
And many times we've seen that team
19-7
end with 4 or 5 rounds in the half. This is RRQ's chance to prove
हाँ
that it was just a
19-7
hiccup. An early half upset.
The big thing for me is the operator. When that came into play on the defensive side of Ascent, it was a massive game changer. That's where Jimkin really did the damage.
पकड़ा गया बुध
Problem thus
मॉश।
far.
रेनेंशियंस वो
Again,
चैम्प्स
I still
चैम्प्स वाला।
remember back to the beginning of the season where Fnatic played, I think it was versus
Love
Jimkin.
you Roy
They
Tulin
loved
bhai, love you।
the A site takes.
बूस्टर वाला डांस कितने में करोगे?
Seems like they've developed
2000
taste for B.
Dollars।
And that's where Jimkin will
Dollars।
be waiting.
डॉलर। रेट मत गिरा, अभी कल ही आए थे डॉलर्स।
That's the still water that stagnates. It's time to switch it up. Fnatic straight to the B site. The op shot not landed and quite a bit of damage done in return.
क्रेजी गाय ने मस्त डिंग दिया था रे, एक्सपेरो कैसे मर गया? I think वो डब्बे के ऊपर जंप पिक किया था। वापस दूसरा बंदे ने जंप पिक किया। भाई वो लोग से एम लगा के बैठे बे कॉर्नर्स में।
A 5v3, that off needs to start delivering, but the opportunities are few and far
पोस्टर को
between.
क्या हो गया भाई?
Lightning fast for Fnatic. double digits acquired.
Love you, brother. Thank you very much. Take care of yourself. Love you, मेरी जान जोड़े.
Starting to look pretty damning for RRQ. The attack side looking stellar.
Jump up, ये भी jump up में मरा ना.
Started with individual brilliance, but now it's starting to become all but dominant. Easy openers and even the
Poster का thanks बोला chat.
in that round by Kushi, that was one of the few ults that they had available to them. A panic pause.
भाई पोस्टर एकदम बदल गया है.
From the side of RRQ, a chance for
पागल हो गया है, एकदम खुला सांड हो गया.
come up with big changes because
RRQ भी like दोनों मैप अपना था. पहला मैप तो लेफ्ट राइट हो गया 2 राउंड. पिस्तौल भी हारे दोनों. इजी विनेबल था पहला मैप. सेकंड मैप हम लोग पोस्टर हो गया, डांस कर रहा है उस स्टेज पे. मिड गेम डांस कर रहा है बंदा. यहाँ पे मैं एम लॉक इन करने का देख रहा हूँ, वहाँ पे डांसिंग चालू है. ध्यान अटक रहा है. देखो सुमड़ी में पोस्टर को देखा डांस कर रहे हैं कि नहीं. देखा ना तुम लोग ने चैट. तो सुमड़ी में ऐसे देखा.
The IGL delivering, whether it's in clutches, whether it's in opening duels, the guy's been there every time.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that a victory here, of course, the next matches will be that upper bracket, but of course there is a day break tomorrow, a dark day from the
आज बस last event retirement पता नहीं मेरा रात को कॉल है उसके साथ देखता.
time to prepare, so for RRQ, it's starting to look like they may need that extra time.
भाई ये भी क्लोज जा सकता था यार. क्या हो गया पोस्टर को? 20 और 7 है भाई वो. क्रैशिस और प्रोजेक्ट से अच्छा खेल रहा है. ले जमकिन पट से अच्छा.
Already spots Jemkin. The door has to be broken open, and as he fades away, Munyet fades out of the round, trying to cover his teammate. 4 sheriffs now left in play, and for Fnatic, grouping and hitting a site is the right call. It's what you want to see happen from our perspective, and you can see they've made that call.
Yeah, the worry as well is like the next buy, round number 19. Potential for every single ultimate bar, maybe the neural theft to be online for Fnatic. Like, they haven't had to use anything. The neural theft was used in the last round. But if they're clever here with who plants, well, there you go. There's one. That's Chronicle's ult. Maybe they send Crashies out to try and help, he's always there to just sit passive with the shock darts and the recons. But it leaves things in such a terrifying spot. At least the ults will also be there for RRQ, even if it's just via deaths.
क्राइसिस का भी अल्ट आएगा उससे मारा तो लग गए.
He looks to be in a lot of trouble. In fact,
भाई एक अच्छा क्राइसिस ने नहीं मारा.
The ults online for Fnatic in the next are looking deadly. For RRQ, no need to give them even more, especially with Crashies 2 away.
ये नहीं गए क्राइसिस लड़ने के लिए रे.
Going down to the spike is the correct
मरता तो भी अच्छा था, मारता तो भी अच्छा था.
Back against the wall. It's been 6 straight rounds for Fnatic. A pause just called.
God bless you, bro. Bye bye. आप कैसे हो मेरी जान कर? Long time no see.
Yeah, but again,
Bless you
you're
too,
gonna have to
buddy.
break through all of those ultimates and sure they have some of their own, but
Munyet! Hello, Munyet! Look at me again. Hello! Look at me
What
again. Oh, he's not. He gets scared.
he also has headphones on.
It would be worrying if he looked over.
I don't think he can hear you, but I appreciate the effort. Albeit clearly feeling it. Well, this time, Munyet's revenge hasn't really looked like it's taken its toll. 4 rounds ahead. 6 in a row.
नंबर से लेने पे भी हेट मिल रहा है. क्यों फैम पे काश दोस्त अपग्रेड करो ना, ऐसा है प्रॉब्लम से तो.
It's been a challenge in the last couple, but the success hasn't been there. Kushi's been one of the few glimmers of hope in this map, and Poster's just walking it down on his own.
Well, that is a deep play. The Rolling Thunder catching it for the mid-split. The next Pharaoh able to survive inside his cage, at least for now. Hunter's Fury not finding its mark. Pressure applied as Jemkins rotates, cut off. Boaster
GG, bro.
The 3rd kill of the round.
GG.
This guy's off to a flying start, and it looks like soon to be a finish. For the attacking side, a 4th denied, but Chronicles there for the trade. 12-7. One more needed for Fnatic, and After the pause, nothing's changed for RRQ.
ऐसी हम क्या है VGF का बोला है इसलिए हाँ क्या
That's where you have the rolling thunder.
अरे कोई सीन नहीं बे जेरी तो टेंशन मत ले वो क्या है ना बंदा इतना अच्छा है ना कि सब लोग उसको बेन बनाते हैं I mean उसको बाई बनाते हैं
They're going to be stunned up and being flown in towards him because they're so worried of the players coming in front. That is a gorgeous set play from the side of Fnatic.
RRQ पे नाचेगा भी
And what we
चैट
spoke about the fact that this needed to be the
चैट वो
resurgence,
नाचेगा
it
भी
looks
अभी
like there
टोर
is
भी
no
करेगा भी
resurgence.
हाँ ना
This
सबका
attack
पेरेंट्स
side
बफ हो रहा है
from
बंकू
Fnatic has been
बात है
flawless.
लेकिन तू सोच अभी RR के मुंह पे डांस करने वाला
Not a bump on the
पोस्टर
road so far. Remember, this is RRQ's pick, and the conversation that's been going
भाई
around.
बुरा लग रहा है कि RR के आ रहा है लेकिन मजा आ गया कि पोस्टर ने आज बहुत मारा
So far, well, we might have to reconsider.
हाँ कुछ अलग देखने मिला भाई मजा आ गया भाई
In the second half of Abyss, it has been anything but. They were 7-5 down. And now just one round away from victory. With 5 chances to do it. Kayak's deep dive. They see the cage. Oh, what a shot on the Jemkin. The first of what could be many to fall. Ult clearing right, but Xfero's still alive, but now they know it. They know exactly where he is.
He's got both trips just blocking off this right-hand side. They're yet to be broken. They now will be, or at least the first one. If anybody's jumping across, both of them could go flying off the map, but it may not even matter in the end.
जीजी हो गया भाई कजक सेक्सी प्लेयर है
Make that just one.
तो हेडशॉट मारा बोस्टर ने वापस
Needs a crazy finish and he will not live to tell the tale.
भाई बोस्टर MVP है चैट
Fnatic on that attack side, not a
Biggie, no princess on the way, 21 days left. Hey, congratulations, Nikun bye. WWWW, congratulations.
Whose flesh serves as their kindling.
Subache.
Lights on that stage as well. You can see all those times in the past that they've stepped on the champion stage.
Chin up, boys. Chin up.
आप पे देख रहे हो वो देखता वो देख सबकी नजर बोस्टर पे कैसे आ रही बोस्टर से
Unfortunately, it was RRQ who had to face off against them first down to the lower bracket.
अच्छे में था ना शॉट्स में
thing as well is that
देख
this
नहीं
really sets Fnatic on a path to face off against Aspas once again.
उतार के मारा भी
Running it
उसने
back, so that should be a very exciting upper bracket matchup.
अटक गया आराम से
At least in that second half is the level
नहीं
that we
पहना उसने
expect to
पैंट
see of a powerhouse like Fnatic, a team that has been
कोई हेल्प कर दो भाई उसका
champions. This is hopefully just the start.
अरे
of what will
फोटो
be
डालना है अरे
Sorry, what?
अरे फोटो डालना है हाँ
All right. Yeah, Scuds.
लाल हो गया लाल हो गया उतने में तो
I feel like we've just caught the end of whatever was going on there, and I don't know what we have just seen.
इससे RRQ बाद में घर पे जाके देखेगा
We love to see it.
ये हुआ उनके साथ
Closer always a man to give us a surprise. Well, it's time to throw it down to the stage where there is an interview with Chronicle standing by. Let's give this over to Lou
Le
for the
joueur le
Horizon
plus
Post-Match
titré
interview.
de l'histoire de Valorant vient chercher sa première win à Paris avec Fnatic. Team, do you have time for me for a quick interview? Can I bother you for a second, Chronicle? Of course, congratulations, first of all.
ना मान रहे Chronicle भाई ना मान रहे
It's a very big pride for EMEA, one of the best flex players in the world. We've seen some Vi, some Bridge, some Viper, but deep down, what's your favorite agent to play?
रेस बोल दे
Harbor?
Harbor! We never...
I'm just joking, not Harbor.
Give me a serious answer.
Sova, 100%.
Actually, Sova, ok. Donc, première question, c'est l'un des meilleurs flex du monde, une fierté de l'IMEA. On a vu de la Vice, de la Viper, du Bridge, il peut tout jouer, mais c'est quoi en vrai son pick préféré? Il nous dit Arbor pour troll, évidemment, mais en réalité, Sova. And the second question I wanted to ask you is that on stage, it seemed like you guys were having fun back like in 2023, you know, that fiber, that child spirit that was coming back. So what happened, you know, during those 2 weeks? How come do we see you in such a shape today?
I don't know, Jake was popping off crazy with some emotions, I think. One round we actually had to chill him down because he couldn't get a gun. Like after he was like, yeah, we won, like started screaming up, but he forgot about the taking gun. I was like, God bless, he took it. But I mean, our emotions are crazy right now. I think everyone's excited to play champions since obviously for everyone is a big target. Big goal, and yeah, it feels great to come back on stage.
मजा है sexy game था बे यार तीसरा मैच जाना था बे ये वाला
given how excited he was, but this didn't
Sexy
happen.
game था
Donc comment est-ce que ça s'est passé pour vous?
पहला मैप तो close कर देना चाहिए था यार RRQ को
sur le serveur, et ben il nous dit Boaster aujourd'hui à Hard.
Second map तो Boaster हो गया उनके साथ
Il s'est levé, il célébré, il a même oublié de
ना
ramasser
मान रहे कजक भाई
de le calmer un petit peu, mais voilà,
कजक भाई ना मान रहे
last question.
कजक भाई वो लड़का रुका हुआ है कब से एक ऑटोग्राफ के लिए Kajak bhai!
Who do you see having the potential to be the best player of the tournament?
Best player of all time?
Of the tournament in Champs Paris?
In my team?
No, outside of your team.
Oh, that's tough.
कौन नाम लेगा कौन नाम लेगा
Do we go Pacific? Do we go local? Yami?
4 seconds, हो जाए.
Pacific, just straight of, just to jinx them a little bit, you know?
Just the region, right? The region has the potential. Donc, qui pour toi, à part tes teammates, a le potentiel d'être le meilleur joueur du tournoi? Et bah, tout simplement, la région Pacifique, ça sera la réponse de Chronicle. Thank you so much. Merci, Chronicle. Congratulations again. That's it for us on
Merci, les gars.
Let's toss it back to the analyst desk
Merci,
for some
les
more
gars.
discussions.
First of all, shout out to the Cal Paolo cosplay. I don't know if you spotted that in the background, but that was kind of sick. Second of all, Pacific are not flawless after the first 4 days. I think that's kind of an upset.
They had me believing after that first map, even though they lost. I thought it was really impressive.
मैं सेक्सी खेला था पहले में जेन्युइनली सेक्सी खेला था पहले में अपना था अपना था पहला मैं अपना था सेक्सी खेल रहे थे यार
They played it once this year. It was a loss. I was hoping for so much more, but I don't think their game plan on attack really had the depth. I think they were too reliant on a lot of those late round flanks that just weren't paying off. They weren't synced up with the rest of the
finals
unit.
again.
And Fnatic were just having consistent, excellent retakes, kind of exploiting even
Bad Boaster क्या मारा बे?
Boaster had an amazing game.
हाँ? क्या मारा बे Boaster? पांको मेरे प्रीमियर टीम को देख शॉट आउट दिया पिकम्स गोट तेरा प्रीमियर टीम का नाम क्या
मैं नहीं हूँ प्रीमियर जल्दी अनम्यूट कर अल्फा
अल्फा जर बोलते
holy moly Alpha oh you look great in that couch kind of match
ये कितना अभी 20 साल का हो गया क्या ये
first of all congratulations second
भाई इसके साथ बात किया था मैं बढ़िया बंदा है बढ़िया बंदा
what have you guys been doing that
एकदम जॉली
make you post a body swap like how was he playing on your PC and you were playing on his PC what happened
to be honest I think he has a really good girlfriend who motivates him who motivates him I have no idea actually but thank God he was shooting today
yeah has he been shooting in scrims
yeah I think he's been good on until we came here he's been working hard and he's showing the program. I mean, you can
Did y'all think that Abyss would be in this pool? Like that was a strong possibility they could pick it?
It had like two options. They were gonna pick either Haven or Abyss, and they pick Abyss. We were ready for it, so that's fine.
Where do you feel like Abyss is ranking in your map pool right now? Because that was obviously a big question mark. Like y'all were not always the best on it before end of 2024 into 2025.
Also tagging on that, is it a nerf? Do you feel, because we've been saying it kind of nerfs you that you have to play Abyss over Icebox. Is it enough?
I think every map who just out from the map pool is nerf for us because we were good with every map. They just remove the maps, we were good at it, like Split, Fracture. They just remove all the maps, we are good at it.
Fracture तो crazy था भाई Fnatic का, one of the best.
I don't have any worries.
Fracture तो cooking करते थे वे लोग.
Saw what he ended up on. It's a little bit silly, isn't it, Alpha? That's like that's your kind of numbers.
Yeah, no, I just sat down from my PC and I look
मेरे को उसका फोटो भी डांस करते हुए दिख रहा है chat.
And Boaster has like one thing, he always plays good against Chinese team. You can see like my comms videos as well. I said, bro, they are not Chinese, chill out. They are not Chinese team, chill, I said. And I was like, he was laughing at me. So I was impressed.
That's very funny. Coming into this game against RRQ, what did you guys feel were the most important things as far as their play style that you had to watch out for, maybe adapt to?
My pant पहनने वाला वो था.
गिर गए?
क्या?
गिर गए?
I don't think it's hard to play against.
ये
because
Yes,
we played against
sir.
them on Toronto and they didn't ban Ascent on Toronto and they lost. And they did the same disrespect today as well. They didn't ban Ascent. They also lost again. I think these guys are not learning from their mistakes. I think they need to start learning from mistakes.
Oh, that's big words, but I think you're right because it's
No, man,
also, if we take
पहले
a
मैं
look at the
actual में
comps you
अपना
ran
था
today as well. The last time you played, when they let Ascent through, you brought out a sick comp with you on Chamber, and then this time around, you bring out your comp again against them. They have to deal with. But this is the Paper Rex comp. Alpha, I never thought I would see you on Sage. Do you like it? Is this your choice? You know, where does this Sage come from?
I think Sage is pretty cool. After she get buff, she's really strong right now. And I'm playing Battle Sage actually.
It's
I
great.
mean, if you check scoreboard, probably I have like 0 plant or something. I just didn't even go side. I was playing like a Chamber Sage. You have heal and res, which Chamber doesn't have, so it's still same.
Is this a comp that you guys wanted to switch to pretty much straight after the EMEA playoffs were over, or did it take a bit of time?
No, I think we just tried like 5 different comp, and we just ended up playing this comp because I think this comp is like more suits us as a team. So yeah, we ended up with this comp.
Was there ever a
suddenly change
karte
karte be?
Because everyone's playing Waylay Yoru, every region is running it. Was there ever a world where we get maybe like Kayak Yoru, you on Waylay? Did you try that at all on Abyss?
I mean, we didn't try yet.
मैं actual में meta है Waylay Yoru.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, me too. I think so too.
I mean, maybe not for now, but maybe for final or something, we can just do a little bit changes to make them spread or something.
When you get a little bit of break, right? When you have more time to prep. Has that been an issue at all for you guys? Because we hear you guys talk about, you know, you want a break. You're always playing. You're suffering from success a little bit. Do you feel refreshed? Have you had a nice break?
Yeah, we had a nice break after EMEA. I'm happy that we lost actually against Giants. And
मैं बोला ना
we had a little break which helped me.
ज़्यादा time मिला.
Which helped the team a lot. I think, yeah, we just refreshed. We are more motivated than every tournament. We are like more ready than every tournament right now. And from my perspective, I also enjoy playing Valorant, and I can see the players also enjoy playing Valorant, which I didn't see normally the last 2 years.
मैं भी एक time पे enjoy
It's
करता था
great to
यार.
see actually. I'm going to program, everyone is playing game
Singapore
because
Corrode ने मेरी गांड मारी
after their little break, they refresh and they want to play the game a lot.
Alpha के shoes
So
look
it's
similar to
really nice
yours.
right now.
Do you feel like the
Alpha के shoes
fatigue
similar to
in
yours.
stage 2 was the biggest
कौन सा?
issue
मेरा
that you
सारा
guys had,
gifted
or
ही
were there some other
कौन सा
things as well that
मैंने देखा
you wanted to focus on heading into Champions?
Yeah, I mean, we had only one mistake.
बताओ camera.
We
Oh,
had one
cameraman.
little thing. We were
भाई
struggling.
ये क्या दोगलापन है ये
Every map we had the
टिकम
same
में
comp and
Fnatic
same
पे क्या यहाँ पे
strategy,
RRQ
but we
को
didn't have a
support
time
कर रहा है
to
यही है
on VCT EMEA. That's
जो
why I'm
है
saying that
यही
I'm
है.
happy that we lost early, so we could change stuff.
Yeah, change comps.
And that's why like we came here. Before we came here, we just like had a good time to change everything, and we had also time here as well. So everything is fresh right now. Other maps as well. So it's nice.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm happy to see you happy. And of course, you talk about people who like playing the games. I don't want to put Chronicle on blast, but I heard that in the Pro City, in the EMEA version of the Pro City, he was suffering a little bit. Because everybody first picks him, because you get Chronicle in the lobby, they're like, I'll take Chron. So he was sort of, his win rate wasn't the highest. Is that true?
Yeah, it's just true.
अच्छा वैसा
like
Paris
115
वाला.
or something, 1 win, 15 lose or something.
Are you playing in the server as well?
Yeah, I played a lot. I mean, I played 10 games, but I won like 9 of them or something.
Are there any players from outside of EMEA that you got to
ए
play
बे
with
Pro
you don't normally
City
play with?
चीज तो बनाई है भाई
Outside
कुछ
of-
भी
yeah,
बोलो
I think every
चीज तो
I mean,
बनाई
you
है
can see
तारिक भाई
every
ने
different style. Like I'm playing with T1 players, Energy players was also playing. Like a lot of teams are playing, and you can see their style and their perspective to the game is really nice. You can, because you live and learn, and you can learn something from your opponents as well. And I think it helps. Yeah.
I think maybe Kron was like, the loss rate got to him, so he came with it. He was like,
Came in with a
I'm settling a
vengeance.
debt.
Yeah, well, RRQ in Pro City? Were any of those players in there?
Oh, I think
or nah?
I saw Crazy.
बड़ा
Guy.
यार के रैप बता के वैलोरेंट पर रैप करो 5 मिनट में 50 गिफ्टेड मेंबरशिप
Yeah, Revenge Arc.
डन सिने जेरी भाई डन सिने
The MIBR
कल आना
guys been in
लेके
there?
Great question. Great question.
No, I actually didn't see any MIBR. But they played.
They've been here for a few
मेरा
weeks.
दिमाग
They've
काम
been,
नहीं
they've
चल
been
रहा है
grinding as far as I know.
नींद
Yeah,
नहीं
you
हुआ
guys
है,
watched
सोया
that
नहीं है
one.
ना
They
ब्रेन
had
में ऑक्सीजन है रैप करो
I
काश
didn't expect that's coming to
लिरिक्स नहीं आ रहा है
Bilibili is gonna 2-0, but MIBR showed really good
50
game.
seconds का इस थोड़ा
Which I
impossible.
didn't actually
दो
expect.
तीन
That
लाइन
was
होते तो कर लेते.
insane. How are you feeling going up against them in the future?
मैं खेलता
I'm
हूँ
pretty
रेस
happy because Brazilian
Satchel Maru
I
in
also said
Maze.
in interview as well before.
Maze में है
because my name
कड्डा
on Twitter is Paris final boss.
Breach
And they
lukta
think I'm
hai
an
jaisa
Aspas fan. They're
dadda.
blaming me on Twitter, which I can
Lukta
literally
hai.
show why I'm Paris final boss, not
Breach
Aspas.
marega
in
stun.
next game.
Whoa. Wait, hold
Jerry
on.
bhai aap ho
Last time you played
sorry
against
50 second ka tha.
You remember?
It was 2023 lock-in.
ऐसा मतलब lack of oxygen वाला scene है.
Yeah, what happened?
We lost.
Yeah.
वो वाला
so
scene
you
है
got a
जेरी
bit
भाई.
of fire in
समझ
you,
रहे हो?
you know, you got to get that revenge.
Lack of oxygen वाला scene है.
I like Aspas a lot. He is my really.
Lack of oxygen वाला scene है. मेरी बात समझो.
Close friends, I don't get.
हालत खराब है.
I'm sure both.
अबे sorry I would like to apologize. हालत खराब है भाई. 2 दिन पहले heavy headaches था. कल लंबा stream हुआ है. आज सुबह जल्दी उठाओ. समझ रहे हो? थोड़ा हालत खराब है.
Predictions, Alpha, give it to me. Paper X, GX first.
GX.
Oh, why?
Because I think.
Rawr. क्या हो गया?
PRX versus GX में इसने GX को चूज किया.
हार गया. गए इसके पिकम्स. गए उसके पिकम्स छोड़. अपन ने पिकम्स बराबर किया.
अपन
एक तो तेरे को
जेरी भाई नाम मान रहे. थैंक यू फॉर द 15 गिफ्टेड. गधे के लंड मॉड को भी मिल गया. क्या बात है क्या बात है क्या बात है. जेरी भाई ओपी इन दी चैट कर दो. मेरी जान के टोटो चुपा दे दो. 50 लोग जिसको भी मिला है डांस करो. बहुत भयंकर. अभी अपन आ ही रहे हैं. मेंबर्स ओनली शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम करेंगे और आज जल्दी चटकेंगे क्योंकि कल मेरे को जाने का है. किधर किधर जाना है? शूट करने. मूवी देखने नहीं. किधर जाएंगे? शूट करने. कहाँ पे? बूट कैंप पे. मूवी देखने नहीं. ये डीमन स्लेयर मेरे को लगा नहीं था कभी मेरी गांड मार सकता है. ये नया है. मैं एनिमे फैन. ये देखती भी नहीं थी एनिमे.
मेरा फर्स्ट एनिमे है वो.
और इसको इतना उतावला हो रहा है कि मेरे को फोमो हो रहा है. वो भी ऐसा चीज देखने में जिसमें मैं इंटरेस्टेड हूँ. लाइफ इज अ सर्कल. हाँ परसों जाएंगे ना. परसों जाएंगे. चलो गाइस बाय आदियोस. चिड़ी में पादियोस. आ रहे हैं थोड़े टाइम में. थोड़ा खाना वाना खा के आ रहे हैं. ठीक है मिलते हैं अपन उदिया. चटको 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 चटको.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better.